position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. As you know, our interviews have been announced in advance according to the law. So now we are conducting them. Yesterday we interviewed 6 candidates, and today we will interview another group of 6 candidates. Before we proceed, let me just check if we have a quorum. So I will invite my colleagues to announce their presence in order. Jim?
Present.
Yuri?
Я присутній.
I'm present.
Oleg?
Присутній.
I'm present.
Tatiana?
Дякую, присутня.
I'm present.
Donatas?
Present.
And I am present. Therefore, we have a quorum of 6 out of 6 members. Therefore, we can proceed with the interviews. Please invite the first candidate, Mr. Skomarov.
Пане Олександре, доброго дня. Чи чуєте ви нас?
Alexander,
Доброго дня.
good morning. Can you see and hear us?
Ви мене чуєте?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you and we can see you as well.
Пропоную перевірити переклад.
Let's check the sound and interpretation.
Це білий глобус.
You can
У вас,
see
пане
a white
Олександре, вам потрібно
globe
обрати українську
below your screen. Please choose the Ukrainian channel.
Зараз білий глобус.
Можливо,
Interpretation
так, інтерпретація.
Ukrainian.
Okay, I
Yes,
found
Ukrainian.
interpretation Ukrainian. Thank you.
Okay, so let's check if it works. Can you hear the interpretation, sir?
Так, я чую переклад.
Yes, I can
Чудово.
hear the
З технічної
interpretation.
точки зору ми готові.
Okay,
Пане
technically we are
Олександре,
ready.
не поспішати.
Mr. Alexander,
Просто
please keep a slow path for the interpreters to interpret everything with high quality. Wish you good luck.
Good morning, Mr. Skomarov. Thank you for being with us today. We will conduct the interview as you were announced. The interview will take between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. Our experience from yesterday shows that we weren't able to keep it for less than 1 hour and a half. The interview is composed of 2 modules. The first module will have to do with integrity. The second module will have to do with your vision about the future of BES and your important assets that recommend you for the future head of the Bureau for Economic Security. We will commence with a 2 minutes presentation on your side, an introduction to the Commission. Then we will have questions and answers on the integrity part for about 45 minutes. And then we'll pass the floor again to you for another introduction of 5 minutes that will have to focus on your vision of the Bureau for Economic Security and on the qualities that you think recommend you for occupying the position of the head. And then we will continue with questions and answers on the professionalism side. Without further ado, I will pass you the floor now to introduce yourself for about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановні члени
Good
комісії.
afternoon, dear members of the Commission. My name is Alexander Skomarov. At the moment, I'm the head of the second unit of the main department of detectives. I have extensive work experience where 10 years I was a manager on different positions. Currently, I work in NABU, and I have been working there since it has been founded in 2015. Since that, I was a detective, I was the manager, I was the head of the unit, senior detective, and together with NABU, we went through 2 independent audits. It was an assessment in 2022 and an international audit which took place in 2024-2025. During these years, I understood what are the tendencies for the development of law enforcement agencies, what is requested from them to be effected, what are their values and how they are being implemented in practice. And I think that my experience can be useful and can be fully used on the position of the director of BES. I'm conscious that it's a huge responsibility, and I know that during 5 years I need to take even more efforts to work hard to develop this body. I know what I'm doing, and I'm not different to in which country my children will live. And I want to develop an independent and democratic country with free economy, developed business, and continuous development of the European country. And I'm glad to answer questions that will arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Colleagues, I think we can proceed.
Так, дозвольте, я почну.
Then let me start, if nobody minds.
Пане Олександр, добрий день.
Mr. Alexander, good morning. It is pleasant to see that we all want to live in free, independent, free from corruption state. And that's why we would like to give you an opportunity to dispel any doubts regarding any questions related to your integrity. I have several questions regarding your integrity. I will start with property questions. Where do you live right now, you and your family? I live in a 2-room apartment owned by my mother. Do you understand correctly that this apartment is located in New England residential block? Yes, correct. And the area is 62.2 square meters. Correct. When did your mother acquire this apartment, and how did it happen?
Я розповім повну історію, щоб було
I will
розуміння.
tell you the whole story just to give you an understanding about the source of funds and how did she acquire it. Thank you for the story, but just remember that we are limited in time.
Так, добре.
Yes, of course, thank you.
2017, я
In-
розумію, що я надавав розгорнуту відповідь.
I provided written explanation, but still, in 2017, my parents bought a 1-room apartment in this residential block when it was still under construction, under the value of $37,000.
Кошти для придбання цієї квартири
Funds
були
to acquire this apartment were received by my parents after they sold a shop in Luhansk. After apartment was constructed, its investment value increased. The house was commissioned, and as my mother communicated with sales department, found out that there is a huge demand for 1-room apartments, and she can sell it. So she has communicated, found a buyer, and sold this apartment for about $60,000 or $62,000. After that, my parents added $10,000 and bought in the same residential block a larger apartment. But this apartment was under construction, so they had to wait for this apartment to be commissioned. Thank you, Alexander. So from your answer, I can understand that your parents have invested $37,000, later $10,000. So in total, it will be $47,500. And what is the source of funds of this money? In 2010, my parents sold a shop that they owned since 1990s because my father was in business, and at that point of time he had 2 shops, one he owned, one he rented. And when my parents decided that they don't want to do business anymore because they need more time and effort for that, and they saw that I wanted to work in legal sphere, they decided to sell this shop. Was it a cash sell? So did they receive cash after sold this
Пане
apartment.
Олександре.
Я перепрошую, повторіть, будь ласка, запитання.
Could you please
проблема зі
repeat the question?
Перепрошую. Продаж відбувався, чи вам можливо вам відомо?
Do you
Продаж
know
відбувався за готівковим
how the
чи
transaction
без
took
готівкового?
place? Was it a cash or cashless transaction? As far as I know, it was a cash transaction. So just cash was transferred to my parents. Did they save this money physically in their house or not fully in cash? Part of it was placed to the deposit account and they used dividends from it. There were some transactions and I'm not fully aware what kind of transactions they did.
Мгм. Зрозуміло.
Okay,
Скажіть, будь
clear,
ласка,
thank you.
чи ви відображаєте цю квартиру у ваших
Do you
деклараціях?
reflect this apartment in your declarations? Yes, I do. Starting from the period when I started to live there, I started to include it into my declaration. And it was since the 1st of January 2021. I'm not sure.
Добре. В мене з приводу цього я вичерпав.
I don't have any questions as to the apartment donators, so my colleagues maybe.
Yeah, can I just ask you once again, what was the year when your parents sold the business?
Наскільки я пам'ятаю, це
As
2010
far as I
рік.
remember, it was in 2010.
Okay. And at what time they bought the apartment?
Однокімнату у 2017
One room
році.
apartment in 2017. They invested money into the construction.
Okay, so that meaning they waited 7 years with a cash on hands. Yeah, those money were not in a bank or somewhere, they were in a cash.
Ні, наскільки мені відомо, вони не
As
чекали.
far as I
цього.
know, they did not wait for 7 years.
Затрачали всю суму коштів,
They,
тому
of
що
course, did not
батьки,
spend all the money
досвідчені люди, і
because
їм
my
ні на що їх
parents
витрачати,
are
їм не було сенсу
educated and they
купити
actually
якийсь автомобіль дорогий
didn't
чи щось.
waste
Вони були
money. They
вимушені
didn't need
купити
any expensive
два, там, в якийсь
cars.
період часу. Тому
They had vehicle at that
вони
point of time.
суму коштів вкладали
So,
на депозитні рахунки, потім
some
вони
of the
збільшували
money
це. Тобто,
was stored on
я
deposit
думаю, що
accounts
ця сума не лежала прям
and
повністю
some was in
готівкою,
cash.
але і не вкладалася в повному обсязі
But
в банк,
again,
тому
they
що
did
мої
not
батьки мають
put
поганий
all this
досвід
money to
співпраці
the bank,
ще за
as
часів
my parents
СРСР, коли
have
в них багато
awful
заощаджень
experience of
якраз
cooperation with bank. As you remember, during the Soviet times, they placed a lot of money into the bank, but unfortunately, they have lost it during the Soviet times. That's why they're very cautious to this question, and they actually give benefit to
Це нормальна практика,
foreign
щоб
currency.
готівкою заощадження. Я теж
This is
Okay.
actually a normal and standard practice. I'm also doing this.
Okay, so in 2017, they brought cash from where to where? To Kiev, because this is the contract was made in Kiev. Yeah, so they brought this cash from what city? Where did they live
Так,
in?
привезли готівку в
Yeah,
Київ.
but where did they
Yes,
live in
they-
2017?
В Новоайдарі.
They
Селище
lived in
міста
Nova
Костянтин,
Aydar.
Новоайдар,
This is a
Луганської
village in Luhansk
області. Це
region.
не була окупована територія.
It was
станом
not
17
an
рік.
occupied territory in 2017.
Okay, that was my question. No questions.
У мене є питання в зв'язку з цим.
I have a
Е,
question in this relation.
батьки ваші
So,
проживали в
your
18
parents
Новому
in
Айдарі,
2017
і тоді
lived
вони
in Novy
приїхали
Aydar.
до Києва, і за
Then they
вашими
came to
словами,
Kyiv,
сума
and
близько
according to you,
37 500 доларів
they had cash,
мати ваша придбала
$37,000, and
квартиру.
your mother
Водночас,
used
я
it to
бачу,
buy
що,
an apartment.
за даними декларації, вартість
According to
цієї
the
квартири
declaration, I see
запропонована
that the value is
678 126 гривень. що відповідає
$668,000, which is equivalent to $25,000. How can you explain this discrepancy between $37,000 and $25,000?
Особа, яка не є власником,
As a person who is not an owner of the apartment, I mention a value that I can confirm by the documents. From the abstract from the single register, I have found an amount that I have declared. I did not conduct any assessment, any evaluation, and in order to confirm why I'm declaring this amount, I'm guided by official documents. Is this the value that is reflected in the agreement?
Там була механізм продажу, як я вже там розібрався.
The mechanism of sale, and as I was actually thoroughly studying it, the sale and purchase agreement consists of two stages. First, you pay the derivative, and when you register the ownership, when the apartment is commissioned, another amount is indicated, the second amount. I have provided all the financial documents for both amounts, and in the result, you can see that the amount was a little bit higher. Okay, did you pay taxes and from what amount? I think from the total amount. It is an official agreement. They were notary notified. They were registered in the notary office. But I was not a party to this agreement. I'm sure that my parents paid the taxes. Okay, let's go back to the story with the shop. So, $50,000 cash, that's a huge amount. And of course, we have reasonable doubts as to whether there was an agreement that your parents received, namely $50,000. Can you confirm this with any documents? Thank you for your question.
Щоб вони мені дали якісь документи,
Thank
вони
you for the
кажуть,
question. I asked my parents many times to provide me with documents. They said that the documents are on the occupied territory, and unfortunately, they cannot look for any traces of the transaction at the moment. My parents are over 70 years of age, so it's really hard for me to get any other information from them other than what they tell me. So this initial amount that it all started with 50,000, it objectively has no documents to support it, as I understand, yes. Okay, we understand the reasons. Yeah, you explained it to the selection commission. We understand the reasons why it happened. Let's move on to the next question. Under which circumstances at the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February 2022, the members of your family crossed the national border of Ukraine? Who, how drove them across the border? Maybe if you want to talk about that without broadcasting, if you believe this is a sensitive information, we can consider your motion about that. No, I would like to comment on this point publicly. You rightly say that the crossing of the border by my family happened on the third day of the full-scale invasion. At that moment, my objective was to ensure security and safety of my country and continue following the instructions of my supervisors. The public transportation was overcrowded, everything was booked, it was extremely hard to get even to the evacuation trains. When I transported my family to the western border of our country, I started looking for opportunities to take my family outside of Ukraine in a safe manner. And I approached one of persons whom I knew who lived in the Zakarpattia region and asked him if he knew anyone who could help me out. I was on the way, so we just left without proper destination. I was looking for the opportunities on the way. He told me that everyone was booked, but then a person whom I knew gave me a call and said that there was a person who could use the money to, to make some money and who could transport my family abroad. This person whom I knew said that this individual has been already booked. There was someone who could, who was kind of going to cross the border, but he was happy to provide access to my family. And it was the exceptional case, so I agreed.
Олександре, скажіть, будь ласка, чи ви знаєте цю людину, яка вивозила?
Do you know this person who drove your family? Do you know what kind of vehicle it was? Who owned this vehicle? Yes, I do. I will explain. When I spoke to this person, I can't remember the names. I think his name was Volodymyr or Vasil something. Now, I saw that this person was affiliated with some public servants, some officials, but I didn't know about that at the moment. It was a Land Rover vehicle. As it turned out, there was a really memorable number plate on the vehicle. I made a picture of this vehicle because it was important for me to understand what vehicle will be driving my family. I paid the money, 12,000 hryvnia, and they were off to cross the border. I've never come across this person in the future. I don't have any connections with him, and I don't know this person. So what you mean is you accidentally put your family into a Land Rover vehicle with a number plate that gave you reasons to believe that this vehicle is owned by a person who has a big influence, has a high position or business connections, and you didn't know what it was all about. Well, my family, the life of my family was at stake. I didn't get interested in it. I needed just to do it as fast as possible and go back to work. Before the border crossing or afterward, did you have any other connections with this person who transported your family outside of Ukraine? No, I didn't. Not before, not after. No. Okay, thank you. I've heard your answer. How about yourself? During the full-scale invasion and announcement of the martial law of Ukraine, have you crossed the border of Ukraine? Yes, I did 12 times. No, I mean, now 13. I just came back from a business trip. What were the reasons? Were there business trips? There were 12 business trips and one holiday.
Чи маєте ви якісь зв'язки, чи може ваші рідні, близькі люди?
Do you have any connections? So maybe your family, do they have any connections with the aggressor state? Maybe you have connections. I can publicly confirm that my father was forcibly passportized in Luhansk. So where does he live now? He lives in Kyiv. And he does not plan to go back to the occupied territory of Ukraine. Any other of your family members, are they connected to the aggressor. I provided information in writing. If you want me to comment, could you please stop the broadcasting for this time? And I will give all the answers. This is the discretion of the chair.
Dear colleagues, we have a request to go into private meeting. Let's have a vote on this request from Mr. Skomarov. So I propose to you to close the broadcasting to be able to continue the discussion on these issues. Yes, Donatas, please.
Yeah, but firstly, I just would like to finish that story with wife and bringing wife out of the country because we moved now to a different topic. And also, just in order to understand, probably there should be very clear arguments from the candidate what kind of sensitive information will be provided, because I'm not sure, you know, that we can switch all the time to the closed mode just because candidate wishes so. So I just would like to hear the more particular argumentation why it is sensitive and what kind of sensitive information will be provided.
May I recall to you that yesterday we did not proceed in the same manner. Therefore, I think in terms of an equal treatment for our candidates, we need to rely upon their judgment also when they are requesting us to close the meeting. Of course, in our overall evaluation of the candidates, we will consider whether the request has been justified, knowing what we've heard in the private part of the conversation. But I do agree. Let's finish with the first question, and then we can decide on the second motion. So, Donatas, do you wanna clarify what's left of the first topic, and then we decide whether we go on a private conversation or not?
Okay, thank you so much. From the first topic, from the topic regarding to the bringing your wife and family through the border, the only thing that which has left, and which is probably to clarify for the public, that the car which and the candidate notably noticed we had very prominent license plate number 0001 belonged to a wife of pro-Russian member of parliament Fedor Kristinenko, who was elected from a later banned political party. So and he, this Fedor Kristinenko, left Ukraine just before the start of full-scale invasion in 2022. I think this is an important notion to make so our listeners would understand why we were so interested in this particular case Yuri was talking about, because it's not just ordinary vehicle and an ordinary relationship. And that's why we believe it is important. So basically, I wanted to make a comment on that.
Thank you very much, Donatas. Mr. Skomarov, would you like to make a comment about this element?
Так, звичайно.
Sure.
З цим народним депутатом я не знайомий.
I never met this member of parliament. I never talked to him. We never had any connections. Nor my family, nor I have ever met the wife of this member of parliament. Based on my activities, and since my unit works with in the cases related to members of parliament, so I know a lot of members of parliament. Personally, the government pays me money so that I knew, you know, them and maintain connections with them for the benefit of the country. But as to this particular member of parliament, no, I've never met him. And the fact that he left Ukraine it kind of confirms the fact that he left because he asked someone to drive the vehicle out of Ukraine. I may be mistaken. I didn't study this person in detail, but I didn't have information that he was notified of suspicion of or some other illegal activities.
Oleg.
Oleg?
Can I just clarify, Oleg, a little
Yes.
bit before you jump in? Did I get it right from your answer that you say that government pays you to maintain a relationship with the members of parliament? What does it mean?
Це такий образний вислів.
Well, I'm being metaphorical. What I mean is the government pays me for my work, and I am supposed to get some information, intelligence from certain members of parliament to deliver on the objectives set to NABU.
Thank you. Oleg.
Дякую. Пане Олександре, у мене маленьке
Thank you.
уточнююче запитання.
Alexander, I have a small clarifying question about the border crossing.
Тільки ваша сім'я в цьому автомобілі переміщалася?
Was there only your family in the vehicle that crossed the border, or was there someone else? There were 3 seats, the driver and 3 more seats. There was my minor son, 1.5 years old. I put the children's seat from my vehicle into this one, and my wife and her mother were in the vehicle as well. So where did your family go to which country? In March, April, and half of May, they were in Austria. We rented an apartment there on a website similar to OLX in Ukraine. It was about €1,000 per month.
Травні вони повернулися в Україну і більше.
And they came back to Ukraine in May, and they never evacuated afterwards. Dear colleagues, Ms. Laura, can you please decide on whether we are going to the closed mode, or do we still remain in public mode?
Yes, so we have a motion to go in a private mode. I will ask you to vote on it. And may I remind you that yesterday we took the same decision when it came to discussions about disciplinary matters. I therefore propose to you to go in a private mode, and we'll go in order. Jim?
A private mode.
Yuri?
Так, я за.
Yes, I'm in favor of the motion.
Oleg?
Підтримую.
I support the motion.
Tatiana has written to us. May I ask one of our Ukrainian colleagues to read the answer in the chat?
Вона підтримує, вона голосує за.
Yeah, she votes in favor. She supports the motion.
Yes, Donatas?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I agree. Therefore, we have 6 out of 6 votes to go in a private mode. Please disconnect the broadcast.
We are live.
Thank you very much. We are back live. Before we proceed with the interview, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Skomarov to do a summary of the conversations that we have had offline. Those parts that can be shared publicly, I invite the candidate to do so. Please, Mr. Skomarov.
Дякую, пане голово.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to point out that, first of all, my father does not have any business on the occupied territory and on the territory of the state aggressor, that is Russian Federation. Information about this has been disseminated in anonymous Telegram channels. That's not true. My father has been retired for about 15 years now. He finished his career as the Ukrainian civil servant at the position of the head of the seeds inspection of Novaydar district. Secondly, what can be interesting for the public, after leaving the occupied territory, my father had to go back there once in order to look after a sick, close person who died after 2 months of my father looking after him there. After finishing his humanitarian and humanistic mission, my father came back to Ukraine and does not plan to go back to the occupied territory. Of course, I was convincing him not to do it. Back then, my father is a kind-hearted, emphatic man. And since the state cannot look after its sick citizens due to objective reasons, my father was doing that. Yes, maybe it was not a very smart move on his side, but it was humanistic, and he was doing it for a good cause. With respect to close persons on the territory of the Russian Federation, I've specified to the Commission members that there are no persons through which it's possible to impose any pressure on me. I know the rules of conduct. I know that in such case, the only right way is to report it to the Security Service of Ukraine. So that's why I personally see no potential risks of influencing me as the official. If members of the Commission have any questions, I am ready to answer them, if you allow. I have 2 more questions, 2 more blocks of questions. The first one is about the situation that happened during the period of time when you worked as detective and when you were investigating the case of Alperen's organization that specialized in contraband. One of the suspects was your close person. According to information that the Commission has at its disposal, during the selection of the interim measure in court, you behaved incorrectly, which caused tension among employees of the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. How can you comment on this situation? Thank you for your question, Mr. Yuri. With respect to incorrect behavior, I object against this information. That's a well-known story that I have already commented on, but I'm ready to comment on it again. The matter is that, yes, really, my close person was notified of suspicion, and during the court hearing on selection of the interim measure, I submitted a motion on vouching for this person to take her on bail. This action does not violate any regulations or laws. This issue has been studied many times. So the second motive is quite obvious, so that this close person would not be in pretrial detention center, so that this person could prove in court if she wants that she was innocent. And thirdly is that back then I did not have any conflict of interest because the case was investigated by another pretrial investigation body to which I had no relation, and accordingly I had no influence on that. When I was appointed to the higher level position, on the first day I submitted the report on existence of potential conflict of interest, and that was settled through the legal procedure, and all the copies of the documents have been submitted to the Commission. But what was about your absence of restraint? It's not illegal or immoral that you were vouching for this person. We are talking about obvious lack of restraint in your behavior in court. I was not doing that. If you have any other information, I will happy to hear it. I was not insulting anyone. I think if it happened, then the official investigation would have been conducted and I would have been dismissed. And there was no tension with the SAPO, right? As far as I know, no, because I do not work in the SAPO. My relationship with the SAPO has not worsened, especially with the colleagues. Okay, thank you. And the last block questions, if you allow, which I could not ignore. These are questions about your academic activity. Tell me, please, do you have the academic degree?
Dear Yuri, before you move to that block, can I just ask something from the...
Так, звісно, я перепрошую.
Okay.
Так.
Yes, of course, sorry.
Thank you so much. So, we are talking about the reputation here. I know, but we are running out of time, Laura. Yeah, but this part is very very important. So basically, Mr. Skomarov, we are talking about the reputation, because we know that the reputation of a candidate will soon become the reputation of BES. Yeah. So this story, and I'm gonna put it as I understand it, leaves really a bad taste in the mouth. So can you please give your opinion on that? So basically what we have is your sister is suspected in a major corruption case. Yeah. And this case is involving so-called the king of smuggling. So she allegedly, well, she's being a head of a customs, one of the head of a customs, allegedly gave illegal orders to subordinate to artificially reduce the price of important goods. Now, you acted as a guarantor for your sister. Moreover, you also were a godfather of the daughter of a prosecutor who was also involved in investigation of this case of your sister. In this investigation, the prosecutor's team committed some serious violation of a process, and because of this, at one point, the case was even terminated, and only the higher court ruled out it differently. So at the same time, you worked at the NABU, which investigated that case. Yeah, I know that you were saying that, you know, you kind of informed and put yourself away from this investigation. You know nothing about this investigation, but all this situation I just described leaves really a bad taste in the mouth when we're talking about the candidate of a possible big institution. Do you have any comments on that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Donatas. I understand how the situation may look like. Well, the matter is that, firstly, at that position that I'm holding now, or at the position of the director of the BES, I would not have done that. I understand that's like, that's not appropriate way of how to support my relatives. Secondly, in my activities, I have always been doing legal things, and quite often they are unusual and non-trivial. And I was governed by the same traits when I was stopping the plane with one of the top managers of the industrial group, when I was confirming testimonies regarding my managers regarding their violations of the law on corruption prevention. So I have never stopped when I'm doing some legal and proper ways. But you're absolutely right. In that situation, maybe I should have displayed more restraint and not to make this statement. I am aware of that now perfectly well. The most important thing for me is that I did not have any extra procedural influence. I did not try to do that. The case went to court, and only the court can put the final stop in this case. With respect to the prosecutor that you've mentioned, as I've explained in my written explanations, since 2013, 2018, we have not kept in touch. Yes, really, when we were more on friendly terms, I was the godfather of his daughter. But the tragedy of the situation is that since then, I have never seen this girl. So back then, there were no circumstances which could result in real or potential conflict of interest. Moreover, I've settled my conflict of interest in a legal way. I do not know how that prosecutor behaved back then. For me, that's closed information. I do not know that. So the situation is as it is. I continue diligently serving for the benefit of Ukraine, and I will continue being diligent and in view of the need to maintain high reputation in case I'm appointed to the position of the director of the BES.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we've been spending about 1 hour already, so please bear that in mind. I think the interviews are very important, therefore we will not shorten this, but we will have less time for the second part.
And I really would like to state that we need to spend some time on the competence questions
Yes.
as soon as possible. I have some questions.
Oleg.
Дякую, пане Олександре. Декілька
Thank you, Alexander.
запитань.
Several
Буквально останнє
questions
від
from
мене.
my side.
Ви тільки що
from me.
говорячи про свою сумлінність, доброчесність.
When you were speaking about your honesty and diligence, you mentioned the case when you stopped the flight of a very famous and notorious businessman of the financial group. But there is information that you avoided from making decision to stop this plane. And this decision was taken by a different person. This information was provided from your management, your immediate management at that moment. Can you please comment on that? Thank you for this question. I'm actually very surprised to hear this question. I was initiating stopping this plane. And there is a recording when I called the dispatcher and asked to stop the plane. And I was physically present there because I was the deputy head of the unit and I controlled the situation. I arrived to the airport to arrest this person. Oh, but thank you for your question. No, thank you. We just had this information and we needed to clarify it. Another question regarding your sister. As the Commission knows, she was released on bail as far as we know. Who actually paid this money? In anonymous Telegram channels, I've actually read that it was her father, my father-in-law, but I don't know for sure because my family tried not to involve me into this case, so I do not know.
В мене були питання пов'язані з
I had some questions related to academic integrity, but I understand we don't have enough time.
You already announced them, so let's ask them and then we move to the next set.
Скажіть, будь ласка, пане Олександре, в якому
Олександре,
році ви захистили дисертацію?
In what year you defended your
кандидата наук?
thesis, the candidate of science? It was in 2017.
її в аспірантурі чи поза аспірантурою?
Was it when you've been an associate professor or after? The first part, when I was an associate professor, and I started in the National Academy of Prosecution of Ukraine.
А як ви поєднували?
From January 2015 to 6th of October 2015, I started, and it was my main and the only one place of work. My goal was to prepare this research, to make this research, to write my thesis, because it was, well, financially it was challenging and it was difficult for my family, and I wanted to complete my education as soon as possible. So in January 2015, you became an associate professor, and then the same year you defended your thesis. So actually, it was a very short period of time.
А хто був у вас опонентами на захисті?
Who was the opponent?
А я опонентів не пам'ятаю.
I don't remember who were the opponent.
Це ситуативні люди.
Those were occasional people, I should say. I don't know them personally, so I'm very sorry, and I hope they are not upset that I do not remember their names.
Ну, я розумію, але мій науковий керівник – це мій друг і партнер, а опонент офіційний – це
The supervisor, the person who helped me, is my friend and partner, but unfortunately, I don't remember my opponents' names. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So with your permission, after spending approximately 1 hour on the first module of our interview, unless there are urgent questions, I suggest that we move to the second part. I don't see any raised hands. Therefore, over to you, Mr. Yes, Donatas.
Oh, sorry. Once again, okay,
No
Mr. Skamarov,
no worries.
let's start with your presentation, yes.
No worries. Mr. Skomarov, you have 5 minutes to introduce your vision about BES and also to tell us why you're the best candidate to occupy the position of head of BES.
Дякую, пані Лаура. Я буду дуже коротко.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief to leave more space for questions and answers.
Всі ми знаємо, що Бюро економічної
We all know that the Bureau of Economic Security was created as a body called to do powerful analytical function and ensure the security of economic interests and the state. Unfortunately, according to the results of the Commission research and independent assessments of the civil society, BES does not provide the results that the society expected from it. That's why there is a burning need to reform this structure, this law enforcement structure, and probably in the future, which is more important, an analytical body. It will be a very challenging task to reform the institution. It is much harder to reform than to build a new one. And if I'm appointed for this position, I will use all the skills and knowledge I have obtained within these years in order to reform it. I have several strategic developments and directions. First of all, development of capacity.
Персоналу щодо формування нової лідерської команди з управління змінами, щодо надання
change the staff to provide the assessment of the processes that take place in BES, to define strategic directions of further development of this body. So it is important to have a strategy to develop a quality document with qualitative and quantitative measurements. And I will do this. The second direction, to create a powerful analytical center. If we closely look at BES tasks, the investigation of crimes is included in point number 1, and even a lawmaker gives priority to analytical function. That's why it is important to develop this field of work, to become proactive, to detect and reveal any economic risks and challenges, to put focus of all law enforcement bodies into this problem. Then the third direction, the strategic focus and law enforcement activity. We will do the prioritization of our investigation, not to put focus on minor cases, to concentrate all attention on the activity of organized groups. For that, we will need the quality analytics. That's why it is important to introduce the intelligence-led policy concept, which is accepted in many European countries, and we are going to develop it. We will introduce it into all law enforcement bodies, including BES, and this will help to create and develop the law enforcement activity of BES. The fourth strategic direction is the trust and cooperation. Cooperation with civil society, with our strategic international partners, state institutions. BES cannot exist independently. It should be integrated fully into the state system, cooperate and support to eliminate economic security risks. Special attention will be focused on cooperation with business ombudsmen, business associations, in order to enable us to hear, listen to each other. And of course, the transparency of the activity. We will develop an effective mechanism of reporting about our work. We will do periodical meetings with society, and we will be an open and transparent body with transparent principles. The fifth strategy, which is not the least, will be the international cooperation. Here I mean the bilateral relations with our international partners that will facilitate the effectiveness of investigations. Today, the economic crime has a transborder character, and international cooperation based on joint trust will help us to eradicate international crimes. We are aimed at establishing communication with international police, law enforcement bodies. We will promote working more with Interpol. We will sign bilateral agreements on cooperation. We will widely communicate and cooperate with international anti-corruption offices, agencies. These are the main areas of work. Of course, we are going to do this simultaneously. We don't have time to wait and do step by step. I understand that the work will be tense, and if I'm elected for the position of a director, it will be like a ticket to the hard work for the next 5 years. But I'm really ready to work hard, and I want to make BES as effective as possible. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skomarov. Donatas?
Yes,
And I'd
thank
like
you
to
so
go
much.
to the next.
Okay, so in order to achieve all that you've mentioned, you would need at least a good project and process management, apart from all the other things. What is the biggest project you have implemented so far?
Дякую за ваше запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Моя робота повсякденна не сильно
My daily work is not related with management, with project management at the moment, but I participated in the project case management system in NABU. It's an e-criminal proceeding system, and I want to introduce the same system in BES. This project is related with the development of internal analytical system and accumulation of operational data. To be objective, I would like to mention I was not managing the whole project. I just lead the several teams, separate parts in the framework of the big project, but I have the skills. And also, we should need to take into consideration that the pretrial investigation body is related mostly with the project as investigative and operation activities, which is my specialization. But thank you for the question. And I was actually active in implementing the recommendations of the experts after the assessments and audits conducted in NABU. So I directly led the implementation of these recommendations. Thank you. And they were fully implemented, by the way.
Just a small leading question. What is the hardest part in all project management?
Важко виділити найскладнішу
It
частину,
is
тому
difficult
що,
to just name
для мене немає
the hardest
немає
part.
складнощів в керуванні проєктом, тому що
I
якщо
don't
ми
see any
прослуховуємо
difficulties
всі
in leading the
необхідні
project.
етапи,
If you follow
реалізації
all the
проєкту, як
steps
це
of
планування,
project
посилка
implementation,
передачі,
like
контроль
planning,
виконання, щоб
setting
задачі були
task,
висвітлювані,
controlling,
то,
supervision,
в принципі,
new planning,
реалізація
then the
складає
implementation of the
труднощів
project
інших
is not very
окремих
complicated,
приватних ситуацій, які можуть
apart from
пов'язані бути з конкретними
some
обставинами.
separate situations related to
В керуванні
circumstances.
проєктами я
However,
мені імпонує методики Scrum та Agile,
I like
коли
this Scrum
визначаються
Agile.
задачі, виконавці,
When you have a
розробники,
task, you have
хто що
implementers,
видно,
you have a
хто які
dashboard, and you
відповідає.
see who is
Проводяться
responsible
систематичні
for what.
брифінги,
When
перевіряються
the regular
результати.
briefings
Я думаю,
are
що це досить
conducted
ефективна
in order
система,
to
можна
check the
використовувати
results, I think this
розвитку
system is
директора
effective and
безпеки.
it can be
Але я
used
б
for
не
the
обмежувався
development of the
тільки
Bureau of
одним способом.
Economic Security, but I would use different methods.
Okay, thank you.
Jim?
Yes, just curious, the ESBU has a central office and territorial departments, each with information and analytical units. It has a staff at the end of 2022 of 683 people, as I understand it. So I'd like to know, in very succinctly, what's the maximum size of the unit that you have managed, number of people? Just a number, please.
Так, зараз у мене за штатом в підрозділі 80 одиниць, але
Currently, I have 85 people subordinate to me in the unit that I had, and it includes 5 separate units, by the way.
60 людей. Однак треба тут
60 actually people.
60 підлеглих.
When you have 60 subordinates, it doesn't mean that you actually manage operations on a daily basis. When you manage a team, you have a hierarchy. So you are leading the managements, but not the implementers. I don't like micromanagement, by the way. I don't do it at all.
It also has a variety of functions that go beyond law enforcement, although that receives the most attention. It has information, it does a analysis of economic risk zones in the economy, threats to the state's economic security. It develops measures not just to combat economic crimes, but corruption prevention, which is an entirely separate subset of activities not related to law enforcement. And it analyzes information on offenses impacting economic security. And of course, it interacts with other bodies, state bodies, local bodies, international bodies. So could you please give me a brief synopsis of your experience in the areas beyond law enforcement, in the areas that I've just mentioned? Law enforcement is one of the areas I mentioned, but then I mentioned 4 or 5 others.
Дякую за ваше запитання, оскільки в
Thank
мене
you for
є
your question. I have a strong experience in investigation into economic crimes, detecting of such crimes, and as a result, I have a huge experience in analysis, risk analysis of risks that are pertinent to the economic area. So that's what we do. We just do it with the focus of anti-corruption activity, but not only detection of economic crimes. I've never been a supervisor of analysts per se, so I don't have my own deep skills of analysis of big data or databases. But I don't think that a leader should have deep knowledge of every aspect of organization that he leads. He needs to rely on selection of professionals with strong integrity. So I think that the fact that I don't have the experience of an analyst will not be a problem, because I have strong leadership and managerial experience. This is what I'm going to do. And I think that selecting a person who has fantastic analytical skills or accounting skills, it's impossible, to combine them all. Thank you.
I might disagree, actually, that I think it's probably good to have a little bit of knowledge in all these areas, because you have to evaluate the information that's being given to you. Relying heavily on advisors is is one way of doing it, but I would suggest that, for example, analyzing risk zones to economic security and developing policy, which is what you will be asked to do as part of ESBU, is a key function. So I just want to put that out there. That is an area that is of concern and of interest to us as a commission in looking at who we might select. But I'll leave it at that and leave the next 8 minutes for other questions.
Oh, we actually started a bit later, so we have about 20 minutes more or less. Mr. Skomarov, you work in NABU. Can you give us an example of a situation where you were pressured and how did you deal with pressure, as concrete as possible?
Дякую за ваше запитання, пані Лаура.
Ms. Laura, for your question.
Ну, якщо не брати до уваги ту ситуацію,
Well, if we don't take into account the situation that I've been under over the past 2 weeks, I mean the huge pressure in the anonymous Telegram channels. Let's think this. You know that the situation is there. You probably could monitor it. Before that, I was under some sort of pressure in NABU during some internal investigations regarding the alleged violations of the law on NABU by one of the previous senior managers. And I also testified there, and I was under pressure as well by anonymous Telegram channels.
Такого прям тиску фізичного або психологічного.
Before that, I wouldn't say I came across any psychological or any other pressure, but our activities are under pressure all the time because we are under scrutiny of the public authorities of the society. But a year ago, there was an internal investigation, and right now, before the selection, these are the 2 most striking examples of pressure I've experienced, and these are the biggest, situations I've been under pressure. Yeah.
What do you feel are your weak points as a manager, and what are you doing to address them? And then later on, what do you think are your weak points as a future head of BES? Where are the sensitivities?
Дуже складно виокремлювати свої недоліки.
It's hard to talk about my weaknesses. I have a strong empathy. I feel very well the condition of my subordinates. Sometimes it turns into a weakness because sometimes you need to make radical decisions. And they may influence psychologically my subordinates, but in these cases I simply follow the law and my internal feeling of justice or fairness and try to deal with this weakness. Another weakness, well, maybe it's not weakness, but excessive perfectionism and excessive trust and fairness. This is something that I may across in BES when the new director expects his team to be fully, have a lot of integrity. Everyone should have integrity and so on. And maybe at some point of time, I may be disappointed. So maybe that would be my weakness. It's hard to single out other weaknesses. Maybe my other colleagues whom you interviewed have mentioned some of them. I can comment on them.
Can I ask you, in your career as a manager, how many times did you fire people or discipline them?
Ну, так вийшло, що, мабуть, я один з керівників.
It happens that I'm one of those supervisors who has hired most of the people
На сьогодні я можу згадати
in my
щонайменше
organization.
3 таких випадки,
I can remember at least 3 of such cases when people did not perform their duties duly, and I fired them and had to find replacement. But I don't stop in those cases because the interest of the institution are more important than interest of some individuals who don't want to work or who can't work in the way the government expects them to.
Thank you very much. We have 10 more minutes and 2 raised hands. We first go at Oleg.
Дякую. Пане Олександре,
Thank you,
пані
Alexander.
Лаура поставила вам питання
Laura
про
asked you a question
тиск, який ви на себе
about the
відчували.
pressure
Я
that
в
you
цьому
have
контексті хочу
experienced.
дещо інше
In
питання
this context,
поставити.
I want to
Як
ask you another
плануєте
question.
забезпечити
How do you
незалежність
plan to
ГУ
ensure
від тиску
independence of NABU from political
політичних
pressure,
прохань, особливо в
from
тому
political
контексті,
requests,
як ви нам сьогодні
especially
сказали,
in the
що
context you
на
referred to
сьогодні в посадовій
today?
службі є
You said that
спілкування і
you
представниками
communicate
державної влади,
regularly with the public
Скажіть, будь ласка, слово.
figures, with the public officials. So can you please share your vision with us? Thank you, Oleg. I can brag, so to say, not with theory, but with practice, because I took a certain tests about not kind of giving in to the political pressure. There are political representatives, members of parliament who belong to political parties, heads of public authorities, members of criminal organizations. I've talked to a lot of them, and in no way, never, ever have they managed to get any other decision from me other than correct one, other than lawful one. If there are active attacks against the independence of BES, I am prepared to speak to the public, to the international partners, communicate my position to the leadership of the country and to the members of parliament. I deeply believe that I will pass this test in this area with straight A's. Thank you.
Підходить до кінця співбесіда, і наприкінці хочу вам,
As
пане
I
Олександре,
understand, we
поставити
are
питання, яке члени
running close to the end. I want to ask you the question that the commissioners asked yesterday almost every applicant. During your managerial professional activities, have you ever made a decision that you regretted, or that you felt sorry about or embarrassed about? Maybe those decisions that you would have not made, those decisions that you believed were erroneous? And if yes, what did you do to amend them? Thank you for your question. Actually, yes. When I listened to interviews of other applicants, I also thought about this question. I can mention the voting for the position of people who later didn't prove their worth, because I thought that at the point of interviews, I failed to understand these people, failed to understand that this person was only pretending. But I can't mention any strategic mistakes. I can't even recall anyone's. As to tactical mistakes, like organizing specific procedural measures, well, they could have been some. For example, we already learned our lesson that criminal files, cases should begin with the leadership of organized crime gangs, not from the minor perpetrators. So when I make strategic decisions, I try to listen to my subordinates and get their advice, because if the supervisor does not consult with subordinates, he may become a despot and make bad decisions. You need to listen to opinions, especially opposite opinions, every time, and be courageous enough, bold enough to recognize your mistakes and avoid them in the future. Having the authority in the eyes of my subordinates, it's important for me. So I keep this issue in mind all the time.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, do we have any more questions for Mr. Skomarov? If not, Mr. Skomarov, I would like to thank you very much in the name of the Commission for being present and open to our questions today. I would like to pass you the floor for the final remarks. Please don't take more than 2 minutes to make them. You will learn about our decision in the coming future. As you see, everything in the Commission is as transparent as possible. So for sure, we'll keep you informed. Mr. Skomarov, the floor is yours.
Дякую, шановна конкурсна
Thank
комісія,
you,
за те, що
distinguished
надали можливість
commissioners,
проводити
for the
це
opportunity
питання,
to
врегулювали
answer
комісію та
the
суспільство.
questions
Дякую за
that
те,
were of
що,
concern for you and for the
ви
society.
оцінили мої
Thank you
професійні
for
навички
commending
та
on my
відповіді на
professional skills
практичні
when
завдання для
I
проведення конкурсу. Для
answered
мене це
practical
дуже
assignments in the course of this election. It is very much important for me.
важливо, так. Для мене посада директора
The
Бюро
position
економічної
of the
безпеки
director of
України не
BES
є мрією.
is
Це
not
важка праця,
a dream job.
на яку
It's
я
a hard job
готовий
that
претендувати
I'm
для того, щоб
prepared
зробити
to
нашу державу
apply for to
кращою.
make our country
Зараз я
better.
маю роботу, яка мені дуже подобається.
Now I've
Я
got
знаю,
a
що
job that I
можна
love,
зробити більше,
but I know I
взяти
can
більше
do
відповідальності
better.
і
I can
принести
take more
користь
responsibility
Україні
and
в цей
be
непростий
more
час,
beneficial
коли
for
наша держава
Ukraine, more
захищає
useful for
кордони
Ukraine during this time when our country is defending itself from the illegal, unprovoked armed aggression of Russia. So I think this is the niche where I can be effective for our country and contribute to the economic security, increase the revenues to the national budget, and eventually increase our defense capability. Thank you for listening to me today. I will accept any decision of the Commission, and I believe it will be fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skomarov. Please feel free to disconnect. Thank you. Dear colleagues from the Secretariat, can we invite the next candidate, Mr. Vorval?
Пане Максиме, доброго дня.
Доброго дня.
Чи чуєте ви нас?
Good morning. Can you hear
Так,
us?
мене
Yes, I
чути,
can. Can you?
Так, чуємо. Будь
We
ласка,
can.
давайте налаштуємо переклад,
Let's
якщо вам потрібно.
set up the interpretation if you need it.
Для того, щоб вімкнути переклад, вам
So
потрібно натиснути
to switch it
на
on, please
білий глобус,
press this
зображений
white
мовою.
globe
Це або переклад, або
and
interpretation.
should
І оберіть
read
мову
interpretation of
український канал.
Переклад and choose Ukrainian.
Так, зараз глобус, мова. Да. Це внизу, да?
Так, знизу, можливо, вам потрібно натиснути на кнопку «Більше» або «Мо», і там тоді буде.
Мо, да, мо, і що тут?
Переклад
Переклад.
«Interpretation».
Так, interpretation, yes. І Ukrainian.
Okay, so let's check if it
Так,
works. Can you hear the interpreter, sir?
Так, добре чую.
Чудово.
Yes.
Тоді ми
yes.
готові з технічної точки зору,
Okay.
пані голово.
From the technical point of view, we are prepared.
Пане Максиме, ще
Madam
прохання до
Chair,
вас не поспішати.
Maxim,
для
please
того,
do
щоб
not
всі встигали.
hurry up. The interpreters need to keep up with you to interpret everything properly. Thank you.
Mr. Vorval, welcome to the interview. Thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you very much for going through all the stages of the process, which we know has been quite long and you know, quite difficult. Let me briefly explain how the interview works. We're going to have between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes for the interview. We start with 2 minutes presentation from your side. Then we go into the module of integrity, and we have a conversation with the Commission on the main integrity points. After we finish questions and answers on integrity, we give you the floor once again for 5 minutes to present your vision about the future Bureau for Economic Security and to convince us that you are the best placed candidate to occupy the position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. After which we go into a discussion about your professional background and pluses and minuses that would make you a good candidate for the head of BES. That being said, without further ado, I would like to pass you the floor for the initial presentation. Please feel free to notify us if there are any air alarms or anything we can adjust, and we are quite flexible. We'll find a way to continue the interview. The floor is yours, Mr. Vorval.
Дякую, пані Лауро. Дякую,
Thank you,
члени
Ms. Laura. Thank you,
Коротко про себе.
dear commissioners. I'm 42.
Я народився в 1983.
I was born in 1983.
Наразі я одружений, маю
I am
4 дітей.
married. I have 4 children.
В 2000 році я закінчив з відзнакою Сахничинську середню загальноосвітню школу.
Graduated from the school and later got admitted to the Yashov Device Academy, and I graduated in 2005 cum laude. Then I worked in the prosecution office in Kharkiv region, from the investigator position all the way to the regional prosecution office in investigation domain. Since 2015 until 2017, I was a deputy head of the prosecutor's office in Lodivka. Then I was the first deputy head of the prosecutor's office, and later in 2020 I joined NABU as a senior detective. It was in 2017 when I became the senior detective and the deputy head of the unit of detective, and in 2024 I became the deputy head of the third unit of detectives of the fourth main unit of detectives. I took part in the defense of Kharkiv. I was in the combat area. I'm awarded with medal for the defense of Kharkiv. That was presented to me by the Ministry of Defense. Thank you. This is everything I wanted to say about me.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours. Yes, Oleg?
Дозвольте, я розпочну.
Let me start.
Пане Максиме, вітаю.
Maxim, good morning. Well, traditionally, we're going to start with the integrity issues.
Для себе. Для вас ставити будемо питання по тих ситуаціях,
And we are going to ask you questions regarding the situation, the information we have, the information that the Commission has at hand. And I want to say straight out, if there is a need, this should be extreme case, but if you are going to talk about the sensitive information, you can ask Commission to go to the closed mode without broadcasting.
So, if you allow, I will start about the property-related questions. In 2016, in particular in June, you acquired a land plot of 2 hectares in Kharkiv region into ownership. Tell me, please, about the legal grounds of acquisition of this land plot and how it is used. Legal grounds for the acquisition of the land plot are set out by the Land Code of Ukraine, Article 118 and 122, which envisions each citizen's right to obtain and privatize a land plot for individual homing with an area of up to hectares. I exercised this right In 2012, I submitted the respective application, which was satisfied in late 2015, and in 2016, public registration happened of this land plot. It is used as intended for individual farming. Right now, it is being processed by my wife, who is individual entrepreneur, and she is cultivating agricultural products there. Tell me, please, as of the moment of submitting this land plot application, where did you work? As of the moment of applying for allocation of the land plot, I worked not in the prosecutor's office of Sakhno district. Back then, I worked in the regional prosecutor's office as the investigator of the investigative department. I obtained it not as the employee of the prosecutor's office, but just as a local resident. The same land plots following the same procedures were allocated to hundreds of citizens of Sakhno district. Okay. So you did not influence that process within your official authorities? No, and I had no means on how to influence this process using my official position. Okay, my next question is about your wife and land plots. The commission had respective correspondence with you, you provided explanations, but still we have to clarify all of that openly. In particular, in questions, you specified that until 2012, the entrepreneurial activity of your wife was performed under the code, which, according to the classifier of the State Statistics Service, corresponds to the provision of hairdresser services and activities of beauty parlors. Do you confirm this information, that that was the activity performed by your wife? Yes, of course. At the same time, from 2012, your wife started, and you, by the way, have mentioned that as well just now, she started farming. So she was cultivating land. Please explain what was the cause of this drastic change in the direction of economic activities of your wife? And what was the reason for that? Did she obtain some education? Did she undergo some internship, advanced training in order to engage in farming? Maybe she had some practical experience in order to be engaged in agricultural activities when she was starting doing that. Yes, thank you for this question. I have answered that basically, in my opinion, in quite an extensive way in my answers sent to the working group. Actually, she lived and continues living in the village of Sakhnovshchina in Kharkiv region. That's about 150 kilometers from the city of Kharkiv. That is a rural farming area, and basically every family, but every other family, since this is the rural area, has some land plots which are being cultivated for the production of agricultural goods. In 2012, there was concluded the rent agreement for 27 hectares. These were 2 land plots with Sakhnovshchina district administration. My wife concluded this agreement with them. She concluded following the procedure that was in force back then. These were the typical agreements, similar to the ones concluded by hundreds of local residents. She decided for herself that she had to try her forces in this new sphere because agriculture is quite a profitable business. And in case of proper use of resources, it cannot take lots of time, since this is basically seasonal work. And it can breed some profit for the family. Our family, since we grew up in Sakhnovshchina, we have lots of friends. I do not have my father because my father died, but he used to work as the agricultural technologist. Her grandfather worked as the agricultural technologist. She has relatives with equipment. They have friends with equipment. Accordingly, these relatives of friends do not have any agricultural education, but they still use and get good results in this sphere. So that's why she decided to try that as well. Her achievements are average, so to say, but not too bad. Okay, understood. Mr. Maxim, I want to understand for myself. In your answers, you provided information that these land plots were obtained by your wife quite easily. Let's call it relatively easily, because these land plots were not cultivated, they were in the neglected condition, and that's why she got this permission for the land plot development documents. Still, the Commission has studied these land plots. We have found them on maps using the relevant services. We've checked, and you know, based on what the Commission has seen, these land plots, basically since the end of 1980s, were in more or less the same condition, just like until nowadays. How can you comment on that? I do not know how I can comment on that. The only thing that I can say is that it's quite muddy soil, so that's why they did not have high yields there. So that's why we have soil not very good in these land plots. Since these two land plots were of not high quality, it was not very popular, contrary to some other land plots with good soil. One more question, Mr. Maxim, regarding the activities of your wife. Tell us, please, about income from these entrepreneurial activities, your wife's income. Look, income has been declared in the respective declarations and reports. And income, I can, for example, tell you for about 2024. I found out this information from her, and she provided this information to me that in 2024, she received income in the amount of approximately 640,000 hryvnias, if I'm not mistaken, from this activity.
Can you please tell us
which resources were used for initial investments into this farming activity? In particular, can you tell us more in more detail about the cost of rent for these land plots? Maybe she purchased some equipment, fertilizers, seeds, everything that is related to this activity. What expenses did she have? Last year? No, overall, since the very beginning of this activity. The Commission, based on the information that we have seen the ongoing increase in income. So we are just interested in the correlation between expenses on the maintenance of this land plots, on cultivation of goods, and profit. According to my wife, per 1 hectare, her expenses amount from 10 to 15,000 hryvnias, depending on the crop that can be planted there. Even less if fertilizers are not used, because they are not used all the time. In 2012, funds invested into farming were funds of our family. Back then, we lived together with my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law was a private entrepreneur. My wife was the private entrepreneur. I was working as well. From 2010 to 2012, our family's income amounted to about 1 million hryvnias back then. That's what was declared, and that's what is given in the tax inspection's information. So these particular funds were used. Equipment was borrowed from friends who have that. Also, protection means fertilizers, seedlings, seeds were also purchased from them, and goods. Since this is a small land plot of 27 hectares, I mean, from the perspective of farming, if you understand that farming enterprises have in order to develop it all the time, the land area has to increase all the time. And if the land area is huge, then it is possible to build own warehouses for storage. Then you can store, then you can buy equipment, then you can hire people, etc. But 27 hectares is not the area of the land plot that would allow to do all of that. That's why the sale is happening from the field, basically. Buyers are found through the internet. Okay, understood. Colleagues, do you have any questions about this part? Please, you're welcome to ask them. If none, then Mr. Maxim. The Commission has also received information and we have to check it. We have to hear your explanations about that. Information was quite extensive with respective screenshots of messaging. Of course, we will not show all of that right now, but the essence of this information is that again, it is said there that you initiated opening of a criminal proceeding in 2021 with respect to then head of Kharkiv Oblenergo, Konstantin Lugvenenko. Do you confirm this information? Partially, I confirm it. Then, I'm sorry, I may at once tell you that yes, really, this information was entered into the Unified Register of the Pretrial Investigation based on the court decision. I can tell you that at once. Okay, and this information says that during the investigation, it was established that there was messaging between Lugvenenko and Detective Korniets Pavlo with respect to personal requests of the detective to help you to increase power capacity of your home. Can you please comment on this situation in general? Yes, I'm commenting. 2022, the year of the armed aggression, full-scale armed aggression against Ukraine. The city of Kharkiv, that was from February 24 till, I think, September 15 in the area of active hostilities, according to the regulatory documents. Accordingly, Oblenergo, which is the only supplier of electricity that can increase capacity, decrease capacity, so it was working remotely. In 2022, I decided, since we lived in the apartment of my mother-in-law and 7 people were living there already, so it was not really comfortable. We decided to move to the house where we made repair works. The house is owned by mother-in-law in the village of Zakhnovchina. We finished furnishing there. It was necessary to provide heating of this house during the winter period. For that, accordingly, we installed the electric boiler, but in order to supply the capacity to this electric boiler, it was necessary to increase the capacity because the capacity of the house was 5 kilowatts. It was necessary to increase that to 20 kilowatts. I was in Kharkiv, so I went to Oblenergo. Oblenergo back then had only one security officer sitting there who told me, no one is here, everyone is working remotely, call them by phone. I called them by phone, no one picked up the phone. I asked my colleague Pavlo, do you have any friends who can get me in touch with someone from the Oblenergo in order to resolve this issue? Because when I was going to the local district power utility company in Zakhnovchina, they told me that the increase in the capacity of over 10 kilowatts is the issue that can be resolved only by Kharkiv Regional Power Utility Company or Kharkiv Oblenergo. My colleague Pavlo told me I will try to find out. And sometime later, he gave me the phone number. That was the specialist from Kharkiv Oblenergo, some like regular employee. I called him. the specialist, that was a woman, told me, I will go to work, you can come. I came to the office, I explained the situation. She told me that, yes, of course, we could increase the capacity, that's not a problem at all. For that, it was necessary to prepare the respective document, to pay respective funds, and then the capacity would be increased. I paid this fee. I have the receipt for the payment of this fee. The document was developed and they increased the capacity. That's it. Maxim, let me clarify the situation a bit for you. Why I asked this question? Because in the group of detectives that was investigating this criminal proceeding regarding the director of Kharkiv Oblerenergo included you as well, together with Pavlo Korniets, whom you mentioned, yes? And Mr. Pavlo was messaging this director of Kharkiv Oblerenergo regarding your request. I just have a question. Don't you think that it was the direct conflict of interest? While investigating the case, you not demanded, but you asked. I cannot say how it happened, but you insisted that this issue would be resolved. No, look. In general, this question is very strange for me because I would like to repeat again, Kharkiv Oblerenergo is the only body that can increase the capacity of power supply to a house. It's like the same as the investigator from the local police officer would go to a doctor from the district hospital, and then he would investigate a criminal case against this hospital and the chief doctor of this hospital. Mr. Maxim, that's on the contrary. Here there was already the case, and then there were requests, and not just to a random specialist or to a hotline of Kharkiv Oblerenergo, but directly from the investigator who was conducting the investigation to the suspect under this case. I'm explaining. I did not send any requests to the suspect under this case. I did not know whom my colleague asked about the phone number. I asked the question, I got the answer to that, and I resolved this issue. There was no other way on how to resolve this issue. If we had like distributed market that you could go to one organization, another organization, then of course I would have used this opportunity. But that monopolistic market, and there is no other supplier and no other possibility to increase the capacity other than to go to Kharkiv Oblerenergo. And no violations happened here because they increased the capacity of power supply, not just because someone asked them, but because there was the respective design document prepared and the respective fee was paid. And that's why they did it. And with respect to the conflict of interest, whether it exists or no, then this issue was studied in court, where the respective party filed a claim with the court to request my recusal from this criminal proceeding and recusal of Korniets, so that we would not be investigators under this case. And after studying all the facts, the court adopted a clear ruling in which the court denied to the claimant in satisfying this motion. So this issue has already been decided by court. Thank you for the explanation. If possible, can you please provide this court ruling to the commission? Yes, of course, of course. Mr. Yuri, do you have a question about this? Yes, about this topic. I have a follow-up question, two follow-up questions. Mr. Maxim, you've said that this problem was the subject matter studied by the court. The matter is that we are not the court. We are the commission for the selection of the candidates, and we are not evaluating whether you had the conflict of interest or not. We are studying just the issue of integrity, of your reputation, how it looks to external observers, to the society. Let's look at this from the perspective of an impartial external observer who is not a lawyer, who is looking at the situation and sees that the representative of the public authority of the law enforcement body, including you, conduct a pre-trial investigation with respect to the head of Oblenergo utility company, and upon your instruction, your colleague got in touch with this director of Oblenergo and asks him to address your private problem. Even for a commission, even for official procedure with payment, etc. In your opinion, wouldn't the society perceive such contact between your colleague and that person whom you are investigating as the use of his own in your own interest?
Well, let me explain. If you consider these complaints carefully, because they were published in Telegram channel, in social networks, you could see that the person with whom this correspondence was conducted was a suspect and became a suspect in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. But it did not happen in 2022. This criminal precedent was not investigated in 2022. No investigative activities were conducted at that point of time. And the main detective, the senior detective, he was not in Kharkiv at that moment. That's why, for me, to predict that there will be a criminal proceeding in 2 or 3 years was not clear. I could not know it. Of course, I would never have done that before. But was there a criminal investigation? Did the director of Kharkiv Oblenergo knew about it? No, he didn't. I did not as well. Then the second question. Maxim, let me clarify one thing. According to our information, the criminal proceeding was opened in 2021. No, in 2021, it was just before the new year. It was registered by the decision of court. And in 2023 or 2024, if I'm not mistaken, several people were charged with criminal responsibility. The group of perpetrators was established in 2023, and later it was established that it was the deputy head of Oblenergo. Then another question. It's not actually a legal question, it's a moral question, because it speaks a lot about integrity. I also reside in Kharkiv. I know what happened in Kharkiv in 2022. I know what the employees of Kharkiv Oblenergo did and were doing during 2022 due to massive attacks and shelling of the city. What do you think? Was it honest? Was there enough integrity when the employees have to take care about the city and to restore electricity on the critically important enterprises and objects? You're using them for your private interests. Can I please clarify the question? According to your information, people from Oblenergo that were involved in restoring electricity for energy enterprises and other important facilities, what specifically did they do? I don't have this information. No, the employees who were engaged in restoring electricity in the city and on the critical infrastructure were not engaged in increasing capacity to private buildings. The specialists that were helping me These are absolutely different employees. They had regular days from morning till evening. They used to work at Sakhnovshchina settlement, and there were no distractions in this area at that time. And what about the main department of the Obolenergo? You said that the main department took part in taking the decision. Yes, of course, they did take the decision. They issued an invoice to me. I paid this invoice, and they sent employees to help me. So you say that in 2022, these people were obliged to fulfill this, to provide this private servicing, despite of major social issues. Do I get this correctly? Well, you told us that the situation in Kharkiv was critical in 2022. We all know it. Yes, I know, and people worked remotely. A specialist came to my house, provided consultation to me. I did it. The design was approved. I paid money. The capacity was increased. Thank you for your answer. I don't have any more questions. Dear colleagues, any other questions related to this block, or we can go further? James, do you have any other questions?
I do on the official warning in 2023. Are you going to cover that, Ole?
Зауваження ви маєте на увазі?
All right,
Are you talking about warning?
Yes, we understand that you were in 2023, you received an official warning from NABU about the loss of a document in the previous year. Could you please, is that true?
Так.
So could you please explain the
Yes, it's true.
circumstances around how that happened and what the consequences were for you?
В 2022
In
році
2022,
службовий документ.
I had an official document. I can't give you the title because it's a classified information, and I'm not a holder of this information. The holder of this information is NABU. I hold this document, held this document. These were not criminal case materials. It was something else. This document, I was at that place in Kharkiv. I changed my place several times, depending on the security situation, and I've lost this document. The loss of this document did not lead to any negative consequences. It did not affect any investigation. And in order to explain the loss of this document, NABU had to conduct an investigation. Investigation was conducted, and they issued a warning to me as a punishment.
Just a question, was it a classified document?
Він міг мати ознаки секретності.
It could have signs of classification only if used.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Mr. Vorvul, what's the process on handling such documents? Are you allowed to take them home or take them out of the office?
Так, їх можна забирати додому.
You can take them home from office.
Okay.
Дозвольте мені поставити питання з цього приводу.
Let me ask a question regarding the document, please. It is still not clear. It could be classified if used. What do you mean?
Якщо ви побачите такий документ і не будете знати,
If you see such document, if you don't know what does it mean and how it can be used,
ви не будете знати, що це
then
секретний документ.
you would never know it's a classified document. Only if you know the goal of this document, then it is a classified. Does it have any secret information, the state secret information? It was a service secret information. So it's an official document which has classified service information. Okay, then explain us this, please. So this document contained secret service information. Thank you.
Was it marked accordingly?
Ні.
No.
Donatas.
Yes, thank you so much. So can you just elaborate a little bit more about the circumstances, how this document was lost? So, okay, you took it to home and what you were just find out that you've lost it, or where did you lose it?
Я зрозумів, що його втратив, коли я не
I
зміг
realized that I lost this document when I couldn't find it. I can't explain the circumstances because I don't know how I lost it.
Okay.
Пане Максиме, так ми можемо припустити, що це могло бути
Maxim, then
будь-яке місце.
we can actually assume it can be any other place, not at home. It could be any other place, different from home. It could be a supermarket. It can be a parking lot, so any place.
Well, any place where you would have taken it out, right? I mean, there was no break in, there was no, nobody stole your bag. So it could be anywhere where you actually use documents, right? I mean, I don't suspect that you're reading secret information in a supermarket, no?
Я вам відповім так, що
Let me answer you this way.
вважати якихось слідів
There are
в моєму
no
автомобілі,
circumstances
якому
to consider that my car was broken. There were no traces that the document was stolen. Maybe it was stolen, but I could not witness any signs of it, so I cannot say with assurance that it was stolen.
Okay, and what was the sanction that was applied?
зауважень.
I received a warning.
A warning, okay. I'm clear. Do we have any more questions on this one?
Not on integrity from our side, I'm sure.
Any other questions on integrity, colleagues?
Я тоді ще одне, пані Лаура, ще
Yes, I
одне
have one more
коротеньке
question.
запитання поставлю пану Максиму. Пане Максим, період з 15 по
From 2015 to 2017, to be exact, from
до 23.02.2017 ви працювали першим
you have been
заступником
worked as a
керівника
first
Лозівської
deputy
районної
of
прокуратури.
Lozivska Local Prosecution Office in
У ваших
Kharkiv.
трудових деклараціях
In your
за
property
2016-2017
declarations for 2016-2017, there are no property objects declared in this area. Could you please explain where was your workplace located and where did you reside, given the fact that you are registered in a different settlement? Thank you for the question. I have answered it already. I have provided it to the working group, but I will explain now. From 2015-2017, I worked in Lazava. It's a neighbor rayon with Sakhnovshina, and very often I got to work early in the morning, taking the train, commuting by train, and in the evening I came back, or I used my own car, which took me to drive 150 kilometers one way, or I could stay sometimes maybe once per week at my cousin, which lives very close to the prosecution office. So more than a year, every day you were traveling such a long distance, right? Did you consider an opportunity to rent a house in there?
маленькі діти,
I have
які
small
знаходилися в
children,
Сахновщині.
and they lived in
І
Сахновщина.
орендувати в місті Лозова
For that
житло,
reason,
в принципі, можна було. Але
I
навіщо,
could
якщо на
actually
місці
rent a
я
house in, but
зранку повертаюся назад, переночувати в
I had an
мене
opportunity
там
to drive back and forth.
якщо в мене
I
була
had
можливість
a place where to spend the night if necessary. And I took an opportunity to see my children every day. So I used this opportunity. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, any more questions for Mr. Borval on this module? Okay, then I suggest we move to the second part of our interview. Dear Mr. Borval, the floor is yours to present your vision about the Bureau for Economic Security and your main qualities that justify your potential appointment as the head of BES.
Дякую. Ну, я почну з того, що Бюро
Thank you.
економічної
Let me
безпеки
start
орган,
that it's a new body, and currently it's in its transformation process.
ставляться достатньо амбітні цілі, і я
It has very ambitious goals, and as a future director, I have distributed them into 3 groups: strategic groups, tactical goals, and operational goals. Strategical goals is the necessity to affect on economic processes that take place in Ukraine by making special amendments to the legislation. The proposal says to amendments to legislation that will allow to eradicate gray schemes, shadow economy, or gaps in economic legislation have to be developed on the basis of tactical goals. Tactical goals include the work of BES itself, which includes analytical approach and many others. Here I would mention the operational component that needs to be developed inside BES. As our economy does not always allow to reveal threats by analytical way. For example, we have shadow schemes. We know that there are cases of embezzlement. And we know that there are agreements concluded with state and some shady tender procedures. Very often, the scope of works or scope of goods are exaggerated, and the price which is set is much higher. And in that case, we need to understand what gives an opportunity to abuse the procedure in this sphere. For that reason, we can use the analytical method. We can create an analytical product and which will allow analysts to track the price of the product and find out how much money has been embezzled. It means that we will have a formal instrument that would allow to track that. Due to artificial increase of price, state money was lost, and so on. And also there are black schemes which are impossible to reveal using analytical methods. For this reason, we need to use operational methods. For example, the unsanctioned illegal trading of alcohol.
It happens when half of the time the distilleries work officially, part of the time producing alcohol, and another part of the time they produce the alcohol without payment of any taxes is done illegally. So enhancement, strengthening of the operative unit and the analytical unit, these are the main objectives. Once such schemes are detected, identified, there is a need to interfere into the activities of these entities to avoid the risk in the economy. There are other operational level objectives, but they're more kind of tactical level work. These are routine tasks. We need to focus on the fact that there are people working there without being paid the salaries set by the law. Maybe this is the secret of the inefficiency of this authority, because the staff who got the jobs expecting one level of payment and now they are paid less than that, certainly that affects the motivation. The technology, the technical equipment needs to be improved, because these equipment will help the staff to document properly and identify criminal schemes. And the system of prioritization also goes a long way, because investigating 3 cases and referring indictments to court is one thing, but if these cases are like small ones and they are related to minor tax evasion, or you can focus on activities of illegal groups that enable tax avoidance. If we document activities of such groups, we can fully cleanse an entire economic sector. Maxim, we need to stop you here because we have questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Donatas, do you want to go first?
Yes, if I may. Thank you so much. Mr. Borbol, let's start from the small things. You know, can you give an example, very particular example of the process that you have made more effective?
When you say process, you mean in my life, or you mean professional process in the work of NABU? What do you mean?
Better it would be like a professional process, but if you didn't do one, so live one also would do.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. When I joined NABU, the entire unit was comprised of detectives, and the leadership demanded that each detective delivers result of his own detective work, so operative work. But we realized that those detectives didn't have a lot of operative experience. Some of them didn't have. Some of the detectives had investigative experience, someone didn't. So as a result, when I was also obliged to make decisions. It was part of my job. So we determined the strengths of each employee. And once we determined that, for example, one detective has better skills for intelligence gathering, another one had better skills in investigative work, and the third one had strong analytical skills, we set up the work in our unit so that everyone began to do what he could do the best. And as a result, that led to strong results. in our activity, and that enhanced the efficiency.
So how did you measure the end result? You said that it enhanced efficiency.
На мій погляд, єдиним
In my view, the only indicator of efficiency and effectiveness in NABU's investigations include several criteria. First one is the high profile of cases. Second, the status of the person brought to responsibility. And third, according to the current prioritization, the size of losses as a result of committed crime that we managed to document. So these criteria were used to measure the results. If you want, I can give you a specific example.
I just, judging by your answer, suddenly understood that probably you are not understanding right the difference between the efficiency and effectiveness. Can you just elaborate a little bit more? What is the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? Just very briefly.
Ну, на мій погляд, вона очевидна.
Well, in my view, it is obvious. The efficiency, so results, it's when you take a report and there are a lot of numbers that indicate the result. For example, we have detected 10 or 20 or 30 crimes. We refer to court 5 or 6 indictments, but all these indictments indicate that there were crimes that were committed, but they are not kind of high profile. And the effectiveness, it's when we document an organized group, and when we deal with it, we break the whole system, organized crime system. This is the effectiveness, in my view. This is how we can influence the corruption in the whole society. I mean, you can refer to court a lot of indictments that will not change the corruption in the society as such. I hope that explains my point.
Oleg?
Дякую. Пане Максиме, хочу озвучити питання від нашої колеги.
Maxim, I want to ask you a question asked by our colleague Tatiana. Unfortunately, she has issues with connection. Maxim, you say in your presentation about poor motivation of employees, in particular because of the low salaries. Please tell us, first of all, what salary, in your view, would motivate people? And the second question, what are the motivation measures do you plan to apply for your subordinates, to motivate your subordinates, if you are appointed director of BES? Thank you for the question. Well, honesty between employer and employee is important. If the employee agrees with the conditions that are set out in the law, he or she is selected according to the proper procedure and then doesn't receive the salary set by the law, that's a problem. And what we need to do is to ensure that the law is complied with in relation to regular people. Let us clarify, please. You say that a person agrees with one set of conditions and then receives other conditions in violation of the law. What do you mean violation of the law? I mean that the law on the Bureau of Economic Security says that the salary of detectives includes its base salary and bonuses. So the base salary of a detective, according to the law, must be 20 untaxed minimum wages. 20 subsistence wages. It's 3,028 hryvnia. That's one subsistence level wage for an able-bodied person. So the base salary of any detective in the Bureau of Economic Security should be over 60,000 hryvnias. That's only base salary. And what they receive a smaller salary than the base salary even, which certainly affect their motivation. Another example to how to motivate people is promotion outlooks. Now, everyone should understand that if he or she has inspiration, skills, and necessary abilities that he or she wants to implement in a particular unit, then this person needs to perform well and deliver result. Then we can talk about some promotion. This is an important point as well. But we are talking about the awards, but there could be some sanctions also. If you don't work well, if you give reasons to sanctioning, then you should be sanctioned with disciplinary measures. But the internal security unit needs to operate properly for that and respond to such, react to such manifestations. Thank you for your answer.
May I ask you, Mr. Vorvul, to explain a little bit about your managerial experience so far? So how many people have you led for how many years? And how does that compare with the organization like the Bureau for Economic Security, which is much larger than other structures in Ukraine?
Так, я хочу сказати, що,
Sure.
на жаль, у мене немає.
Unfortunately, I don't have a big experience of management of big teams. Now I manage a team that should be 15 people according to the payroll. But in 2015-2017, I managed a team that of up to 50 people. Certainly, if we compare it with
I'm
mass.
sorry, Mr. Vorvul, that must be a question of translation. Can you repeat? So how many people do you have under you and for how many years?
Да, в прокуратурі 2
So
роки.
once again, for 2 years in the prosecutor's office, I had up to 50 people since 2015 until 2017.
Це було фактично об'єднання 4 прокуратур.
It was a kind of merger of 4 prosecutors' office, 4 district-level prosecutors' office into one local. So up to 50 people were under my supervision.
And now do you have people under your supervision? I see
Так, 15.
that you're a deputy head.
Yes, as I said, 15. We have in our unit we've got 15 people.
In your career, have you had to discipline or fire people?
Дивіться, звільняти я не міг.
I couldn't fire people because I didn't have the right to hire people or fire people.
Скажімо так, проводити профілактичні заходи,
But
а також
carrying out preventative actions or sorting out disciplinary situations, yes, that's what I had to do sometimes. I had these cases of bringing people to disciplinary responsibility or like depriving them of bonuses or applying other type of disciplinary sanctions.
What would you say are your weak points as a manager?
Ну, я не знаю, чи недоліки це...
I don't know whether that's a weakness or not.
Є в мене таке, я тримаю в собі переживання.
I hold something that concerns me inside myself, you know. I don't let it out. It's a stressful work and I don't want to show my emotions, but sometimes I don't trust people, but my rule that I have in my life, I normally trust everyone from the very beginning, unless they prove otherwise. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, we didn't have such cases in NABU, but it happened in my previous position. Sometimes I don't give much time to my family, my friends, my relatives, because of the huge, work.
If you will be appointed
Load.
to us, you will join the ranks of people in NABU that are promoted to positions in other institutions. You know very well that there is this discussion that is going on in Ukraine about staff from NABU that later on go and head other public institutions. How do you see your cooperation with your former colleagues, if any, once you would become the head of the BES? Do you see areas where the work would be connected, and how would you be able to interact with your former colleagues?
Дякую за запитання. Хотів би сказати, я особисто
Thank you for this question.
вважаю, що
I
в багатьох
personally
державних
believe that
правоохоронних органах
many law enforcement agencies have a lot of true professionals who can lead any other law enforcement authority, and not necessarily they should be from NABU, of course. But if I'm appointed, I will certainly need to build adequate relationship with NABU, because in many cases, until the competence, the level of losses is established, the competence is a problematic issue. And it's not only with NABU, it's also national police and other agencies. But in any way, we need to establish very good diplomatic relationships with the leaders of other law enforcement authorities to be able to exchange intelligence if needed, because in my view, all state law enforcement agencies must work for the benefit and the interest of the state.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, I have some.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Gorville, there are 5 main areas of activity of ESBU, of which law enforcement is one. And so I'm going to go through them with you, and I'm going to ask a little bit about your experience and specific examples, if you have any, in these areas, not your view of them, but your actual experience of them. In the law enforcement area, we won't talk about that one because I think we know your experience. That's one of the 5. Although I should point out that in ESBU there are hundreds of criminal proceedings that are taking place in a given year. So it's an agency of which you would be in charge, and that would be, I think, a substantial jump in terms of responsibility. On the analytical side, I want to be clear that the analytical side seems to be focused, and I'm getting this from the website. I'm organized from online open sources. This is nothing confidential. It's in various reports. They analyze the risk zones in the economy and risks overall in the economy to economic security, identifying threats and developing strategies to mitigate them. So do you have any tangible role in anything like that in your career to date?
Ну, скажу вам так, що я
Well, I'll give you the following answer. I analyze, in principle, all the processes that are available to me in the area of economy, and I immediately can see the threats, challenges, and the reasons that lead to them. I already spoken already about the topic about state procurement, when the goods are procured at a much higher price than they actually cost. What is the reason of this situation? The reason is that the tender committee that determines the expected because it is subordinated to a stakeholder. So the interested party, what I mean, the supervisor who is going to sign the agreement of procurement. According to the law, head of the tender committee must be an independent person, but it doesn't happen because he or she works in this agency, and the supervisor of this kind of unit is interested to buy certain goods at overstated price. How can you amend it? Well, you can oblige the public authorities to make sure that when they want to buy something, they should go and ask for the expected price to another public authority. I don't know.
So let's move on. How about in the area of corruption prevention? Corruption prevention does not mean law enforcement. There's a whole preliminary set of measures that can be taken so that so that individuals do not get to the point of the criminal process. Have you been involved at all in strategizing yourself or putting in place measures that are actually corruption preventive oriented?
No.
Okay, and another, of course, because the ESBU was formed under pressure from the IMF, and is very important for this purpose. Key area is engaging in international cooperation, including with the IMF, in European integration efforts related to economic security. Any contact or connection to any of that?
No. No connection with us. No connection with IMF or any other things like that.
Public engagement, interacting with the public through appeals, access to information, and consultations. Have you been doing any of that in your previous experience?
Of course. During the investigation of some criminal offenses, I directly communicated and contacted with representatives of the public, including in the process of investigating violations in the forest processing sphere. It was a very sensitive area for local residents when 100-year-old trees were cut off illegally, and then the wood was sold at undervalued prices. And there I communicated very closely with the public, and I operationally got the information that I needed for the investigation.
Yeah, I just want to clarify in case there's any confusion. I'm referring to the ESBU as it's published here on the internet, not the SBU. So if there's been any confusion in that, it's the ESBU we're referring to. Okay, but thank you very much for your answer.
Donatas?
Donatas?
Yeah, thank you so much. So basically, my question is very short, but I would ask the as precise answer as you can. So what particular name three key performance indicators you would use to measure best performance? So you appointed as a new head, you developed kind of plan how to move forward. You need to have a KPIs, key performance indicators. So what KPIs you would use to measure whether you're doing successfully or not?
May I clarify a question? To assess the work of the body in general, or to specific directions of the body's work? Because for them, different employees will be responsible, different units will be responsible.
In general, yeah. So let's say that tomorrow you're becoming the head of BES, you're settling the goals for yourself, you have a plan, you know, okay, so after 1 year, how you will measure your success. So what will be the KPIs to measure the overall success of the organization? So what is the most important for you?
The first one, I believe, is that the BES will be effective if it is completely, if those strategic goals that I've mentioned will be achieved. That is, first of all, introduction of amendments to the legislation that will prevent risks in the economy. So the number of amendments.
Well, yes, if you can be very specific. Yes, so first thing, what? What is it? What is the first KPI?
The number of amendments to the legislation based on analytical work of the BES. Second one, economic effect in the form of specific monetary funds received by the budget or the embezzlement of which has been prevented.
Can you be more specific? What do you mean, economic effect?
Economic effect means reimbursement of funds within the framework of investigation of criminal proceedings with respect to losses and unpaid taxes. And
so you would like it, I presume you would like it to be increased by 30%, by 20%, by 100%?
Yes. And prevention of other types of embezzlement. So these have to be measures taken that will display the real prevention of embezzlement.
Okay, so how you measure the prevention of embezzlement?
The prevention of embezzlement will be measured through, there are such measures and mechanisms when, for example, analysts of the BES will analyze, for example, those procurements that are ongoing now. Like, for example, now we have some procurement ongoing. Someone wants to buy something at the expense of the state budget. They see the expected price. They see that the expected price for the goods is overvalued. And then they send a letter to this body that is conducting this procurement, to their tender committee, that in fact the expected price is over the market price, and that the price on the market is much lower. In this case, if subsequently the procurement is conducted with these overvalued prices, it will show that they have intent to commit a crime, which is very difficult to prove in this category of cases.
Yeah, so but I still not sure how I understood how exactly you're going to measure. So, okay, you're going to send, so what's the exact KPI, so prevention of how many letters you send to the institutions or what?
It will be measured as the difference between the expected price put up by the public body during procurement and the expected price about which the BES wrote in this letter to send to this body. And this difference will show the prevention of damages and losses and the amount of these prevented losses.
But what if they will not procure honestly, what if the market cannot propose something with a price that BES suggests? So for instance, any company, a governmental institution said, we're going to buy it for 100. BES says, no, you can buy it for 50. But there is, and you would say, okay, so this is our KPIs, so the difference between 100 and 50, which is 50, this is our result. But actually, this institution cannot buy anything for 50.
I'm sorry. Where did the BES get information then that this goods cost 50? So this information is taken from open sources by the means of market analysis.
Okay, so overall sum of this saving, let's say, would be your end result. As a prevention, you would, okay. Understood, thank you.
Yes. And the third one, right?
So that was the third one, because the first one was a number of amendments, second one, economic effect, and third one was prevention. So I have 3, thank you.
Так. Ну, все, тоді все.
Then it's,
Є ще четвертий просто.
I also have the fourth. I want to say it as well.
Okay, tell me the 4th, yeah.
Четвертий – це кількість
The fourth one
злочинів,
will be the number of criminal organizations
які використовують
that
конкурсні
use specific schemes
ухилення від сплати
or,
податків,
example,
або,
tax evasion
розкрадання
or
бюджету.
embezzlement
Це
of
злочинні
the
організації,
public
тобто
funds.
організовані
I mean, these
злочини.
criminal organizations, this organized
Пріоритизація
crime,
в цьому напрямку.
and the prioritization in this direction. The number of such criminal organizations which are identified by the BAS has to increase, and they have to stop their activities.
So not only identified, but let's say dismantled or brought to the justice, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, do we have additional questions? If not, I would like to thank Mr. Vorvul very much for his presence today and for the honest conversation that we had. Before we conclude our meeting with you, Mr. Vorvul, I will invite you to have some final remarks for not more than 1 or 2 minutes. Donatas?
Since we still have like a minute or 2, can I ask another question?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think are the main corruption risks at BES currently? Name 3 and how you would address it.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Я думаю, що основними корупційними
I think that the
ризиками
main corruption risks right now include
прозорість
lack of transparency
конкурсних процедур.
in competitive procedures on selection of people to the BAS.
Друге, це,
Secondly, that's
ну, мені важко судити,
it's difficult for me to judge, but
враховуючи загальний фон,
given the overall mood,
ну, негативний фон,
I mean this negative mood that is related to the work of the BAS, then maybe that's improper
неналежне виконання обов'язків
performance of duties by employees of Internal Security Department
і БЕБа.
and
І третє,
of the BAS.
це,
And the third one is
What exactly do you mean improper? Are they too harsh? Are they too relaxed? They're not doing their job? What is this improper?
Я вам скажу просто.
I will tell you very simply. There are instances when employees of the BAS were brought to criminal responsibility, among other things, by the NABU. And in none of these instances, information about unlawful actions of the BAS employees was received from the Internal Security Department. Never. So there are these instances, but they do not identify them. They do not uncover them. Probably it is necessary to change something in the Internal Security Department.
Okay, and the third one?
And
the third one is, as I've said, improper financial and technical support and salary of current employees. These factors basically facilitate to the implementation of some corruption manifestations.
Okay, and you believe they are the key ones in order to change the corrupt situation in BES? So basically, you will do a selection procedure more transparent. You would work in order to get the internal security unit doing their job and increase salaries, and this is it. And we might say that we fought the corruption in BES.
Look, I'm just saying, as the candidate who does not have access to the materials of the future audit. I'm convinced that any head that will come to this position will primarily do the audit. That will be the first thing any director will do, and that audit will cover the past 3 years. And I'm convinced that there will be some additional criteria and reasons that prevent proper development and functioning of this body.
Thank you.
But right now, I can name these ones.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Mr. Vorvul, the floor is yours for not more than 1-2 minutes to express your final views.
Дякую. Я буду дуже
Thank you.
коротким.
I will be very brief. Basically, we have discussed all the aspects that were interesting and that could be discussed. I would like to say only one thing. In this case, as a result of the conduct of this competition, I am becoming more convinced, in my opinion, that changes in this body, in the BES, are needed, that I'm capable of implementing them. I have a vision that we discussed today of how to do that. And I would like to say that as a citizen of Ukraine, my family is in Ukraine. My children live in Ukraine. I want for this country to develop. And I want for this country not to lose those funds and human resources that it is losing now as a result of sometimes unplanned or sometimes intentionally created economic policy. It is necessary to put an end to that and to make the body effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vorvul. Feel free to disconnect.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, let's have a 5-minute break. Please stay connected, just disconnect your video. In 5 minutes, we'll be back and we will invite our next candidate.
Пане Руслане, доброго дня. Чи чуєте ви мене?
Mr. Ruslan, good afternoon. Can you hear us? Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Yes, we can see and hear you. Please switch on interpretation if you need. For that, press the white globe and choose the Ukrainian channel. If you can't see this globe, you need to press more and to find the appropriate channel.
Я на цій лінії.
Ви увімкнули вже переклад?
Did you switch on interpretation? Yes, давайте перевіримо.
Interpreter now? What he or she is saying?
Так, я чую перекладача. Дякую.
Yes, I can hear the interpretation. Now, technically, we are ready. Mr. Ruslan, please keep a slow path. Just let the interpreters to interpret you correctly.
Mr. Damentsov, thank you very much for being with us today. And thank you for going through the whole procedure, which was by no means a simple exercise. So congratulations for reaching this phase of the competition. The interview today will take between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. It will be divided into modules. The first one will have to do with integrity. The second one will be more focused on your vision about the Bureau for Economic Security and the attributes you think you have, which recommend you for becoming the future head of this large organization. We will start our conversation by giving you the floor to introduce yourself for about 2 minutes, after which we will go to the module of integrity and we'll have an open conversation with you. Then once we finish the questions related to this part, you will have again the floor for 5 minutes to present your vision about BES and what makes you the best candidate for this position, after which we will again have a conversation with you. I do remind you again to keep a normal speaking pace because we have translation and the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, шановна голово.
Good afternoon, dear Madam Chair, dear members of the Commission. My name is Ruslan Damentsov. I have been working in the internal affairs of Ukraine for 15 years. I was a police officer. I was the investigator. After that, I left this position. I passed an exam and received a license to practice law as a lawyer. Then, later, I participated in the open competition and became an investigator. And in 2017, I also passed a competition and became a detective in NABO. I used to work as a detective, a senior detective, and from October 2022, I'm the deputy head of the unit. I have a wife, I have a son, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damentsov. Let me start with questions. Related to property, I would like to ask you to explain to us the situation of the 1,053 square meters that were obtained by your mother-in-law. In 2015, you declared them in 2016 in your declaration, and then later on, this property was inherited by your wife. The questions, and I reiterate what I said in regard to other candidates, although we have had conversations between us and you through various letters, it is important for the transparency of this process that these issues are also explained publicly during the interview. Therefore, please don't take it personally if we ask you questions that were also discussed in our interactions in writing. So if you can explain how did your mother-in-law acquire that property, whether this is a regular practice in Ukraine, and then how it was transferred to your wife.
Так, дійсно, мати моєї дружини набула земельну ділянку.
My mother-in-law acquired a land plot, which is located very close to Odessa city. It was obtained on general basis. She addressed the local authorities and exercised the rule according to the legislation acting in Ukraine at that time. She was allocated with a land plot, and after she died in 2019, this land plot was inherited by my wife. It is not an expensive land plot. When I was preparing for the interview, I checked different advertisements, and it is not more than 150,000. I've done this analysis by myself.
But so what did your mother-in-law do? She applied to the local authorities to get this plot of land?
Так, це загальна...
Yes, this is a general practice in Ukraine. Any citizen of Ukraine can exercise this right. He can go to the municipality, and if there are land plots available, apply for it. Then the voting takes place at the session of the council, and the land plot is allocated. She received a land plot together with other citizens who applied for such land plots in the respective time. This is the procedure which is stipulated by the acting legislation. The land plot was allocated free of charge.
Where were you professionally in at the moment when the land plot was allocated?
А вибачте, можна дату, коли вона була виділена? Бо в мене немає під рукою документів.
Just help me to remember when this land plot was allocated.
21st of September 2015.
Щоб не вводити комісію в оману.
Just not to mislead you. Let me check.
21 вересня 2015
On the 21st of September 2015,
я працював начальником відділу.
I worked as a head of the department on investigating crimes in agricultural sector in Odessa. And this land was not under the jurisdiction of this department where I used to work. So it was not interrelated.
Were you aware of this application made by your mother-in-law?
Якщо чесно,
honestly,
не хочеться дуже широко розкривати це питання.
I don't want to elaborate on this question. The major part of my life, I used to live in an apartment. That apartment was owned by parents of my wife, and we all lived together. Well, it would be not correct to intrude into the questions which are related to the financial side of my wife's parents. That's why I never asked this question to her mother. I did not know that she addressed the council and applied for this land plot, but when she acquired it, I was informed just in the conversation, because we used to live together and they just informed me.
And you also needed the information to put it in your declaration, right?
Так, звичайно.
Yes, of course.
Dear colleagues, do you have more questions on this property that was obtained by the mother-in-law?
Лауро, в нашому чаті від пані Тетяни є.
I see that there is a question from Tatiana in the chat.
Пане Руслане, скажіть, будь ласка,
Mr. Ruslan, could you please tell us, when your mother-in-law applied for the land plot, where did she reside? My mother-in-law when she applied for the land plot, lived together with me and members of my family on Generala Petrova Street, house number 1. Where did she apply in order to get this land plot? Was it in Odessa municipality or which settlement? This settlement is under jurisdiction of Odessa region. The decision on allocation of the land plot is taken by local authorities separately. It depends on the location of the land plot. Any citizen could go to any region of Ukraine and apply for a free land plot available according to the legislation. But we all know how many land plots are available in order to meet the needs of the citizens. It is not enough, of course. I don't know how she managed to find this land plot in this particular settlement, but it is as it is. She lived in Odessa and she applied to the municipality where she was located. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact name. So it means she didn't live in that Gramada, territorial Gramada. No, she didn't.
Thank you. Any more questions on this point? Okay, if not, let's move to the information regarding cars. In your declaration, please clarify some aspects for us, because I have to say that I did struggle a little bit to understand the elements that you included in your declarations in various years. So, if I understand correctly, until the beginning of February of 2017, you had the Umatis, right?
Ні, ви невірно
No,
розумієте.
no, it's not correct.
So
Do you want me to clarify it?
Yes, I want you to clarify. So did you ever own the Umatis? If yes, between what period of time?
Так, звичайно. Це автомобіль, право власності,
Yes,
на
I
який було
had.
зареєстровано за
I registered ownership for this car. I used it to drive to work. It was manufactured in 2000 year. I acquired it in 2012, and according to the information from the audit, this registered me, and I sold it in 2014.
фактично, а не юридично.
So I factually sold it, but not legally. I issued a power of attorney for Kratyuk LM. Let me explain. At that time, we didn't have the anti-corruption legislation in place that would regulate the clear requirements to the person that declares his or her property. This method of disposal of property was not prohibited. I was addressed by a buyer. I don't want to go deeper into the details. He just explained some reason and asked for a power of attorney and promised me that he will re-register this car under his name. I agreed. I issued a power of attorney and he bought it. After I sold this car, I bought Renault Megane.
No, let's not go to the Renault Megane. Let's stay with this car. So you gave a power of attorney in March 2014.
Так.
Correct.
But you did not sell it properly.
Так.
The sale happened when? In February 2017?
1.03.
The 1st of March 2014.
No, that is the power of attorney in March 2014. But did you ever sell
Yes,
it?
correct.
Like complete sale of the product?
Ви некоректно ставите запитання.
The
Дозволите?
question is not correct. Let me give you a proper answer. By the legislation acting at that period, there was a procedure in place. it was possible to issue a power of attorney which allowed a person just to re-register the car and to register it on other person's name. And additionally, you could just take out the car from the registration, other person would use it using the transit car plate. And after that, it would be the responsibility of other person to register it. So I consider the 1st of March 2014 to be the date of sale. On that date, I received money from the buyer. And actually, the transaction happened on that particular date. I transferred the car, I received money, and the person has left. I have never seen this person after. And when he sold this car, I didn't even know. I found out about this when I participated in the competition for NABU. They have verified information, they have indicated, paid my attention to this fact. I just tried to explain it, and I'm explaining to you that dear Matisse, this is not an expensive car, and I would never hide it from anywhere. So, sorry.
Do you remember how much you got for the Matisse?
Не пам'ятаю.
I don't remember.
Because
Я
in
хочу
your,
вводити
can,
комісію,
in
вам
your,
багато часу
in your
пройшло.
declaration for 2014, you have 48,000 hryvnias declared as sale of property. And I was just wondering if the property that you're referring to was this the Matisse.
Якщо в декларації вказано
If in my declaration it says 48,000 hryvnias, then it was the value that I received.
It says 48,000 hryvnias, but it doesn't say in relation to what asset. That's why I'm asking you.
Так, ви вірно зазначили це
Yes,
стосувалося
correctly. I think these were the proceeds after Matisse was sold.
Okay, then let's go to your wife's car. Does your wife have a car?
Моєї дружини за час життя було
My
4
wife
автівки.
had 4
Зараз вона
cars during all her life. Currently, she owns Toyota Prius, produced in 2016. However, when I was preparing for the interview, I addressed to the special body registering the car, and they told me that Opel Astra that she purchased in 2009 is still registered on her name officially. I was very surprised by the fact, to be honest. I was not aware about this before I started to prepare for the competition, and there was a question in front of me whether to declare or not. I referred to the acting legislation, and it says if the property is registered and is under my ownership, it needs to be declared. If it was destroyed, then not. Then, just because of the lack of time, I did not have an opportunity whether this Opel is still available and is still being used, but at least I took all the measures to understand whether this Opel Astra is available. The power of attorney for this car has finished long ago. I don't know why this person did not re-register that car on this
So when did you learn that you should have, in fact, reported this car? Yeah, let's leave aside the new owners who don't do their don't comply with the legal requirements on their side. But when did you learn that your wife still has on her name apparently this car that is a leftover from the past?
2 тижні тому, коли отримав відповідь від
2 weeks
органу
ago,
реєстрації
when I
транспорту,
received the answer from the vehicle registration authority.
So I suspect that this is the reason why you haven't indicated this car in your declarations of assets, right?
Так, звичайно, я навіть не знав
Indeed.
про цей факт.
I didn't know about this fact at all. I didn't know that according to the official register, she still is all the owner. But this vehicle is 25 years old. I'm not sure if it exists at all.
But have you ever declared this car in your declarations of assets? In the past?
Цей автомобіль був проданий у
This
2012
vehicle was sold in 2012, and the first declaration that we submitted was for 2014. So no, I never declared it.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Oleg, please.
Пане Руслан, ну з приводу цих автомобілів хочеться все ж
Ruslan,
таки
about these
поставити питання.
vehicles, I need to ask you this question.
Напевно, останні 3 роки
If I remember correctly, over the past 3 years,
декларування, ви ж заповнюєте
when you
декларації, так?
fill out the declarations, I think you do
Декларації.
fill out
В
declarations,
підготовці
don't you?
декларації
I do.
є така опція,
When you
перевірка
prepare
усіх
declarations, there is an option
допомагає
that says check
заповнення
across all the
декларації,
registered. It helps a lot
пошук майна,
to look for the property, other type of assets or information. So over this entire period,
не зверталися
you have
можливості,
never used this
розуміючи, що
opportunity,
те, що ви дали довіреність,
because
автоматично не
I
означає
understand that
втрату вашого
if you
права власності.
give the
Це
power
лише
to entity, it does not
опція,
automatically
якою ви не
mean
можете
that you lose the
скористатися,
ownership. This
Я
is
маю на увазі, що
an
таке
option
опція.
that a person can take or not.
Документи,
I
щоб
mean the
переконатися,
re-registration. Have you
що
ever
у вас
used the
наявності цього майна
opportunity to
немає?
make sure that you don't have this property? Thank you.
Ні, я такі інструменти не використовував і обов'язково буду їх використовувати в подальшому. Питання в тому, що в мене не дуже багато майна і в моєї сім'ї.
Пане
Тому
Руслане, зупиню,
я не бачу в цьому
будь ласка,
необхідності.
секретаріат, канали
Dear
канали
colleagues.
перекладу проблеми.
Так,
Yes,
Um,
we don't hear the translation. Now we hear the translation. Can we repeat the conversation?
Я не використовував ці
I
можливості.
have never used this option because my family don't have much property, so I don't think I had to do it, but I will certainly use this option in the future.
Yuri?
Дякую. У мене теж питання.
Thank you. I also have 2 questions regarding this Mati's story. Ruslan, I see that you have a degree in law, and you say that by issuing the power of attorney, the ownership was automatically transferred. Are you certain of that? Shall I answer?
Дякую за запитання.
Yes, please do. Thank you for this question.
Юридично право власності не пройшло.
In legal terms, the ownership was not transferred. Yes, that's enough. The ownership was not transferred. Okay, that's enough. Second question. This mechanism is very well known to everyone who lives in Ukraine. And we know that this type of mechanism are used to be used to avoid taxes. I mean, the ownership was not transferred, then there is no base to pay taxes on. Was this story used to avoid taxes on the sale of vehicle?
Вибачте, мені смішно, що ми так багато розмовляємо.
Sorry, I mean, we are talking so much about Deo Matis. It sounds, it makes me, laugh. That was the last question I had. No, it was not used to avoid taxes. It was just a request of the buyer. We sold both vehicles by just issuing the power of attorney. And the buyers were from regions. They said, please give me the power of attorney. I will drive this car to my region and have it re-registered. What you mean is the society should not have any doubt that it was about avoiding paying the taxes. I think, no, the society should not be worried about that.
Знаєте, що сказати не те, що
I mean, I
відповідає
don't
дійсності.
want to mislead you in any way, but as of now, the sale of the first vehicle is not taxable either. At that point of time, it was also my only sale, so I was not even supposed to sell taxes, but I'm afraid I may make a mistake there, so I don't want to mislead you. Yes, I'm not a tax expert either. It just, you said about this ownership, I wanted to dispel this doubt that I had. Thank you.
Yes, and let me reiterate that in the interviews, we ask questions about the aspects that are relevant for the specific candidate. If you would have had a Lexus, we would have asked you about a Lexus. If you had the Umatiz, we ask you about the Umatiz. It's you know, just a question of factual information that we gather about the candidate. Okay, if we have no more questions about the cars, I suggest that we move to another group of questions regarding disciplinary proceedings against you. Were you ever subject to disciplinary proceedings? And if yes, how many times and for what?
Так, до мене застосовувались дисциплінарні стягнення.
Yes, disciplinary sanctions were imposed on me. For the first time, it was in 2012.
Формулювання було
The
забезпечення повноти всесвітньої
wording was for the failure to ensure the completeness of investigation of some criminal case, if I remember correctly.
May I stop you for a second here? So it was in 2012. Where were you working in 2012?
Я був слідчим слідчого
I was
відділу.
an investigator of the investigative unit in Odessa. It was militia then, militia
Okay, and
station.
what was the accusation, so to say?
Стандартне формулювання
Was
порушення
a standard formulation, violation of some clause of some part of the article of the Criminal Procedure Code that required a complete investigation. If you want me to give details, I can give you more details.
Yes, I would like to understand. So from what we gathered, you had a disagreement with the prosecutor, correct?
Шановна комісія, так, це стандартна практика.
Indeed,
насправді.
this is a standard practice. I was lucky just to have been sanctioned once, not 10 times or 20 times, just like my colleagues who worked with me back then. It was a common practice back then. They wouldn't bring you to disciplinary responsibility if you didn't do anything. Those who worked, who did something, there were always complaints, some discrepancies, misunderstandings. We had the Criminal Procedure Code in the version of 1960. The investigator had more independence, more authority, and sometimes that led to some misunderstandings with prosecutors. I had that kind of working level misunderstanding with the prosecutor regarding my work. The prosecutor told me to do something. I disagreed with him, and I didn't do it. In the prosecutor-investigator system, they just showed me my place and they brought me to disciplinary responsibility because no supervisor wanted to disrupt relationship with the prosecutor's office, of course, because at the end of the month, there was a report, the supervisor would take all the information and go to the prosecutor to have him sign the document. The prosecutor didn't sign under those reports, then the supervisor could have well, his supervisor would not be happy with the supervisor's performance, basically. And the caseload has always been huge in police. Now it's even bigger, I believe. And anyone could have been brought to responsibility. I mean, any investigator, anytime, any day. I think any police officer can confirm it.
What was the sanction that was applied? Yeah, it was.
Я повідомляв комісії, здається.
I think I informed the commission about it already. So I forget. I informed the commission about that in my written explanations.
I think it was a reprimand. Did you challenge it?
Значить, догано. Значить, догано. Ні,
Probably yes, reprimand. I didn't challenge it because technically speaking, there were signs of disciplinary misconduct in my actions. I accepted it.
Okay. The second time. The second disciplinary.
Друге дисциплінарне провадження було вже в Національному
The second one was in NABU.
До мене було застосовано
I was sanctioned with the least sanction, least grave. I mean, in terms of gravity sanction. It was warning. The situation was about the fact that I was on business trip, and we didn't have this special building because I work in the region. I don't work in Kyiv, and we took offices in one of the premises of the local administration, and there and we had vehicles, and there was a part to keep the vehicles there, in some area. And in that region, there was a huge attention paid to us on the part of our local law enforcement colleagues and various various individuals. And I tried to make sure, and I'll be straightforward here, I tried to make sure that no one could have access to my vehicle. And there were only 3 places to keep our vehicles on. And we could keep their personal vehicles and issued cars, but personal only if we didn't have service issued cars. But then, so I asked one of the supervisors in the territorial office and asked to put my vehicle this place, and as a result, I mean, there was a conflict. I misbehaved, and I was brought to responsibility. That rightly so, I would say. I mean, had it happened in another authority, no one would have noticed that. But since everyone is really particular about everything that NABU does, I mean, that's led to this sanction. It was a really minor conflict that led to no consequences whatsoever. We have very good relationship with this person. I mean, everything is fine. If you don't mind, I want to say that the position of director of BES will face much bigger risks, much higher pressure. So if the person in the past managed to defend his, rights, I think this is a good characteristic.
Because you brought up your potential new position in the future as the head of BES. Of course, things have changed in between 2012 and now, but I would suspect that there are still difference of opinions between prosecutors and investigators when it comes to investigative steps that have to be taken in a file. And I also suspect that the caseload has not decreased. And the pressure is quite high on investigators. So given your professional experience so far, how would you look at these kind of conflicts between potential conflicts between investigators and prosecutors? What would you do as a manager to, I mean, do you think disciplinary sanctions work?
Це більше питання з другої частини.
This is rather a question that is related to the second part of it, but certainly there are all. No, I see it. So there are administrative, economic, and social psychological ways, to manage people. My colleague Maxim raised the issue of salary, and I fully agree with him that one of the elements of economic management of personnel, salary is important. As to the BES, before I was preparing for this competition, I read documents that regulate the activity of BES. One of them is an order on it's code of ethics. So, and I love the rules. It's one of those documents that I liked, the form and substance of this document, because it sets out the requirements to integrity and requirements to discipline in office. I will tell you how it works in NABU. I have quite a high salary, and there are requirements to me according to the legislation, in particular according to the code of ethics of an employee of NABU. I know that if I breach the code of ethics, there could be disciplinary sanction imposed on me, or I can be sacked, fired. This is a huge preventative factor, because you think what you do and how you behave. But since we are talking about this topic, I can say that selecting the personnel is also important, because for some people the salary, just like mine, is fantastic, but there are people who don't see this type of salary as a big one. Their expenses are much higher. So selecting proper personnel and applying management approaches, management techniques is important. But we need to, first of all, to ensure proper conditions, salary for the people, and then can we require them to comply with all the rules to the fullest extent possible. As to myself, I used to be really fast, when emotionally speaking. Yeah, I would really ignite fast, but now I try to be calmer.
You'll get a
Professionally.
question on that in the second part of the interview. Donatas.
Yes, just would like to ask additional question, because you've mentioned so much about the importance of the high salaries, and you stressed it a couple times, but whether the high salaries are really the competence of the head of a BES. Is it up to the head of a BES? Because for the higher salaries, one thing, you need financing, you need the money to pay, and the second thing, you need like a legal background, to pay. So whether those both things are in the hand of head of BES, or whether it's up to the legislator or Ministry of Finance to provide the additional finance, and etc., etc. Thank you.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question. I want to talk about that in the second part, but I mean, it doesn't matter. There are a couple of actions that the director of BES should take. This is his direct competence. And there are actions that he should do in cooperation with other public authorities. My opinion is that certainly, as of today, ensuring providing everything for the defense forces of Ukraine is a top priority. Thanks to them, we are having this interview today. You probably understand what I mean. But if we talk about the reform of the law enforcement agency, if we talk about people who deal with professional issues, if they deal with the issues that lead to losses of billions of hryvnia, I think in this case salary is an important point. And if the director comes and says that you should work just like any other law enforcement agency works, we all know what kind of caseload is there, without ensuring the proper salary. I mean, that's a problem, because in NABU I see that the staff selected, they are professional and they have sufficient salaries, sufficient financial support. This is an important issue, but it's not the only one, of course. There are other types, ways to, I mean, I can give you details if you want me to, or if you allow me to.
Yeah, only I just would like to talk about the things that you, as a possible future head of BES, may directly influence, but not that if you would go to government and they would give you more money, we all understand that because, and also because of our involvement, this like shows the additional importance, but it will not necessarily mean that tomorrow this agency will get required billions of dollars and etc. So sometimes you need to work out with the resources you have and with the legal acts you have, and to do the best depending on the situation, but not rely on the more resources, more money, more people, better people, etc., etc.
Дозволите?
Let me respond. I fully agree with what you are saying, but if we're talking about the fact that we want to achieve the goal that is set for the Bureau of Economic Security. Now we are also talking about the attestation of employees. We are talking about their integrity. We are talking about the fact that they have to work as effectively as possible. Members of the commission from the law enforcement sector know what it means to work in the law enforcement body. It's not 9 to 5 p.m. work. And if the person works quite often during the night for more than 10 hours every day, then this person should understand why this person is working. I agree that there are, in addition to financial incentives, there are other incentives, but the financial component is also important. And the failure to provide financial incentives is one of the key reasons why a person may commit corruption offenses. This person is morally explaining to oneself that this person is coming home to the wife, to children, and internal morality of this person then allows to commit corruption crimes because the state has not provided me with this, so I have the moral right to do that. But the morality should be the contrary. I work, I bring a benefit for the state, and the state is grateful to me. Something like that. Maybe I've simplified it a bit, but I remember that I was born in 1981. I remember the 90s when my parents were working and they did not get any salary. And I think, you know, we have this memories among all of those who lived during that period of time. So that's why many people commit these corruption offenses, because they do not see any other way how to honestly earn money. If you allow, I will very quickly say, I've always wanted, just like any normal human being, to buy an apartment. I have worked since 2001 and until I think I bought the apartment in 2022, the first one, which I could accumulate savings for. And even the reason for that, because I started working in the NABU. If I continued working in the police, I still could not buy my own housing. And many other candidates raise this issue as well. It's normal that a person has to provide normal financial condition of lifestyle. I think it's obvious. But of course, that does not excuse the committal of crimes.
Yeah, I understand. Just a short comment, you know, unfortunately, in democratic societies, law enforcement is usually not priority for the government, yeah. So I would encourage you and other candidates who are listening, you know, when thinking about how to present the future plan of development of BES, come out of the current resources and current situation. Not that laws will be changed, if we will get additional billions of dollars and et cetera, et cetera. Just get out of this situation where you are. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to stop this discussion, which I think belongs to the second module more, although things are a bit overlapping. Maybe let's try to conclude the part related to integrity. I see that Oleg has a raised hand. Oleg? And I know Tatiana has asked something. Oleg.
Yes, I have a question. After all, I want to go back to the first part related to integrity. Mr. Ruslan has logically brought us to this moment. From your words, I've heard that after all, you bought an apartment thanks to a good salary. So where do you live now? Please tell me. I live in a house, in a building, in a two-room apartment that is located in Primorsky neighborhood of Odessa. If you allow, I would not mention the address. Yes, of course. I'm not talking about that. Tell me, please, is this your apartment or are you renting it? No. My wife paid funds and bought property rights for this apartment. As of today, the right of ownership has not been registered yet, but she has property rights for it. Property rights, okay. Tell me, please, then, what's your place of registration? The place of my registration is a dormitory of the National Police at Filatov Academics 70 in Odessa. What are the legal grounds for having this place of registration, even though you are not an employee of the police? I will tell you honestly, I have been registered there for a long time. They have not deregistered me from there, so it's still there. Why I'm asking this? Because it's maybe not a secret for many people that these options of registration are quite often used to obtain service housing, and given the fact that there is a need to improve living conditions, etc. Please tell me, have you applied for housing, in particular service housing? When I was registered in this dormitory, I used to live here. During the period of my professional activity from 2001 until now, I have not registered to obtain the apartment, and I have never applied for the receipt of free of charge housing from the state. Okay, thank you. Tell me, please, do you know something about the residential house that is located in Odessa at Kvitneva Street, with a total area of 164 square meters? Yes, of course. That is the residential house owned under the right of private ownership to my wife's father, and where I lived from 2014 to 2024. So that for 10 years together with my family. If possible, please tell us in more detail. That is your father-in-law who bought this house using his own funds. What was your father-in-law doing? Where did he work? My father-in-law, let's talk about the period of time when he earned this money, just not to tell you about his entire career. From 2000 until 2009 or 2010, he was a sailor. He went on sailor trips, and he had sufficient salary to accumulate savings. But the funds spent on the purchase of this house were obtained from another apartment. He had this apartment, which he bought in 1996. He sold that apartment and bought this house at Kvitneva Street. So this sailor trip that you are talking about, was this official income? Was this income taxable? I do not want to mislead the Commission because, honestly, I do not know that. When I was preparing for the interview, I checked that there are several types of taxation for sailors. And how taxes were paid by the employer or by my wife's father, I do not know that. And for your understanding, I would like to point out that I'm not trying to hide something, but when you live at the place of your wife's father and to tell him how he has to spend his funds and do something with them, it's like inappropriate. I've never done that. I will be honest with you. Okay, one more short question about the real estate. In 2025, your father-in-law concluded the sale and purchase agreement and got an apartment in Odessa. And then under the loan agreement, you got it. No, not correct. Please explain the situation then. Maybe I've misunderstood something. I will explain. We all lived in this house. At the distance of 70 meters, X-59 missile hit the street. That was in April of 2024. This missile hit caused significant damages in the house. It was still possible to live there, but theoretically, but all windows were shattered, all doors were shattered, the roof was damaged, so it was in a very poor condition. During that period of time, the repair works were finished in this apartment where I live. My wife, I, and son moved into this apartment where we live now. My wife's father continued living in one room on the first floor with more or less intact doors, so he was looking after this house. He applied to the state under e-recovery program for financial assistance. In autumn of 2024, he received respective funds to his special accounts opened under this state program. It is not possible to get cash. It's only possible to conclude the agreement with specified companies that will conduct repair works and construction works. There are 3 or 4 companies like that in Odessa. The conduct of these repair works required to switch off power supply, water supply, and etc. And in connection with the war, there are no companies who can do that during a short period of time. but it was necessary to spend this money during this specific period of time, because if you do not conduct repair works, then these funds would be withdrawn. So there was raised the issue of where to move the father of my wife. In this apartment, we have place only in the corridor, so of course it's not appropriate to do that. That's why back then I had these savings, my personal savings, and I decided to give these funds to him so that he could buy the apartment. We found the apartment. The matter was the following, and now he's about 70 years old. He was born in 1956. I have professional deformation. When I used to work in the National Police as the investigator, I was investigating many crimes committed against vulnerable, socially vulnerable categories of people, including pensioners. So I always keep thinking about this risk. If the right of ownership is registered in his name, some people lacking integrity can commit some unlawful actions against him. That's why I borrowed money to him officially with a notarized agreement. He concluded the sale and purchase agreement of this apartment where he lives now, and the mortgage agreement was concluded. So my father-in-law took a mortgage using my funds. Now he lives in that apartment, and of course we could register it just like in his name, but I just wanted to prevent any unlawful actions against him, so that was the reason. Mr. Ruslan, did you reflect this information in your declarations? This provision of the loan to your father-in-law. Not to mislead it, when, what year was it? It was 2025. I have not submitted the declaration because I got scared for a second. But significant changes, I do not submit this notification on significant changes because the current legislation has introduced the delay in submission of this information. But these are all notarized actions, so this information is available in public registers. Okay, thank you. You just did not plan to register it in your name because you gave your own funds. Since you've asked, I was just ashamed. I do not know whether we will come back to that house or no. Maybe we will just sell it. So it happens that I've taken away the house from my father-in-law and then registered this apartment in my name. No, just from ethical considerations, no. Of course, I could register it in my name, but I decided not to do that. Okay, thank you.
Dear colleagues, do you have more questions on this module? If not, over to you, Mr. Damentsov, to share with us your vision about reforming BES and to convince us that you are the best candidate to be proposed for this position. 5 minutes.
I will try to be shorter. The mission of Bureau of Economic Security is the key analytical and law enforcement body oriented at information analytical work with a view to preventing and counteracting crimes against the economy of the country. Of course, it is necessary to do lots of work so that the body would function properly. The priority task, in my opinion, is to do some key things. That is, to create the communication information system, to conduct audits of functions and authorities of units in order to streamline the structure, what you've mentioned, based on the available resources for its work, to comply with requirements of the law regarding attestation, that is, formation of the attestation HR commission, to prioritize criminal proceedings, which the previous candidate mentioned, but I fully agree with him about in this regard, to determine the most vulnerable spheres for the negative impact, and to carry out analysis of organized crime and criminal organizations. These are the actions that can be done by the director using his discretionary powers. Also, we've mentioned as well, it is necessary to involve forces, that is, financial support of employees. Unfortunately, it's really important. Obtaining access to all databases that exist in public authorities, that's also really important. To achieve a common vision with the Office of the Prosecutor General regarding prioritization of criminal proceedings, And if we are talking about the staffing position that is not going to be increased, then we should ensure effective interaction with operational units of the National Police, Security Service of Ukraine due to the lack of human resources. Also, I would like to point out that, as I see, the problem is the provisions that are reflected in Article 35 of the law on the Bureau of Economic Security. But if the Commission is interested, I can expand on this idea a bit later during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Ruslan. So my question is a very simple one. What do you consider as your biggest achievement as a manager? What managerial achievements, let's say, are you proud of?
I have not held contrary to many other candidates, very top-level positions. I would like to point out, if you allow that, during my professional activities, I met lots of heads and managers of the very high level who had areas for improvement. So I hope that I will also manage that.
Can you stick to the question?
Yes. I've heard it very quickly. In 2012, when the new CPC was enforced, it was not clear how to work. The jurisdiction of the Ministry of Internal Affairs received the unlawful benefit crimes. I was the first investigator in Odessa region who documented and brought to criminal liability, together with colleagues and prosecutors, of course. We brought to criminal liability this person who obtained unlawful benefit. I developed the algorithm of work that, upon the instruction of my management, was disseminated among all regional and district police departments in the process of documenting this type of crimes.
Thank you.
Mr. Damensov, can you tell us a little bit about your managerial experience? How many years, how many people? How do you see the potential future position of the head of BES, which has quite a large number of staff?
My experience, at first I worked in the patrol police. I was the commander of and deputy commander of the unit, and I organized work on the territory. I had about 35 persons in subordination. Then I worked in investigative department. In subordination, I had 20 employees directly, but as the deputy head, sometimes I was the acting head, and I listened to the reports on operational work and pretrial investigations from units of district police departments. We listen to reports of investigators and operational groups and operational units. They were not my direct subordinates, but I took measures to control the activities, let's put it that way. That was a large number of employees. That was more than 100 employees for sure. And now in the NABU, I'm the deputy head of the unit where we have 11 employees. With respect to the Bureau of Economic Security, I would like to point out that all members of the Commission are experienced and all understand that the law enforcement body is a system. It contains some inert nature, and the head is someone who is given the overall direction of movement. If there is an understanding of how to organize work, if there is delegation of duties, if there are deputies, heads of departments, deputy heads of departments, then the main thing is to organize work while using those methods that are well known for everyone, to set the goal, the way to achieve the goal, and to provide ongoing control and sometimes to adjust it.
Have you had ever in your career, were you responsible also with disciplining or firing people?
Безпосередньо як службова особа я такі розпорядчі дії не вчиняв.
As a civil servant, I never did it, but while working in NABU, as the head of the unit, I implemented the orders of the supervisor. So I actually hired the staff and I fired people.
Oleg?
Дякую. Пане Руслане, ви
Thank
сказали,
you. Mr. Ruslan, you said that Director of BES have to be a role model for the activity of the whole structure. I have a short question in this regard. In your opinion, what are the key values that the director has to possess?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question.
Ключові цінності. Чесність.
The key values include fairness, honesty, being targeted for the outcome and effective work. And many others. Of course, I can give a lot. You just ask about the key. And the follow-up question, what are the indicators of the director's work? What the director has to implement to ensure following the values he promotes.
індикатори ефективності, будь ласка,
So the
визначіть.
effective indicators, 3, please.
Основні індикатори ефективності. Швиденько, якщо дозволите.
The key indicators. Well, there are different departments, different units, and all of them have different indicators. But the general indicators depends not only on BES, but the economic bloc of the state. According to the units, I would identify, and I've already mentioned this, but this is there are analysts who do the monitoring of the procurement system. Some of them analyze different economic spheres, and some of them do procurement. Their indicators are different, and their indicators will include to prevent the prices which are higher than the marketplaces. Also, detecting the crime groups and crime organized organizations. The pretrial investigation as well, and returning compensation for the damage caused to the state. The general indicators will include the decrease of the tax gap. But I checked in the legislation and I haven't found any gap identified. So on this position, I would start with the following. I would set up the criteria, integrity criteria for the entities in different economy sectors. Together with economic bloc, I would identify what taxation is important for business to have income, but at the same time to pay taxes according to the legislation. So I would focus on this. Business should have an intention to be out of the interest of law enforcement bodies. Business has to have the responsibility for the activities, but there should be no cross-reference with the law enforcement bodies. If there is a violation, it means that the law enforcement body does not intrude, does not involve arrest the property, or, for example, addresses with this violation to the business entity and asks them to eliminate them. What about the integrity criteria? How they will be reflected? Could you please tell more about that? You know, I'm afraid to tell something wrong. I don't have any experience working in tax structures, but the corruption crimes takes place when there is no general information available. So somebody has submitted the list or something. I think BES should do the analysis, for example, in the construction sector. But entities have to be divided into two groups, those who use state money and those who not. If the state, if the entity wants to use state funds, they have to conclude a memorandum with the state, with BES, or somebody else, and have to fulfill the criteria that the state sets in this area. For example, in construction field, do you need a memorandum for you, or is it enough to have a legislation? Well, you will be surprised, but I'm investigating different cases, and I talk to businessmen, and I tell them that you can earn money, and at the same time you have to follow legislation. And they ask me, where is this borderline? When you see the income in construction business, this value is defined by the order of the ministry, not even by the resolution of the cabinet of ministers. So I think it is important to set the limit, for example, 15%. If the entity wants to work, they have to pay this fee. If the state doesn't want, or if the state doesn't see it viable, then this threshold has to be increased. The same situation is with drones. The state said, let's have an income, for example, at some threshold. So I don't see any problem in this relation. We have a huge need for construction. And if business provides with working places, provides salary to its employees and has income, why state cannot say that the income should be in this amount? Now we don't have the exact amount set. Thank you. Maybe my colleagues will actually ask more questions on this topic. I'm done.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Damentsov, what are your plans to increase the efficiency of asset recovery in the work of BES?
Зараз дуже актуальним є розслідування злочинів, передбачених статтею 209.
The crimes under Article 109 of the Criminal Code legalization is very relevant at the moment. Before, legalization needed investigation of the predicate crime. For example, somebody committed a crime, acquired a property, and then legalized it. Currently, there are some amendments placed into the legislation, and I paid my attention to the investigation of this type of crimes. As for compensation of assets, again, there is a limit. BES has to compensate the property, but they do not should not apply enforcement measures in order to get this compensation. It's difficult to explain, but I would split business into different categories. I said that there are entities who have state funds and those who do not have state funds. Some of them have high income, medium income, and low income, and tax on this income. The fourth group would be like shadow business. As for the fourth, of course, there should be some enforcement measures applied. As for the first category, there should be cooperation, strict rules regulating the relations. And I think that in general, everything has to be coded, recorded, and some measures and protocols have to be introduced. Yes, they can be changed, they can be amended, but a businessman should clearly understand that there are certain cases, not even within BES, within other organizations as well. And when communicating with business, we can say that when you procure services or goods, if you increase this threshold of 15%, you're committing a crime. The same goes for other categories. And usually, lawyers that work with different businesses, but not all of them have lawyers who are aware about the criminal procedural law. But the state has to clearly explain, yes, you can use the clear rules set, and in case you violate something, the enforcement measures will be applied. With legal business, we have cooperate. With shadow business, we have to use enforcement measures. This is my position.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues?
Yes.
Yes, please, Jim.
I understand from reading recent news reports that the problems that the head of the organization would face include, among other things, the fact that tax police were kind of lock, stock, and barrel transferred into this new operation, ESBU or BES, and that they haven't gotten.
Jim, could you please go back to the question again? There was a technical bug, something with the internet. I couldn't hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll repeat the question. I'm looking in news reports about the problems facing BES that include, among other things, the lock, stock, and barrel, meaning complete transfer of the tax police into the organization, an enormous number of unfilled positions, the blocking of competitive processes for hiring by the management of BES, ESBU, the appointment of non-competitively of heads of departments, and the fact that there's been no special vetting of these individuals. So it's not a question really of salary. I think it's really a question of the really terrible organization of this, at least to date, and not even a question of more positions. There seem to be an enormous number of unfilled positions. And there's been a call for this so-called audit of the activities of the new organization for some years. And it hasn't taken place. I don't understand, and I'm asking you because you've put this forward. What exactly would the audit entail? I mean, the problems seem to be very obvious, but what are we looking for in an audit? You put that forward as one of your first priority tasks.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question.
Коротко чи широко?
Do you want me to give you a broad answer or a short answer?
Трохи більш розширено.
Then a broad answer.
Why don't we start with a short answer and see if we need a broad answer?
Коротка відповідь. Проблема закладена.
Okay, brief answer. The problem is with Article 35 about BES, and that is control and supervising the activities of BES and its reporting. In this article, the lawmaker puts an obligation for BES for reporting about its activity. I'm not going to read this article, but this report needs indicators. How many persons have been charged with responsibility, different operations conducted, and so on. I think it's wrong. We need to focus on prevention, but not indicators of the results. When we talked about effectiveness and results, we need to see what this staff is doing. I don't have people whom I know from BES or close acquaintances, but I know other colleagues who have. I'm not going to blame somebody or say some bad things about somebody, but what is the system of conducting monitoring of state procurement? The work of BES have to be systematic. There are 10 analysts. They need to process 100 procurements. And I want to see what they are doing, how their system looks like, and what staff is doing this. So the audit of detectives' activity, so to speak. You can investigate 10 criminal proceedings with a damage 2 million hryvnias, or for example 10 cases, each 10 million hryvnias, and the effectiveness for the state from one criminal proceeding would be higher than 10. And I think, actually, I have been working in this system for many years. Even when I worked in police, I was told that we had to focus on prevention, on preventing crimes happening. But in some years, everybody saw that you cannot measure prevention. It's difficult to say whether a person is doing. So we're staying in this deadlock still. That's why we need to set out the effectiveness criteria and to monitor the work of this staff. We should assure that they are focused not on the result, but on the prevention itself. I think this will work effectively. That's what I meant.
So this is a massive undertaking, obviously. It's very complex to audit the activities of the agency, which is not just in law enforcement, as I keep saying. It is multifaceted. So what skill, experience, etc., would you bring into organizing and managing something like this?
Я вам скажу чесно, саме головне
Honestly,
це здоровий глузд.
The main thing
Недарма от раніше
is
ми проводили тестування загальних
good sound. Before that,
працюю серед людей, які всі пройшли це тестування.
before that, I have never met that such testing was conducted. Now that I have worked with so many people, I think it's important. The person needs to understand how processes look like. And even if you don't have enough experience, you can introduce, you can invite professionals in this case. And I'm 100% sure that the majority of cases, we have professionals who are willing to work hard. Speaking about the field of work of the organization, I think it's a different question at all. I don't want to say much on that.
Okay, I mean, having run audits myself of large organizations, they're very complex. And they require significant teams of people with varieties of specialties and specializations, looking at people and processes. So I'm just wondering, even how significant this is, whether you had the experience of even being part of or managing such an extensive audit, which is not. It's actually what we would call a performance or an organizational audit. So it's more of an assessment or an evaluation, maybe not an audit as such.
Хочу звернути вашу увагу. Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for raising this question.
I wasn't a member of the audit team, but I've been working on the law enforcement system for many years on different levels. I understand how it works, how it operates. Also, please know that the law on NABU suggests an audit after a year of the work of the director. And this audit determines the same indicators. But if the new director is appointed now, I totally am sure that the indicators performance will be reduced. But when you appraise the staff, and I have been appraised many times as staff, the staff think how to stay in their position. They stop thinking about the performance. So what you need to do is just to calm people down, set them clear-cut objectives, coordinate these objectives with all entities that are interested in the performance, like with the government of Ukraine, cabinet, businesses, to make sure that these are transparent things. Then these transparent goals are communicated to the personnel to explain how they are going to be appraised. We don't want a situation when there is supervisor Ivanov, he is fired, so the entire team is fired as well. No, we don't want that. We are going to hire people who have had the experience of auditing organizations and gain necessary experience ourselves.
And just as a final point, is there any role for civil society in the audit or in setting the terms of reference or being consulted? I don't know. I'm just putting the question out. So what do you think of that? Is that appropriate or not appropriate?
Я вважаю, що громадянське суспільство,
I think that the civil society should be involved into all the processes in the country. This is what makes the democratic model different from authoritarian model of governance. However, engaging the civil society,
проведення якихось так знову ж таки, що у нас відкрита трансляція певних
we have the public broadcasting on. But I mean, if we talk about some intelligence gathering or some covert actions, activities, any measures taken undercover. So everything that is classified by law, then the civil society should not be involved into these measures. But all the public activities, yeah, the civil society should be involved into it. It's better to involve more people to get more feedback and then make necessary conclusions. That's always useful, and I support it fully.
Donatas, I will like to draw your attention that we only have about 8 minutes, all including the final words from Mr. Damentsov. So over to you, Donatas.
Okay, I have very brief one question. So BES was criticized, and it still is criticized for the high level of corruption in it. So can you just point the first 3 steps you will take, what is in your disposition as would be in a disposition as the head of a BES, you know, in order to fight corruption?
Корупцію в бюро чи корупцію...
You mean the corruption in the bureau or...
In the bureau.
Yeah, well, that's not difficult. The law says about appraisal in 2 stages. First one is the heads of departments and their deputies, heads of the territorial offices, and doesn't include the deputy director. And the second stage includes all other personnel. So we need to start with the internal security department, of course. I don't know what condition this unit is now in, but we need to establish this unit properly and have a person on top of it who understands very well what is it demanded. Then the ethical issues, everyone should sign the code of ethics. Then we need to take measures to monitor integrity, in particular by using, well, various approaches, and to inform the personnel transparently. We'll say that they're going to be appraisal, and after the appraisal, every staff, every employee would be subjected to monitoring by the internal investigations unit. Also, we need to add the code of ethics with a clause that a failure to inform by an employee about misconduct of another employee will lead to disciplinary sanction, including firing if necessary. So we need to make sure that if you learn about a misconduct or offense, you must absolutely inform about it. You must report it. Because a law enforcement agency is not a team of friends. It's a team of professionals who are delivering on their set objectives. So we don't want the perpetrators to be interested in hiding information. I mean, if people work in teams and someone fails to report about some illegal actions and others will do, then you will be subjected to disciplinary action.
Very quickly, you've mentioned the measuring of monitoring the measures of integrity. How would you measure it? How you would monitor whether the integrity level have increased or not in BES?
Для цього є управління внутрішнього контролю.
There is the internal control department for that. There are practices already established. You monitor the style of living of the staff. You carry out the permanent oversight of the property assets, and you carry out the analysis of their appropriate actions, like analysis or investigation, so on.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are approaching the end of the interview. If you don't have pressing questions, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Damentsov for the last words, maybe 1 to 2 minutes, after which we will take a break until 2:30. Mr. Damensov.
Я думаю, дуже було насичена
I
співбесіда.
think we have had a very substantial interview. I want to thank the Commission, everyone who is monitoring the interviews. Now let's do our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damensov. We'll keep you posted on the developments. As you see, we're very transparent, so most likely you'll be seeing them yourself, the discussions and the evaluations. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we take a break for approximately 1 hour. Let's be back at 2:25 Ukrainian time to be sure that we can connect. Thank you very much.
Дякую за побачення.
I can. Can you? Yes, we can hear you loud and clear and can see you. Please switch on the interpretation if you need it. I do. It's an interpretation button. Or if you can see it, you need to click more.
Okay, can you hear the interpretation, Mr. Omarov? You are muted.
Так, дуже добре чую.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear interpreter very well.
We are live, right?
Гаразд.
Так.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Omarov. This is the final stage of a long competition, and thank you for going through all the phases, and congratulations for arriving at this final stage. Today, the discussion that you're going to have with the Commission will be split in two parts. The first module will focus on issues having to do with integrity. The second part of our discussion will focus on your vision about the Bureau for Economic Security and your prerequisite qualities that, in your opinion, would make you a good head of the Bureau for Economic Security. We will allocate for our discussion between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. We'll start with the 2 minutes presentation of yourself. Then we go into the integrity module. And then once we finish with the integrity module, we give you again the floor for 5 minutes to set your vision about the Bureau for Economic Security and convince us that you are the best candidate for this position. With this and without further ado, I pass you the floor for the short introduction of not more than 2 minutes.
Дякую, пані Лауро, шановні
Thank you,
члени
Laura.
конкурсної комісії. Дозвольте
Distinguished commissioners, please let me thank you for the opportunity to present me as an applicant for the position of Director of BEB. My name is Omarov Amil. In 2003, I received the secondary education cum laude and entered the Institute for Training of Personnel for the Prosecutor's Office, National Legal Academy, and I also graduated it in 2008 cum laude. In parallel, I obtained the second degree, in particular the Economic Department of Kharkiv Karaziv National University. I've worked in the prosecutorial agencies for over 17 years, most of them on managerial positions. Right now, I am a head of District Prosecutor's Office in Kharkiv. I have never been brought to disciplinary sanctions. I was awarded many times for achievements. I focused my professional operations in the area of economic crimes, identification of corruption schemes, and so on. I have always been following the principles of legality, professionalism, and systematic approach to achievement of set objectives. I deeply believe that the BES should be a key element of the national policy in the area of economic work, with a focus on analysis, prevention of risks, with a focus on transparency and cooperation with the society. I have a clear understanding of the goals and objectives set to this institution, and I'm prepared to achieve them with the compliance with the higher standards of integrity and professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to address the first question?
Дозвольте, пані Лауро, я розпочну.
Let me please start.
Вітаю, пане Аміл.
Good afternoon, Amil.
Розпочнемо ми нашу першу частину.
Let's start our first area of questions with the topic of integrity. We have quite a few questions that we would love you to give us answers to, your explanations in particular. Let me remind you that we say to all the applicants, I mean that if you need the broadcast to be stopped, you can ask us to do so, but we urge everyone to be as transparent and public as possible because the society needs to hear information about certain questions that we have to you, so that you could publicly dispel them, to deny them or not. So let's move on to the question of property.
According to our correspondence, that is the correspondence between the Commission and you, and according to the information that the Commission has received, during the period from 2000 until 2024, you did not acquire any real estate property or movable property using your own funds. All the property that you possessed or used was acquired with your parents' funds. And indeed, the list of such property is quite extensive. That's in particular the apartment with the area of 134 square meters in Kharkiv. That's real estate objects and movable property, including Toyota Land Cruiser, manufactured in 2007, the residential house of 56 square meters in Kharkiv, Toyota Avensis, apartment with the area of 68.8 square meters in Kharkiv. That's also a real estate object in the Turkish Republic. That's a vehicle Toyota Camry, manufactured in 2017, and Volkswagen Tiguan, and Renault Master as well. So, in connection with this, the Commission has analyzed the value of this property. We have analyzed the information that you have provided with respect to the official income, official earnings, income from the sale of property that happened during the respective period of time. But still, the Commission has some questions left, because the correlation of the property obtained and the income that existed, it does not cover those expenses that I've just mentioned. In connection with this, I would like to start this blog from some general questions. Can you please tell me? Maybe you will tell us completely the story of how it happened, since when you and your family, your parents, have lived on the territory of Ukraine, because as far as I see, based on the information provided, your family lived on the territory of another country. And can you please tell us in general about official income of your parents, what they were doing, how they got their income? Let's start from this fact, because there are many questions. Let's start with. Thank you, Mr. Ola. Yes, indeed, you have correctly specified that in my ownership right now, I have the right of ownership for one half of the house with an area of 56 square meters that I obtained into ownership back when I was a student in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. I also have the right to use a vehicle Toyota Camry, manufactured in 2017, that is owned by my father and which he bought using the funds of my parents. This car was bought with the funds of my parents. You've correctly specified that I was born in Baku, Azerbaijan, and my parents, of course, were born there as well. And for a long part of their life, before they moved to Kharkiv in Ukraine, they lived there, and they started working in Baku. Right now, my parents, my father is 66 years old, my mother is 62 years old, so they are quite of mature age, and they started working back in the 1980s at the machine building factory. My father started working in 1982, and my mom started working there in 1986. And at this factory, my father had the career development from the ordinary specialist to the head of production unit. And it's a well-known fact that back then, all employees of factories had a right to obtain from the state, and in this particular case, since this was a state-owned enterprise, according to my parents, they had more than 10,000 employees, so that was a large state-owned factory. And this enterprise also was responsible for the construction of schools, kindergartens, residential houses. Mr. Emil, can I stop you a bit? Can you please move on to the facts more specifically? Okay, thank you. During the period of their employment and residence in Baku, my parents received 3 apartments gradually, which they owned. That was 1-room, 2-room, and 3-room apartments, which were located in Baku, in which we lived. They were issued due to marriage, then due to the birth of the first, second child. In total, my parents have 4 children. In early 90s, in connection with a difficult socio-economic situation, among other things caused by the war, that's a well-known fact, at Karabakh, and the security situation that was in Azerbaijan, and in order to have proper conditions for living and development, my parents decided to move to Kharkiv. And that was approximately in 1995. Since then, since 1995, according to explanations of my parents, I remember that even though I was 7 years old, approximately, we lived in rented apartments until early 2000s. My parents were not buying any real estate objects, any apartments, since, as my parents are saying, they had a hope they would come back to their motherland. But the time was passing, we were growing up, and in order to provide proper conditions for studying, for living, and overall to create proper conditions for the family, my parents decided from early 2000s to take a range of credits in order to purchase, among other things, the apartment with an area of 134 square meters. But I would like to remind you that our family is quite big. My father also bought a vehicle in 2007 for himself. Also, he used credit funds for that. They also bought Toyota Avensis vehicle in 2008. Also, they used credit funds for that. Mr. Emil, so I would like to emphasize that it's really important, in my opinion, that as of the moment of the purchase of this property, I or my father or any other family members of mine did not work in civil service or in law enforcement bodies, because even if you look at the years, it was back when I was studying either in the secondary school or in the university. And there was no connection to the civil service or law enforcement service back then in my family. In parallel with that, my parents founded a private enterprise that has worked for 25 years now, regardless of complicated security situation in Kharkiv. It officially pays taxes, it has the hired employees, it has industrial capacities at its balance sheet. And by the way, in your question, you've mentioned Renault Master. Yes, the Renault Master is at the balance sheet of this enterprise, and it was purchased by the enterprise in order to ensure activities of the enterprise. That's about this enterprise. accordingly rested of some funds. Mr. Emil, let me specify a bit. You said that your parents used to have 3 apartments in Baku. What happened to those apartments? Did they sell them? Yes, I wanted to move on to that later on, but since you've asked it, then I will tell you about these 3 apartments. After our move to Kharkiv, to Ukraine, these apartments were rented out by my mother. And during a long period of time, until the moment of their sale in the 2000s, one of the sources of origin funds for the livelihood of the family, according to my parents, were funds from the lease of these apartments. Subsequently, when my parents took credit to buy property in Kharkiv, including the apartment and the cars, they also used those funds that they received from the lease of these apartments, and gradually, within several years, this property was sold, and now these apartments are no longer owned by my parents. But again, I would like to point out that all of that happened more than 20 years ago, or about 15 years ago, when I did not work at its positions and my parents were not working in civil service either. Okay, tell me please, what was the sale amount from the sale of these apartments? Here I'm using information that my parents have told me. The sale of these apartments happened, as I've said, in 2000s. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, then for the 3-room apartment, they got approximately $115,000 in the dollar equivalent back then. 1-room apartment was sold for $30,000, and 2-room apartment, if I'm not mistaken, was sold for $50,000 or $55,000. In total, from the sale of all the property that they had in Baku, in total, we are talking about the amount of more than $260,000. And I would also like to point out that in 2000, my parents bought 3-room apartment. Back then, as we all know, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, there were very low prices as compared to the current prices for the real estate. So it was easily buy in Kharkiv, in the city center, to buy an apartment at a relatively small amount. And my parents bought a 3-room apartment in Kharkiv for $9,000 in the equivalent. But when the construction boom started and when the demand for the real estate increased since 2010 or a bit earlier, then this apartment was sold my parents by already $54,000 in the dollar equivalent. So the difference was already about $45,000. That's just a very simple example of how they got these funds. Okay, thank you. Why am I asking these follow-up questions? Because according to our preliminary estimates, we've taken into account the sale of these apartments in Baku and the real estate that was obtained by your parents during the specific period of time. And there is some discrepancy, not some, but quite significant discrepancy. The difference between the sale and purchases is the amount of about $67,000. Like, were there any other sources of origin of funds? How it happened? Yes, Mr. Oleg, I understand your question. Here again, I would like to draw attention to, firstly, the fact of leasing out these apartments for a long period of time. So that was since the moment of our departure, but we are talking about 1995, and until the moment of their sale. And that was already 2006, 2007. So for more than 10 years, these apartments were leased out. That's firstly. Secondly, the enterprise was already functioning, and my parents obtained some funds from economic activities as well. Thirdly, my mother, since she's from there, of course, she had relatives there, and my grandmother and my uncle and my aunt. So basically, we have quite lots of relatives on the side of my parents who live in the Republic of Azerbaijan. And there are land plots, and they are coming from more rural area. So accordingly, those land plots that are there are still being cultivated. They have gardening. So in fact, the sources of origin of funds, in fact, are quite numerous. But again, I've never focused too much attention on that because during the period of working in the prosecutor's office, and as you know from my autobiography, I was also taking part in the competition to the NABU, and quite successfully. I was among the first 70 detectives. So this issue has been considered many times already. And the key thing here is that all of this property was bought for honestly earned money of my parents, even before I joined, even before I even started working in the civil service. Mr. James, colleagues, do you have any questions regarding this block?
On the property? No.
Yes.
Добре.
Okay, then.
Пане Аміл, перейдемо.
Mr. Amil, let's move on to the next problem.
А саме,
In particular, probable failure to declare property by you that during 2022-2023 your children and wife used.
Скажіть, будь ласка,
Tell me, please,
де перебувала
where were your family members, including your wife and children, outside of Ukraine after February 24 of 2022? In which countries? In which settlements, maybe? Yes, thank you for your question. It's clear for me. Probably I received these questions from the working group of the Commission. I've tried to exhaustively answer this question with supporting documents, with arguments, but I will be brief now in explaining this. First of all, yes, really, my wife and two of my children, that is a girl and a boy, on February 24 of 2022, in connection with the start of the full-scale war, they left the city of Kharkiv together with my parents. Of course, I, as the head of the law enforcement body, as the person who took the oath before the state, I stayed in Kharkiv all the time, and I physically could not even move them outside of the territory of the city because I had to stay in the city. So yes, really, my wife, together with my children and my parents, left the city of Kharkiv. Actually, back then, they were just going into nowhere, because there was no other property or some other apartment or some place of residence of the territory of Ukraine for my family. And that's a well-known fact, but maybe international members of the Commission do not know where Kharkiv is. Kharkiv is the regional center that is 30 kilometers from the state border. That's a very important clarification. And at the beginning of the war, as it is also well known, occupants actually entered the city, and the city was half surrounded. And only thanks to the heroic actions of our defenders, National Guard, law enforcers, armed forces of Ukraine, they could stop them at their roundabout road. And the Kiev highway was the only road on which you could leave Kharkiv. All the other roads roads were cut off. Mr. Emil, let's specify where. Yes, so they went to the territory of Western Ukraine. For some time, they stayed in they just were driving, and my father was trying to find some housing to rent it on the territory of Western Ukraine. But since there was a huge demand because of the security situation, there were no free housing on the territory of Western Ukraine. They stopped at the place of my father's friend. This friend, together with his wife, had a private house, and they gave 2 bedrooms for temporary stay of my family members. But again, it was temporary, and it was necessary to move on. So my father took a decision in order to create proper conditions for his wife, that is my mom, and for my wife and their grandkids. They crossed the border on Western Ukraine to the Republic of, I do not remember. I think it was initially either was Turkey or Azerbaijan. So they were both in Turkey and in Azerbaijan after that. And since we have lots of relatives in Azerbaijan, we have relatives in Turkey as well, on the side of my mom. They stopped both in Azerbaijan and Turkey. I would like to make an important comment. Your question is about declaring. Yes. My wife and my children are citizens of Ukraine. And they did not obtain any status of a refugee, I don't know, or some other social status which would envision provision of some housing, some shelter, or some social benefits. So basically, as citizens of Ukraine, both in Turkey and in Azerbaijan, they were subject to immigration legislation of these countries. And the immigration legislation of these countries says that citizens of another state, in this case, citizens of Ukraine, have the right to stay there for, I do not remember specifically, but either for 90 or 180 days. So no more than 90 or 180 days per calendar year. And after that, they have to legalize their stay in the form of receiving some residence permit or some other social status. So that's why they switched their places of residence.
Okay, so they did not stay in those countries for a long time. No, they haven't. I know the requirements of an ACP. I have read their clarifications, and it clearly states that you have to declare property that has been used half of the term of the reporting period, and that is 183 days and more. But as they, in fact, did not reside in one country for such a period, Emil, sorry, we are running off time. James, a question from you.
I have a question on the media report of the Omarov clan. You may have heard of this, and I'd like to get your comment on it. There was this media report about you and
Пане Джеймсе, уточнення. Не Омарів, а Омарових.
Omarovich report. Omarov.
Yes. And there are a number of allegations in that report that I'd like to touch on and hear your response. An allegation that your family was involved in supplying Azeri and Turkish students to legalize their status in Ukraine. Let's start with that one. Are you familiar with that?
Дякую, пане Джеймсе, за запитання.
Thank you, Mr. James, for your question. Of course, I have heard this news, this report. This information was spread in media, and these publications were made in 2016-2017.
З'явилися такі публікації однотипного.
There were several publications of this nature, similar in their content, and I think they were ordered by somebody because they did not reflect the real facts. These were false information. Let me explain why they were published, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Мова йде про 2015 рік.
I'm talking about 2015. We have a university, the Kharkiv National University of Radio and Electronics. In 2015, in this year, the rector was elected.
І одним з проректорів, які
And one of the vice rectors was my native uncle.
Вони всі проректори приймали участь.
All these vice rectors have applied for this competition to be elected as a rector of the university. And after that, a dirty campaign started against my uncle, and these articles appeared. These articles did not contain anything which was true. All the statements were false. Even if you have a look or read and even take it seriously, I'm, as a representative of a prosecution office and has access to classified information, I've been seriously verified by SBU in particular. So I actually was asked a lot of questions about that. And even if I had some dark spots in my biography, that would be the focus of SBU, believe me. After that, after rector was elected, all the issues were resolved. For some reason, nobody published such information later. So probably if there were such opportunities and such ties and the activities in terms of legalizing, definitely that would continue. But after the rector was elected, it stopped. Just to mention, my uncle did not become a rector. Another person was appointed for this position. This is just a brief explanation on that. Also, I can also comment further on. It says that I was using my authority and I was intruding into some affairs. Yes, I wanted to ask this question. Let me ask the question first, just to make it clear for our viewers. The case is related to the fact that in Kharkiv National University of Radio and Electronics, together with two other vice rectors, your uncle was dismissed. And then two other vice rectors, Natalia Lesna, if I'm not mistaken, and Mykola Slipchenko, have submitted complaints to the national police, and you were aware about this complaint. Could you please explain how did you know, how did you find out about the circumstances of the case, and what did you do in this regard? Thank you for your question. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I have provided my answer in writing, so I will be brief now. Also, it was a manipulative action. I don't even know what letter or complaint are you talking about, but yes, the vice rectors of the university were dismissed. This university was located in former Dzerzhinsk rayon, now it's called Shevchenkovsky rayon. We all know that the violation of labor code should be investigated by national police. The university was located in Dzerzhinsk rayon, that's why all complaints, all claims that were submitted by the dismissed vice rectors, and they think it was an illegal process, they have submitted to national police, to the prosecution office, to SBU, So the complaint was addressed at different levels. And of course, it was sent to the national police, as I've already said. Based on the consideration results of this complaint, we found out that my uncle did not address the law enforcement agencies. He tried to appeal this decision through the court, so he filed a claim to the court. The previous vice rectors filed a complaint requesting to initiate the criminal proceedings, and it was included into the single register. At that time, I was the deputy head of the prosecution office. After I found out about this fact, and that such complaints have been submitted to the national police, and that the criminal proceeding was initiated. And here, please, let me clarify. It was about the potential conflict of interest at that time. Legally speaking, at that time, there was no conflict of interest, and on a later stage as well. Those rectors are not my acquaintances, neither my friends. I have never met them, never communicated with them, and so on. But understanding that this situation can be highlighted in a negative context, and to avoid any misunderstandings, I wrote a report. I informed my supervisor about this fact, and probably I have informed that it could be an alleged conflict of interest. That's why I asked my supervisor to address the higher prosecution office and to transfer this case from me to other pre-trial investigation body. I wanted to prevent any chances to connect me, my work in the prosecution office, with the investigation of these criminal proceedings. It has been done, and the first deputy of the regional prosecution made a procedural decision. He made an order and readdressed this criminal proceeding to other pre-trial investigation body. And since that time, I don't know about the course of the case. I don't know about the results of investigation because I'm not related to it. This document is not just my words. I have the scanned copies, and I've actually provided these documents to the working group of the Commission, so you can easily check that. In this case, I've prevented the situation happen like the legislation requires me to do. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Laura, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question about your professional evolution, not necessarily about the topics that were discussed until now, if that's okay. Yeah. So you worked in Kharkiv, and then you passed the competition to go to NABU. We know that that competition was quite tough, and you also referred to it. And then suddenly, after a few months, you moved back to Kharkiv. Can you explain what made you take such a decision in 2015?
Дякую, пані Лавро, за
Thank you
питання.
for the question.
Вказане питання також для мене не нове.
This is not a new question for me. I've already been asked this by my friends, by my colleagues. Everybody was interested why I made this decision and what was the reason for it. In 2015, at that time, I worked as the prosecutor of the department, and I did the pre-trial investigation in regional prosecution office. So this position was not related with any organizational or administrative functions. In 2015, NABU was created. I have seen that the first 70 detectives are being appointed, being selected, and for the reason of professional growth, and because I wanted to be a part of positive changes, and because I wanted to develop professionally, I put all my efforts in order to take part in the competition. And you are saying that the first competition for 70 detectives was huge. More than 5,000 applications have been received. There were several months of the interviews and vettings and so on. And yes, the outcome was positive and my professional experience was evaluated at the time, including my professional skills. Respectively, I agreed to be transferred for the position of a detective in Kiev. But in parallel, the first stage of reforms of the prosecution system has started. So the anti-corruption structure was created. The bureau, SAP, was created as well. And when this reform started, I also passed the attestation and achieved scores. I was suggested to take an administrative position, so the managerial position, which allowed me to use all my capacities, knowledge that I had and accumulated by the time, and to head a unit or department. That was the first reason why I decided to come back to Kharkiv, to the prosecution office, because the position was administrative, as I said. And another reason was related to my family-related issue. At that time, I have been married with my wife for 2 years. We had one child. He was 1 year and a half. And when I moved to Kiev, I found out that she was pregnant with our second child. And we negotiated with her. She was against our separate living, me living in Kiev and she staying in Kharkiv. There were no regional offices of NABU at that time. So for me, on the one hand, the reason was the administrative experience that I wanted to obtain, and the second reason, the family circumstances. And all these forced me to take one of the most complicated decisions that I ever had, and to come back to Kharkiv.
I'm not judging, but I would have expected you to have these conversations before going through the complicated competition for NABU, not afterwards, right? I mean, usually when you make such a big decision and you move, at least theoretically, to Kyiv, I would have expected you to have these conversations before going through the whole process. But okay, maybe the reason was that your wife was pregnant with a second son. But this begs the question, what would you do now if you are selected for Kiev? Because BES is placed in Kiev. Yes, it has regional offices, but you as the head of BES would have to be in Kiev. You're now in Kharkiv. Has your wife changed her mind about moving to Kiev?
Наразі вона взагалі тільки мріє про те, щоб переїхати до іншого місця проживання, оскільки я
Well, she's
нагадаю.
willing to move to a different city because, let me remind you, it's not a sweet place to live in Kharkiv, even for security reason. Now, speaking about weighing and thinking about before making a decision and applying to the competition. Now that several years have passed, the life circumstances have changed. I also have some managerial experience that I have obtained in the prosecution office. I know how to organize the work of the team. So the answer is no. I will think before making any decisions. And when you ask me whether I had to think twice before I took a proposal to join NABU, Well, I would answer the following. The process of reforming prosecution office started earlier than NABU. There were some scandals, some unpleasant situations. Then the reforming process was a little bit stuck, and there were some issues with attestation. And here I received an opportunity to build my career and to join and work with NABU. So I can't say that I was just, taking different chances and applying to different competitions and choosing what is best.
Again, I'm not 100% convinced, and I'll explain why. As you are entering NABU at the beginning of the institution, in the first batch of people joining the NABU, I think you understood very well that you would have opportunities there if the institution performs, of course. And now retroactively, when we look at NABU, we see that many people that started at NABU are going now to other institutions also. With regard to the reform of the prosecution service in Ukraine, I'm quite familiar with that process. I would say that probably 2015 was not a very easy year in the prosecution in Ukraine. I think it was right in the middle of the turmoil. Nobody knew how many prosecutors were going to be left with, who's going to go, who's going to stay. So again, there was a lot of uncertainty in the prosecution service. Therefore, I think you understand why we're asking these questions. You just succeeded in taking a position in NABU, and then you move back to a place that didn't offer any kind of stability at the time, right? So it was a moment of reorganization, of firing people. That's why I think I have my own doubts about how sound this move was. But I'm happy to hear that if selected, you are willing to Kiev this time. Yes, no more questions from me on this point.
We can go on to an integrity-related question.
Yes.
This one is concerning your dissertation. The fact that in your dissertation, you quote a gentleman named Oleg Tatarov, who was the deputy head of the presidential office under Yanukovych. And you quote him multiple times. I wanted to know if you have ever met him or have any contact with him. If so, where, when, and how, under what conditions? If you could please give us any information on that.
Дякую, Джим, за запитання. Я розумію,
Thank you, Jim, for your question. I understand
така увага до мого дисертаційного дослідження.
where and how you got interested in my dissertation. I want to be straight here. This person that you refer to, I've never met him. There is no connection between us. I've never worked in the Office of President on National Police or any other positions where I could have theoretically met him. However, my dissertation was defended in 2017. This person even didn't take this position back then. He took the position he has been holding since 2020. So back in 2017, I didn't know him as a public figure.
Проживав більшу частину свого життя. Я прожив у місті Харкові.
I had lived most of my life in Kharkiv. I've been working most of my life in Kharkiv. So even if I I couldn't have, any connection with him. As to my dissertation, indeed, I defended my research. And if you look at my thesis, there are 203 positions in the references. So I couldn't even remember that I mentioned him, but I took this recommended literature, recommended sources, and I looked at the sources that this person was mentioning. I've realized that there is only one source of information that this person wrote. There was this article, and I referred to this article in my dissertation. And when you refer to an article, then you need to indicate the quote, yeah, because of the copyright. But I understand why the question arose. There was a question of a journalist. And let me cross all the dots here and I's. I referred to this person only for the scientific and research purposes, no more, no less than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yuri?
Дякую. Ну, коли йдеться про обговорення дисертації,
Thank you. When we discuss dissertations, I always want to ask these questions. I remember I quoted Vyshinsky in my dissertation. And can you please tell us, where did you write your dissertation, in which university? Well, yes, to build on what you just said about Mr. Vyshinsky. What I mean is, yeah, we can't bear responsibility for the sources that we refer to, for these authors. No. I asked, where did you write the dissertation? It was Yaroslav Device National Academy, the Department of Criminal Procedure. Supervisor was Mr. Tumanets. Okay. Did you defend the dissertation in the same university? Yes, and the Research Council. Thank you. I have no more questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions on this module? We have spent approximately 1 hour, better said 50 minutes. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. Therefore, over to you, Mr. Omarov, to use 5 minutes to present your vision about BES and also to tell us why you think you are the best candidate for this position.
Дякую, пані Лауро. Дякую за можливість представити своє бачення.
Laura, thank you for this opportunity to present my vision. I want to stress the following. We are living in the conditions of the war and financial pressure on the economy of the country, and amid the strong demand of the Western societies for justice. The objective of WEB should not only be about analytical and law enforcement function, it's also about restoring the trust and guaranteeing the level playing field for all the players. My motivation to apply for this position is based on my conviction that BES is a key instrument in the state policy for the protection of economy. We should not only react to offenses, but we should create the conditions to be able to prevent such crimes. We need to coordinate duly with the national and international partners on that. I want to make my strong personal contribution to ensuring the stability of Ukraine, especially in the context of the hostilities. There are 5 areas of priorities. Let me talk about them. First of all, I deeply believe that we need to do the internal cleansing of BES. What I mean is, we need to understand clearly the actual condition of BES, what kind of problems with integrity the senior managers have, whether the anti-corruption internal service of this institution have. Second priority, establishing the strong analytical department. As many other candidates said, the analysis should be the core of activities of BES. Third is to change the philosophy of BES in its relationship with businesses. I think we need to establish a proper, adequate, honest dialogue with businesses by concluding memoranda of understanding with business associations, for example. We need to establish an online platform on taxation. There should be a hotline to whistleblow about the facts of, some pressure. Number 4, we need to ensure a public nature of bureau's performance and transparency, because to recover the trust of people, we need to be open. And point number 5 is personnel. If there is integrity and responsibility that the director has, no, it is still impossible to achieve any tangible results without proper team. The team, the people, is a keystone for performance of any institution. So it should be transparent, legitimate selection procedures. We need to engage analysts, IT experts, finance experts. We need to have an effective mechanism for upscaling and efficient training of staff. I think that we need to develop teams for operative work, for intelligence gathering, in particular in the area of defense, procurement, detect the overstated prices, tax evasion, some manipulations with VAT, address the export and import schemes, and siphoning of money abroad. This is, in a nutshell, my vision of BES performance if the Commission decides to nominate me for the position of director.
Donatas.
Yes, thank you so much, Laura. Mr. Omarov, can you please recall a most recent situation where somebody tried to do an illegal influence on your decisions?
Дякую, пане Донатас, за запитання.
Thank you, Donatas, for this question.
Щоб були якісь випадки явного
I can't say there were any incidents of evident pressure or influence. I can't recall any of such cases because I follow the principle of legality in my work. If you do anything and everything by law, any than pressure becomes senseless in its nature. So I think this is the philosophy that needs to be communicated to the personnel of BES and to BES as an entire institution. Because if you act according to the law, then any pressure makes no sense.
No. I'm talking about your experience, your last incident where you experienced the pressure. Not that the BES or future BES, would experience. No, but you've been working as a prosecutor for a long time. And there are lots of interests, I believe, in the cases you've been running.
Так, дякую, пане. Я зрозумів, пане Донатас.
I think, I see, Donatas, I understand what you mean. Well, if we talk about the pressure, influence, I mean, that is there all the time, every day. When I worked as investigator or procedural supervisor, and now as I work with as a head of prosecutor's office. For example, the media reports about this case with rectors. This is also a sort of pressure. Or some accusations. I remember the Session Commission asked me the question about this fire, where there were 8 people died, and there was information distorted that was published, and when someone alleged that there were attempts to avoid responsibility. I mean, any case leads to some pressure. It can be done in a covert way,
Yeah,
But
Mr. Amarov,
if
can I stop you here? Yeah, I'm not talking about the pressure from media. I'm not talking about articles, but just pressure to end up the case in one or the other way, or to leave somebody out of a picture in the case, and etc. etc. This kind of pressure, those kind of requests.
Так, ні, пане Донатасе, я зрозумів. Пане Донатасе, я зрозумів,
I
ні,
understand,
такого
no, there has never been such an evident pressure.
роблю по закону.
Everything that I do according to the law.
Не маю ніяких дисциплінарних
I
санкцій,
have not had any disciplinary sanctions imposed on me. This is the confirmation
навіть ініціювання
of that, and there have been no complaints on the part of anyone about me being
No.
unethical or acting illegally.
Mr. Amarov, you still didn't get my question. The pressure on you doesn't really matter, but they have influenced you, but you felt the pressure. You felt some kind of proposals or something, but how you behaved? This is what is interesting for me. But what are you trying to say? That you are very good officer. You never did anything wrong. I believe it 100%. But I can't believe the situation where you spent lots of years running criminal cases, important criminal cases, and there were no interest to influence you, to try to influence you. I'm not saying that they did influence you, but those incidents where they tried to influence you.
Може, намагання, пане Донате, зрозуміло, може
Well, I
намагання...
understand. Well, maybe there could have been some hypothetical attempts, but they were not like evident. They were not aggressive. There were no ultimata, so to say. If it had happened, I mean, there is a mechanism how to react. And it's clear. We have the ethics code, and it clearly describes what we should do. There is an internal anti-corruption service, I mean, internal security. We can go there, or law enforcement agencies, and we report about that, report that there is a proposal or something.
Let me try to rephrase this. Maybe we get more luck. Were you ever in this position to go and report some undue influence that was imposed on you? Has anyone ever tried to influence you in the 18 years you've been working as prosecutor law enforcement?
No.
Never.
No.
I must congratulate you, because I don't think I know any other example. Okay, we can move to the next question, I think. And maybe because I took the floor, I should ask the next question. Can you tell us how many people you're managing today? And in general, your managerial experience, how many people have you managed, and for how long?
Дякую, пані Лауро.
Thank you. Laura. I'm the head of a district prosecutor's office. It's one of the biggest in the region, and it's a central. We have about 30 people.
In your career, have you had to discipline or fire people?
Ні, дисциплінарних стягнень я не накладував.
No disciplinary sanctions imposed by me, because I wasn't the person in the position to do so, because in the prosecutor's office we have the qualification, a disciplinary commission that considers such issues.
Тому це навіть не було в моїх
повноваженнях. So it wasn't my competence. But to avoid that, it could, be like psychological work with the subordinates to avoid situations that could potentially lead to disciplinary sanction or dismissal.
Thank you, Donatas.
Thank you so much. So the other question, during your management or managerial career,
what do you consider as the biggest achievement as a manager? What makes you proud in your managerial career?
Дякую, Дмитро, за запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Я був призначений на посаду керівника у
I was appointed to this managerial position in 2021, and it was 6 months before the full-scale war.
Ніхто з нас не знав, що війна завтра
We
почнеться.
didn't know that the war would start. We didn't know what to do, how to support the motivation of people, how to retain people, how to ensure the security, what to do with the documents. And I think it was a very good experience for me because I managed to maintain the adequate work, adequate operation of the institution I was the head of. And the performance is telling. Today, we don't have any vacancies in my team, so we are all fully staffed. Everyone knows what to do, what are the requirements, my requirements and the requirements of the law and the regulations.
Thank you. I have some questions.
Yeah, just one question, and then we move to Jim. How would you improve the asset recovery measures in the work of BEST if you would be appointed there?
Повернення активів – це один з критеріїв, я
Recovery of
думаю,
assets, I think, is one of the criteria of effectiveness in the Bureau of Economic Security in general. That's appropriate, respectively, tight cooperation with other public authorities, that's cooperation with international partners, that's using experience of countries of Western Europe, USA, regarding the model of financial intelligence to identify these assets. That's also the use of OSINT analytics and the use of artificial intelligence in order to be able to analyze transfer of funds. That's using the follow the money methodology. That's mean tracing the flow and movement of funds. So it's necessary to act. So to say, everything has been created before us. We just have to take this good Western experience and implement it into activities of the Bureau of Economic Security based on principles of legality, integrity, accountability, and systemic approach. And I think that everything will work fine, and then the results will be very good.
Well, that is all very beautiful, but do you think these practices that other countries use are not implemented in BES because people don't know about them or because of other reasons?
Ні,
No,
знаєте,
you know,
прийняти гарний нормативно-правовий акт.
it is possible to adopt a nice legislation or to take some model as the basis, but if you do not have the goal to really implement it, and if you artificially create obstacles for that, then of course this result will not be achieved. So it's necessary to do this and to implement this in practice.
Okay, so what would you do? Because you talked about telling colleagues about these mechanisms. That would work in case they don't know them, but my feeling is that they probably are well aware of these mechanisms. There might be other reasons why this is not happening. You personally have not encountered pressure in your professional life, but others may have to deal with that pressure every day. So what would you do to make things better in this field?
Для того, щоб
in order to do that, of course, I'm convinced that even now everyone knows about these models and about these criteria. But again, in my presentation, one of the priorities is human resources policy. That's involvement of professional specialists through open and transparent competition, and of course, preservation of those human resources in the staff of the BES that are responsible, that are professional in their domain. And if there is a powerful team that understands the goals of the Bureau, then of course, then it will be implemented.
Okay, what do you do if you get a phone call from an important office to tell you to drop an investigation against a particular business because the business is essential for Ukraine?
Ну, схожа задача в нас була
The similar task was given to us during the practical assignment. During the previous stage of the competition, there was also this case where there was a phone call scenario. Look, I always support the idea of communication, both with the business, people, and other public authorities, but it has to be clearly within the framework of powers that every official has. If there is such a phone call, it is necessary to understand the issue, why, whether there are really some violations by the BES in this case. If yes, then to adjust the activities of investigators, to provide some recommendations. But if this call is aimed at basically giving the illegal instruction or unlawful request, then of course there should be a decisive answer, no. And it's necessary to act according to the law. There is no other way.
Jim, over to you.
Okay, thank you. What is your specialty in terms of investigations? What are you most familiar and comfortable with in terms of criminality in prosecutions? Just two or three, your top 2 or 3 areas of specialty.
Right now, I'm holding the position of the head of the prosecutor's office, and I organize procedural management over pretrial investigation of different categories of cases. There are routine, like just criminal cases like theft, bodily injuries. There is a category of cases that is directly related to embezzlement, including public budget, of local municipal budget. There is a category of cases that is about identification of corruption crimes, that is arrested or provision of unlawful benefit. So that's why to say that there is some one category that is the dominant for me in the activity of the team that I'm heading, I cannot say that. Of course, I have to work with all the categories of criminal cases that are under procedural management of my subordinates. And of course, to listen to their reports, if necessary, then to give some advice, some recommendations, or to express my vision. So yeah, all of this. That's my answer.
Okay. The BES is focused, as far as I can see from the public information, is focused particularly on tax crimes, but also fraud, smuggling, and money laundering. So those would be major areas for you. It might be a bit of a learning curve there, perhaps. And I guess there are hundreds of criminal proceedings that would take place in an agency, which now I see corrected from before. It's more than 800 people as of 2023. I had 683 as of 22, but I guess it's gone up a little bit with still many, many unfilled positions. As you've probably heard me say before, there are other areas of BES that don't tend to get as much attention as law enforcement, for which you would be responsible as the head. Analysis receives quite a bit of attention, and the analysis is mainly on risk, economic risks, and assessing them, predicting their spread, and developing strategies for minimization of the risks. as the first part of the question, what is your experience in risk mitigation of economic crime?
Дякую, пане Джиме, за запитання.
Thank you, Mr. Jim, for your question. At once, I will tell you that I cannot say that I have some huge experience with fight against tax crimes. I cannot say that, of course. It's also apparent from my autobiography, from those positions that I held. Of course, as you are saying, it will be necessary probably to learn something new for myself, but I believe that my entire career has proven that I'm ready. I'm quite flexible and I'm quite quick to learn something new. So that's why I'm focusing a lot on the HR policy in the Bureau of Economic Security, because previous candidates also pointed that out. It's impossible to be the specialist in all the spheres, in all the sectors of activities of the BES, to be the analyst and the operational and the detective. So that's why, of course, I have more experience with investigative activities, probably, procedural activities, and probably a bit of operative work. But yes, I have less experience in the sphere of analytics, but I think that it can be corrected.
As one of our colleagues is fond of saying here on the commission, that your face will be the public face of BES, and public engagement is one of the key areas of BES. That is appeals to the public, working with civil society, facilitating access to information, doing consultations with the private sector, among others. You mentioned MOUs, etc. I think that's a good idea. Do you have any experience or anything that you have actually done in this area?
В плані комунікації
In terms of communication with mass media, or
let's call it public engagement. That's one of the 5 areas of BES activity.
Дякую.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jim. Of course, during the work at my current position, we also report and communicate with representatives of the media, both through our press service that we have and directly when there is a necessity to give some comments or to cover some event that may be topical for the society, so that people would know what is happening, what are the results of that.
You personally, not your press service or your communications office.
Ні, я маю на увазі, що це так, це
Yes. I mean that the press service is organizing that, but I'm directly
доповідачем є
reporting on specific topics because I am the hand. So that's like this communication is more like a daily communication or based on the need to cover some information.
Okay. And if you were to take over BES as this very complicated, complex organization which does many different things, what would be the first 3 or 4, let's say 4 things that you would do to, let's say, get your arms around the situation, or to start having an impact on the transformation? You've mentioned human resources. I don't want to put those words in your mouth. Maybe that's number 5. But what are your top 4? You personally, not your staff. You, not your people who work for you.
Так, я зрозумів.
Yes, I understand your question. I've been basically mentioning that in my vision, but again, I will expand it a bit. It is necessary to understand, that's my personal task, as the head, to conduct the real audit of the situation in the BES in order to understand what is happening there, which problems are there. If we can see these problems from inside, so to say. Firstly, that's audit. Secondly, that's setting priorities for activities of the BES aimed at those focus areas that I voiced. That is about tax crimes and military procurements and illegal transfer of funds abroad. And obviously, that the result of all of this is the change of the philosophy in communication with the business and the public. So that also that's also my work directly as the head with the business and the media, so that they would understand what we are doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other issues, colleagues? I do not see any other raised hands. And because we are approaching the end of the interval allocated to you, Mr. Omarov, I would suggest that we pass the floor to you for your last remarks. Please don't take more than 1 or 2 minutes. And with that, we want to thank you very much for taking part in this interview and offering such clear answers to our questions. Please, the floor is yours.
Дякую, пані Лауро.
Thank you, Madam Laura. Thank you, all the members of the Commission, for this opportunity to provide clear answers to uncomfortable questions and to address you. I think that each of the finalists of these competitions is worthy of respect, because they have really agreed to answer all of these questions that are asked by the Commission. I hope that I have managed to answer and comprehensively address the concerns that the Commission had about me. So that's why, in case you recommend me for this position, as I've said in my introductory speech, I will work based on the principles of legality, professionalism, and systemic approach. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please feel free to disconnect. I think we have about 4 minutes before we have the next candidate.
I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in
Yeah.
4
Can we
minutes.
do like 5
Пане Михайле, доброго дня.
Mr. Mihailo, good afternoon.
Пане Михайле, чи чуєте ви
Can you
мене?
hear us? Yes, good afternoon. I can hear you well.
Пропонуємо вімкнути вам переклад.
Then I suggest you switch on the interpretation mode.
Білий глобус,
Please
interpretation.
press the white globe below your screen. Press function more.
Ну так, там, де додатково, там переклад має бути.
Так, запис, субтитри, перевод, да?
Так, і обираєте українську мову.
Please choose the Ukrainian channel.
So let's check if it works. Can you hear me in Ukrainian right now?
Да, я вас чудово чую.
Чудово, пане Михайло.
I can
Тоді,
hear you.
ми готові з технічної точки зору.
Then, technically, we are prepared for the interview. Please slow down and give an opportunity for the interpreters to interpret you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Portovei. My name is Laura Stefan. I'm the chairperson of the commission, and I would like to congratulate you for going through the procedure so far and for arriving at its last stage, which is the interview. The interview, as I'm sure you're already well aware, will take between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes. Usually it is 1 hour and 30 minutes. And it is composed of 2 modules. First, we discuss issues related to integrity, and then we discuss elements that have to do with the candidate's vision of the Bureau for Economic Security. And we also explore the qualities the candidates have that recommend them for this top position in the Ukrainian state. You will be offered 2 minutes in the beginning to introduce yourself. Then we go into the integrity model. Then, once we finish all the questions on integrity, we give you again 5 minutes to discuss your vision and to convince us that you are the best candidate for the position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. And then we start a conversation on these elements of strategic vision about BES and about you and your professional background. So that being said, please remember that we do have translation. Often we even forget about it and we speak too fast. So over to you for 2 minutes to introduce yourself.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mikhailo Burtovy. Currently, I work as a detective in NABU. I'm a lieutenant colonel. I'm 40 years old. My working experience is more than 20 years, and among these years, 14 years I spent in the National Police, and 7 years I worked in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. My working experience, I started as an operational worker in the capital city. I developed, grew professionally, and became a manager. My managerial experience is 8 years. During this time, due to high and effective results in my work, several times I was remunerated and awarded. Once for disclosing severe crimes in the capital of Ukraine, I received the highest award within the internal system of Ukraine. My position is very active. I constantly improve in my qualification, my professional skills when I have time. I have also received 3 educations: legal education with award, then economic education, and agricultural. I try to take an active part in the events of our country. That's why in 2015, I was seconded to participate in A2O operation in Luhansk region. I have a status of war veteran. Also, I take part in different trainings, courses that I need in order to improve my competence. So I think my professional experience, my personal competences can be useful for reforming such a powerful and new structure that definitely will function for the benefit of economic security of our country. Thank you. Also, separately, I would like to ask Commission during the interview to pay attention as to the personal data. I would like not to disclose the addresses of myself and my family for security reason. Thank you.
Yes, we will try to pay attention to this. And we were informed by the Secretariat that you asked us not to quote exact numbers in your financial statements. However, we do have some questions to you without quoting numbers. Let's see if we can clarify things without really putting the figures. We did communicate in writing with you, and it is important that we say this. There has been an exchange between the candidate and the Commission. However, given the importance of transparency in this process, we may come back to you with some questions regarding some of the issues that we have already discussed. Let me start by discussing the the financial aspects that we have been corresponding about. We have noticed from your calculations that you do have a lot of savings that, at least in our calculations, don't match up the money that you would have left after your normal expenditures. So I'm trying to clarify whether when you submitted information to us, the incomes, are they gross incomes or net incomes? So in the column for incomes, have you reported the salary with taxes or the salary after taxes, the take home or the overall amount?
Мова йде конкретно про мене, правильно? Про
Are
мої
you
доходи.
talking about my income at the moment,
Yours and your
or
wife.
my family as well?
Your and your wife.
Да.
But I'm not going to quote
всі-
numbers, right? Just asking you if what you included in the table is net or
Так,
gross.
звичайно. Да, дані цифри в аналітичній таблиці, яку
In
я
the
надав
analytical
комісії,
table I provided to the Commission just for visual representation and for easy perception, to make it simpler for you,
це суми зазначені
include
вже безпосередньо,
figures
які я отримав
which I have
на
received
виплату заробітної плати безпосередньо на руки. Тобто це вже
on my card. So those are funds which I actually get for use after paying taxes.
Можу окремо продовжити цю тему.
I can separately, I can continue with this topic if you want.
Yes.
Можу вказати, що починаючи з 2015 року,
Starting from 2015 to 2025, so the period 10 years, the month budget of expenditures of my family takes a major part of the salary, both of my wife and myself. So in general, approximately, the expenditures of my family per month is 60% from the salary received. In monetary equivalent, for your understanding, per 1 month, it is about 70,000 hryvnias. Of course, there are certain months when these expenditures can be higher or lower. Nobody can foresee it because everybody has different life circumstances. These expenditures include different household expenditures, public utilities, food that we buy, clothes, servicing our vehicles, medical treatment, vacations, and other things. I worked on creating this table for a long period of time. You can follow and track all the incomes of myself and my wife. I have indicated income per each year, and I hope that the working group has translated everything correctly. You can see both the income and the expenditures per each year. Of course, we have excluded savings which were available at that period of time. And I think that they correspond to the income I have received and the expenditure that we had. Now speaking the expenditures mentioned as household expenditures, or servicing of vehicles or kindergarten expenses. I don't have such expenditures, first of all, because only this year my child received an invitation to attend a kindergarten we didn't attend before. Speaking about servicing of the vehicles that our family owns, my family uses just one vehicle on a daily basis. It is our car, Nissan Qashqai, manufactured in 2019. My wife uses this car during the working week, and during the weekend, I use this car. Speaking about maintenance of this car, well, we do the technical examination of this car once per year. Of course, we fuel this car, and we have included these expenses into the table I've provided to you. Now, speaking about the savings, all my savings come from official sources. And in particular, the salary I get. Information about my income is public, and I have indicated it in my annual declarations. These declarations have been verified by NACP. I have not received any concerns or questions regarding the shortcomings in my declarations. Separately, I would like to talk about my savings. It is important to say that in 2019, I have changed the place of work from the National Police of Ukraine and continued my service in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Respectively, my salary has increased, and approximately in 5 or 6 times, comparing to the previous place of work. And respectively, the way of life remained on the previous level, and my expenses as well. This allowed me, and if you pay attention at 2019, because your question is related to 2019, this allowed me to save this money. Please pay attention to year 2019, and the table clearly shows how much of my income, expenditures, and savings I had. I think this is a regular process when your income increases 5 or 6 times, and you don't have additional things to spend it for, then you try to save it. This is just a clear and simple explanation about my savings. Respectively, my salary in NABU is quite high. This is one of the guarantees of independence in NABU, and it gives a positive effect and result during 10 years of work of the detectives.
У мене з даного питання, напевно, все.
I think I have answered your question. If you have additional questions, you're free to ask them. I'm willing to answer.
Yes, there seems to be some discrepancies between the information you declare for your wife as income in the declarations of assets and the information that you submitted to us. And I'll point towards the year 2018 or 2019. There are variations, not huge, but there are variations, maybe 60,000 grivnas variations. What could those be? We looked at the declarations and we looked at your tables.
Да, відповідно до таблиці і вказаних років.
According to the table and the years you just mentioned, and that is 2018-2019, the income, expenditures, and savings of my wife, that was the question about. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm just talking about income.
Да, тому відповідно чітко проглядається, що за 2000
It is clearly seen that in 2019, my wife has earned 350,000 grivnas. It's an open information. I have no problem to announce it.
От заробила 350 тисяч гривень, це був її дохід з її
It was her income from her official salary. The expenditures that she had from this money was 150,000 grivnas, 154,000 grivnas to be precise. And that is less than half of money that were saved. 60,000 grivnas, I actually can't find this discrepancy, unfortunately.
Можливо, якщо є ця різниця 60 тисяч гривень.
If there is a difference of these 60,000 grivnas, I don't think it's a significant amount. First of all, I can't understand where did you take this amount from, because the working group did not ask this question. And I think there is no reason to make this calculation now. Because I have checked these figures multiple times. I have recalculated them many times before I submitted this table to you. And respectively, this information is in my declaration. That's why there can be no discrepancies. I have been already asked these questions from the NACP when my declaration was verified. I'm very responsible when submitting my declarations, and I try to declare everything I own. I try to include both immovable, movable assets and monetary savings. I have been working for a long time as a detective of NABU, and that's why the demand for submitting declarations is very high. We have no right to make mistakes while filling out declarations, because it's about the reputation of the body. We also have the internal control unit in NABU, and they repeatedly analyze declarations of each employee of NABU in order to check this declaration for any mistakes available. That's why I'm very surprised by this question. And I don't see this discrepancy, to be honest. I'm sure there is no discrepancies. Maybe you are talking about other aspects. Maybe there is a difference and equivalent between currencies, maybe when we were transferring grivnas into dollars. But now I can't see this discrepancy. I'm sorry.
So you state that the table that you have submitted to us is completely identical with your declarations submitted to NACP, yes? In terms of incomes for you and your wife. for those respective years.
І надходжень, і заощаджень.
The incomes and savings.
Incomes. I'm talking about incomes. So the data that you have included in the incomes column in your table is identical to the data that you have submitted to NACP for your declarations for those respective years.
Так, повинно бути так.
Yes, it should be like that indeed.
Okay, we will double check this information, and you also hold that the data included in the column related to incomes refers to the net income, what you had on your card.
Так, звичайно.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, not net plus taxes, just the net.
Так.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, if you have additional questions on the incomes. No. Okay, let's move to the real estate. We have learned and we have discussed it with you also that between 2017 and 2020, your family members have acquired approximately 60 land plots. Can you explain to us how this has happened? Most of them are free of charge.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question.
Щодо отримання земельних ділянок
As to the land plots acquisition by my family members, my parents have lived all their lives in rural areas, and they have been doing farming in different areas. They've been growing agricultural products, they've been doing some gardening, beekeeping, and so on. In the 2000 years, so over 25 years ago, my parents, my father and my father, were one of the first rural farmers, and they created their own farming business that had a land plot to carry out farming activities. This land plot was used by my parents for a long period of time. I was a school-age boy then. In 2017, my father decided to register this land plot onto the names on the family members, which according to the land legislation of Ukraine is allowed, and yeah, it is allowed. This can happen. So the land plots can be registered on the names of the family members. So my father registered that on his wife, his son, and his daughter. So according to your question, it is my mother, my sister, and my father. All the norms of legislation, I don't think I need to mention them all. It will take a lot of time. I have already provided all the questions to the Commission, but to give you details, let me dwell on more details on one of them. According to the law of Ukrainian farming business, the members of a farming enterprise can include the husband and wife, their children, or their close relatives. So my mother, my sister, my brother are family members of my father, and they are covered by this norm of the law. According to the Article 13 of the law of Ukraine on farming enterprises, the members of a farming enterprise can receive free of charge land plots. This is the whole idea of a farming enterprise that covers family members, not third parties, outsiders. There is a list that is set out in the legislation, and that's what was done.
Can you tell me who makes decisions of offering land free of charge? Who is the authority that decides whether an individual that petitions asking for land free of charge gets it or not?
Цей орган це
This
спеціально
authority is a specially authorized entity of regional importance. So it is located in regional centers. It's called the State Service of Geocadastre. And this service makes such decisions. So they study the laws and consider these motions, whether there are grounds to receive this such type of land or not. So my father submitted all necessary documents, and his right was exercised without any problems. It is quite a common practice. It's farming, family-based, family-type farming enterprises in rural areas is a common thing. In particular, it was the case in our settlement. It was something common that everyone who was doing farming business did.
Yes, continue.
Якщо потрібно, я можу пояснити щодо
If you need, I can explain how I received my land plot, also free of charge, 2 hectares. But this was another legal reason. If you want me to answer that one, I will.
Yes, but first I want to ask you whether your parents were part at the time of the decision or close to the time of the decision from any kind of local governance bodies.
Дякую за питання.
Thank you for this question. My parents didn't belong to the list of employees of any local authorities or local government agencies. My mother used to be a councillor of a local village council.
When?
Це був період
It was 2012, 2015 or 2017. So the land plots were acquired in 2017, if I remember correctly. This is the first
point. Your mother was also part of the council up to 2017, if I'm correct. Do you say that your mother left that position in 2015?
Дивіться, дозвольте пояснити,
Let me
що це
explain.
питання повністю зняти.
Yeah, I need to fully give the explanations. The settlement where my parents reside is called Berezivska Village Council, and she was the council of it. But the land plots that were received, that I mentioned, they are located in an absolutely different settlement. So the settlement where my parents reside, the councillor of which my mom was, nor the settlement where the land plots are actually located, could not, provide any permit whatsoever, because as I said, it's only the regional state geocadastre authority that was permitted to make such decisions. So it happened only once by my mother, and later she didn't exercise any authorities. For you to understand it better, in the settlement where my parents reside, there are about 200 other residents. Over the past 20 years, if we look at who else was a councillor of local village council, there would be like a half of the active population of this village. They were private entrepreneurs or farmers, so anyone who was in any way active in this village. This is a pretty common situation. If the Commission wants, you may, learn deeper the historical
How
side of
far
it.
apart are these two localities? You say that there are they're located differently in two different places. How far apart are they? Because I
Приблизно
suspect
10-15 кілометрів один від одного.
About 10 or 15 kilometers away from each other.
these are neighboring localities almost.
Так,
Так?
так.
Yes.
Це населений пункт, в якому
It's
народилися
a
мої
settlement where my parents were born.
Зростали і навчалися
It's
мої батьки.
where my parents were born and raised. It's where my grandparents were buried, where they had lived. That's where I was raised as well. Yeah, this is our historical background where within which we were raised. So this is, part of the history.
Okay, can you tell me about your plot of land also? Because you're not really involved in agriculture, right? I mean, you did do studies, but you are busy with other stuff at the moment.
Дякую за питання. Значить, хочу сказати,
Thank you
що
for the question. Right. In 2015, I was
участі і проведення в антитерористичній операції в Луганській і Донецькій області.
seconded to participate in the anti-terrorist operation in Donetsk and Lugansk regions in 2014-2015. In 2016, I received the war combatant, war veteran status. According to the Constitution of Ukraine and the Land Code of Ukraine,
Мені передбачено, і як позачергово,
I
право
was allowed, I was given the right to receive this land plot.
найвищі законодавчі акти нашої країни.
This is according to the most important law of our Ukraine, of our country. But still, even if it was prescribed in the law, you still had to take actions to receive this land. I submitted a lot of documents. Sometimes they were denied. I had to introduce corrections and then resubmit them. So as a result, I received the permit, and this is how I received this land plot. Not only I, but also other individuals who had the war veteran status. It is directly set out in the Constitution of Ukraine. What exactly do you mean? Which particular article of the Constitution? Free of charge receipt of land plot. According to the Article 118, if I remember correctly, every citizen of Ukraine can receive free of charge a land plot. And there are 6 types of such land plots, like to carry out personal farming, for construction purposes, for gardening, for other types of buildings. I mean, I'm not prepared to mention them all. I can't remember this article in the Constitution, but if you say it is there, probably I would need to check it out. 118, no, this article is not in the Constitution, it's land code. Yeah, land code, that's possible, but Constitution? Okay.
Can you tell us also about the property acquired by your wife, which is also 2 hectares, if I'm not wrong?
Також 2 гектари, якщо я правильно пам'ятаю.
1.9 hectares. She bought it, right?
Скоріше всього, це недостовірна інформація.
Well, most likely this is incorrect information. My wife never bought 1.9 hectares. Maybe there was some mistake.
Yeah, no, it's the brother of your wife. It's true.
Брат дружини?
The brother
Your
of the wife.
Your wife indeed received a land
Дозвольте.
plot of 53,000 square meters in 2017. Is that correct?
Так, я щойно пояснював.
That's right, yeah, that's how I explained. According to the law, family members,
Дружина, син,
the wife, son,
сестра, донька,
sister,
невістка,
daughter,
входять в перелік
daughter-in-law, they belong to the
які можуть отримати.
close
Відповідно,
relatives.
моя дружина
So my wife
перелік, вона
belongs to
є
this list,
для мого батька.
and she is the daughter of in-law of my
Брата
father.
моєї дружини,
As to the brother of
також,
my wife,
скажімо так, комісія це запитання не задавала.
the commission didn't ask me this question. But I know the details. I can give you all the answers. The brother of my wife
Все своє життя він служить в Збройних силах
has been serving in the armed forces of Ukraine
полковником
all of his life. He is a colonel
Він
of the armed forces.
був задіяний в прямих боях під час 2014 року.
Fought
активних боях.
in 2014. He took part in the hostilities. I think he was even injured, wounded there. But now he continues being on active duty in the armed forces. And he received the land just like me, as a participant of hostilities, as a war veteran. So he exercised this particular norm of the law. All the war veterans since 2014 until 2025, so almost 10 years. So far, almost every war veteran received such a land plot. It was a kind of a demonstration of respect to the people who defended the nation back then. So they had their first priority, preemptive right to exercise this opportunity. It's a really common situation. It's not an individual case.
Have you ever taken any part in trying to advocate for your family to receive land from various entities? Have you represented them? Were you there to explain, what the legislation is and the fact that they're entitled to have such property? For your mother, for example, or for other members of the family?
Зрозумів. В даній ситуації я був присутній
Well, in this situation, I was in the same settlement where I was born and where I lived, where my parents grew up, where the houses of all my relatives are located. I was present during my official leave, because I worked in National Police then. And one of the reasons why I was there, because my land that of 2 hectares that I had received is located in this particular settlement. So to make this point, to about this land, I was present at this point of time, but not only me, or all other war veterans were there. But it was only once. There weren't any other cases.
When did that happen?
Це було
It was
приблизно 2017.
approximately in 2017.
Or 2018? Could have been in 2018?
Можливо, могло.
Maybe it could.
Це був
Yes, probably it was 2018, probably, yeah.
Це був 2018 рік.
Yes, you're right, it was
You were
2018.
there to represent your own interests or the interest of your mother? And where exactly did you go? To whom did you speak?
Це є сільська рада.
That is a village council in the settlement where I was born, where my parents were, as I explained. And there was this land plot, which I was trying to obtain. Accordingly, since my appeal was considered together with other applications, because the session of the village council is deciding on a range of issues, not only one. So they are deciding on a number of issues that are there, that is like urban planning of the village, etc. And one of the issues was my issue, where we discussed and where we were convincing them to obtain this land plot. Back then, there were present about 6 participants of active hostilities, including me.
Okay. Oleg, I think you had a question. Did I see a raised hand?
Так, невеличке, коротке
Yes,
запитання.
a very short question
Дискусії, яка відбувається.
on the topic that we're discussing right now. Mr. Mikhailo, you have repeatedly mentioned that you are the participant of the anti-terrorist operation in 2015, so accordingly it became a ground to obtain a land plot. I just do not know into which block to include that, into integrity or professionalism, why you were where, who sent you there, which functions did you perform there. If possible, I would like to hear this information. Yes, thank you for your question, Mr. Oleg. As I have mentioned in my previous answers, in 2015, indeed, I was sent from the National Police of Ukraine as a member of a group of 45 persons in the conduct of anti-terrorist operation in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Back then, we were under direct subordination of the Center on the conduct of the anti-terrorist operations under the Security Service of Ukraine. We were under direct supervision of this center. And the key functions which we performed during this trip. Firstly, we took part in the special operation in the settlement of Krasnohorivka in the Donetsk region, which back then was in the so-called gray area. Now, unfortunately, it's already occupied by the enemy. It was quite a large-scale operation. Back then, it involved about a large number of people, including the armed forces of Ukraine and the security service of Ukraine and the National Police of Ukraine. Mr. Mikhailo, thank you. Thank you for your answer. We have limited time, so thank you for sharing this information. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm using also all these papers, but if I may go back to what we discussed in the beginning, I want to confirm that we've checked your submitted declarations to the NICP. And indeed, there are differences between the information that you have submitted to us and the information that you have submitted to the NICP. And I've given you 2 examples. You can check them once we conclude the interview. The differences are not huge. However, they exist. Okay, I go where.
Let me comment at once.
Yes, please.
Madam Laura.
Yes, yes.
Так як
Since I would like to specify that in the declaration, that's correct information, correct figures, since the table was prepared in the process of the competition. So I assume that information in the table may, after all, be different. Even if it's like really 60,000 hryvnias, then maybe that's my mistake. I admit that. So please pay attention to the information from the declaration as the accurate.
No, because we were having that conversation in the framework of I'm trying to understand the savings. Therefore, the declarations that are submitted to the NACP show lower numbers than the declarations than the data that you have included in the table. We will take into consideration the official submitted data. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Are you aware that there is a decision of a district council, Mankiewski, from December 2018, where the councillors state that you have tried to influence their decision using your official position with regard to some area of land? This whole discussion, do you know that it resulted in a council decision in the end, where they captured your presence there and basically labeled it intervention? If you want to comment on this, because I think it's important to clarify.
Так, дякую за питання.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, I do know about this. So the person who now has admitted to this district council with this information has not found support among the population. That was the head of the village council of that settlement, where this discussion with participants of active hostilities was ongoing. He did not find the support of his councillors in the village council, so he appealed to the district council, and which is not the competence of this head of the village council. The situation did take place. Accordingly, if the person wants to appeal regarding some offense, this person should go not to the body where his relatives work, because there his cousin is working. Maybe that was some kind of advice, and maybe because of that it was done. That's the first moment. The second moment is that if people see some offenses or signs of that, they go not to the neighboring self-governance body, but they rather go into law enforcement bodies, so that there would be a proper response. These persons have not submitted any complaints or claims to law enforcement bodies. Besides, since the Commission has not asked me this question, I'm just answering based on the information that I have. Right now, I would like to say that this person who initiated this address, as I know from the mass media and from the situation that is happening, with respect to him, there have been initiated criminal cases. He is the suspect, the defendant, under the case on embezzlement of funds, when he was the official at that point of time. That is just the description of the traits of this person for the full information about the situation.
Okay, any more questions with yes, Donatas?
Yeah, so you described very in detail this person, but can you describe the situation? So how this problem arise? You know, there must have been something that people or council decided that there was some kind of influence. Maybe you have met something, you have asked something, or it just was just out of the blue, you not even participated in any meeting, and it was just a false declaration.
Дякую,
Thank
пане
you,
Донате, за
Mr. Donatus, for your question.
відповім.
I will answer it.
Мені рекомендували
I was recommended to submit a court claim to defend honor and dignity because of the information specified in this decision. This decision was adopted, as I repeat, by the head of the local self-governance body, who did not found support among present councillors, and he addressed to the body which had no relation to his local self-governance body. So that is the settlement where my parents have lived for a long time. So everyone knows everyone there, and that's not some news. So let's put it that way. As I've said, in this council, the brother of the initiator worked. So he found support there. There is no continuation of the story.
Can I just ask you straightforward? So basically, so what was the situation before that? What caused this all conflict, as we may call, or whatever? I'm not that much interested, you know, how it evolved in to going to the council, to local council or other council, etc. But what was the situation that caused all this conflict?
Так, це була
Yes,
ситуація.
it was the situation. I may only guess. After we were at the meeting in 2018, at the meeting of this village council, together with other participants of hostilities, where I raised my issue with respect to the receipt of the land plot in this settlement. Maybe that became a cause, a start of all of this.
So did I get it right that basically you, together with other participants, you came to the council and raised the issue that you are entitled to get some kind of land? And this is how it started.
Трішки не так, пане Донате.
Slightly different. I came on my own because I took a leave for one day, and I came to resolve my individual case from Kiev. And the other participants present there were local participants of hostilities, and I'm not ready to answer or comment on them.
Yeah. Well, we're not that interested in other participants. So basically, you came into the council, and what was your demand? So you were demanding for the land plot in regard to the constitution and those laws you've mentioned before.
Там погодження.
Approval, yeah. It was necessary to get the approval from the village council. The village council is not authorized to allocate, the regional body is doing that, but the village council needs to approve this.
Okay, I understand, thanks.
Mr. Butovoy, can you explain a little bit whether you have ever interacted with an individual called Tatarenko? And what is the nature of your interaction?
Дякую за питання.
Thank you for your question, Madam Laura. In fact, this person, neither I nor my relatives have never seen this person. Here we are talking about Tatarenko Oleg Georgievich, and I or my sister have no connections with this person. I will provide more extensive explanations. I know about this person, that this person is the official representative of the construction company from which I, as the participant of the anti-terrorist operation, bought a one-room apartment with an area of 40 square meters in 2020. In 2024, the construction was finalized, and I wanted to register the right of ownership, but the construction company denied and told me that the registration of the right of ownership would be exclusively registered in the name of the construction company. And this person is the representative of the construction company to whom I gave the power of attorney so that he would register the right of ownership. With respect to my sister, she has the same situation. She also bought technical premises from the same construction company with the area of 9 square meters to store her own belongings because she has a big family. My sister similarly issued the power of attorney to register the right of ownership for these premises, and that was also issued to this representative of the construction company. And then this man registered the right of ownership and gave us the documents on the right of ownership. That was typical for thousands of people, for all the customers of this construction company who register their right of ownership following this algorithm because it is stipulated by the agreement with them. I have provided supporting documents to the Commission regarding this.
So you actually did issue to him a power of attorney, both you and your sister?
Звичайно.
Yes, of course.
But you haven't met him ever?
Ні.
No.
Are you aware of any procedures in relation with this individual, either at NABU or SAPO?
Так, відомо.
Yes, I know.
Would it have been smarter to give the power of attorney to someone else? It's a leading question, I know. Or was it impossible? You had to work with this individual.
На жаль, коли я видавав
Unfortunately, when I was issuing the power of attorney, I did not know about this fact. I learned about this much later when I realized and when I started clarifying this issue. Yes, this fact did happen. It is a suspect under one of the investigations of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. So this person is known to me from the mass media. Because if we search in open resources, then we can find lots of information there. I can continue if telling you more, but I think I've answered this question.
But you are not aware of any of these at the moment when you gave the power of attorney, is that correct?
Так, пані Лауро.
Yes, Madam Laura. I want to clarify that in 2020, that was 5 years ago, I bought property rights for the apartment. There was no building, that was just a construction site where they planned to construct a house in 5 years. There were no criminal proceedings in the Bureau. They were not featured in any of the proceedings. It happened recently that this developer lacking integrity, because this developer lacks integrity. So that's why it happened like that. They have signs of corruption there.
Okay, colleagues, do you have more questions on this particular point? Because I would like to move to the apartments. Yes. So we are aware that various members of your family got various apartments, not necessarily very big, in 2013, 2014, anyhow, in between 2010 and 2017, from a state social program. We also know that you are registered with your address in a dormitory of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Is that true even today? Are you still registered there?
Дякую за запитання, пані Лаура.
Thank you for your question, Madam Laura. Yes, so let me explain. At once, I would like to clarify some information in this question that as of the moment of participating in the program, I and my wife did not have any housing. like that was the purpose for participating in this program, to get housing, because back then we used to live in a room, in a dormitory, and the area of that room was 20 square meters. Yes, I took part in this say social program, and also some of my family members took part in this state program, including my sister, wife, and mother. From the questions I received from the commission, my brother did not take part in this program. So the very name of this program is very telling, that it's about accessibility. That's the state program for construction of affordable housing, which envisioned different conditions and terms. Different conditions and terms for the purchase of housing by different categories of the population. This program was national in terms of its nature. It was freely available. Any citizen who had some savings and who wanted could take part in the state program and pay and buy housing. Participants of this program could not choose the developer on their own. So you came and submitted documents, and then they decided on the specific developer for you. And the state funds did that. In 2012, I was suggested, together with my mother, to buy housing under this program. Since I did not have enough funds to pay all the housing, so I paid half of the price of housing and half was paid by my mother. Subsequently, in this program, it was suggested to buy housing for my sister, who agreed, and she also bought it. I would like to say that my sister is a separate, independent family with multiple children. She has 3 children, and they all together lived for about 15 years in one room of the dormitory. So that was their life, that there was a desire, which they realized.
So can we just check whether at the time when you and your wife acquired housing under these programs, did you have housing in Kiev at that particular point in life? Because we know that your wife has an apartment from her first marriage. So would that have qualified as a housing in Kiev?
Так, дозвольте пояснити.
Let me explain. Yes, you're right. My wife was married before, and she had an apartment from the first marriage. It was located in a different region, and she has sold that apartment for $21,000. And using these funds, she managed to buy apartment while participating in this state program. The aforementioned apartment, according to the legislation of Ukraine, is your private property, owned exclusively by her. It was acquired before our marriage, and that's why funds that were proceeds after selling this apartment also belonged to my wife. Respectively, the first apartment was her own property. Whether we can consider that apartment in a different region as her place of residence, no, we can't consider this, because the distance between the place where we resided and the place where apartment was located is more than 200 kilometers. And according to all regulations and standards, the place of work of my wife was Kiev. And at that point of time, we lived in a dormitory. That was the reason why we decided to take part in this state program.
Okay, but is it correct that also your wife separately took part in this state program? And she got an apartment in 2021? Yes. But she already had an apartment from her previous marriage. Is that not right? She qualify if she already had property in Kiev? I'm trying to understand how the program works.
Так, дозвольте пояснити. Значить, я надавав з даного приводу комісії відповідь і нормативне підтвердження цього всього, цієї всієї ситуації. Коротко зупинюсь на основних ключових моментах.
Let me give you the key moments. So, according to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and that is Resolution 140, it is allowed to take part in the state program for several members of one family. According to another resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, it says that the members of the family have an independent and individual right to apply to the state program and acquire the housing. There is also another regulation.
Ще, відповідно, також можна врахувати, це дві ключових норми, я можу
These are
наводити
two
інші.
key standards, key regulations. If you need more, I can provide you with, but I need to think about it.
I need to understand and I need a clear answer. If you have a house, can you get a second house under this program? So your wife had a house from the first marriage, is that correct?
Так.
Так.
Yes.
In 2021, she gets a house in the state program, an apartment. Is that correct?
Так.
Yes.
Are you eligible to get a second property if you already have a first property under the state program? This is my question.
Зрозумів.
Okay, clear.
Перша квартира, вона не була.
The first apartment was not acquired through the state program and is located in a different region. It has no relation to the any apartment or housing in Kyiv. It was sold, and using these funds, wife used another apartment with the area of 39 square meters. So in order to take part in the state program, she has sold the previous one. So actually, she used the proceeds from the sale of the first apartment to take part in this particular state program.
But the state program, I suppose, is for people that don't have property, no? That's the intention of the state program, to help people that don't have property, not to help people that have property to sell their property and buy new property. You see what I'm saying? I think we clarified this point also. Okay, and if she had this, when did you get your property in Kiev? In 2020 or 20 or later?
Якщо мова йде про квартиру, яку я...
If you're asking about the apartment that I bought as a war veteran, it happened in 2020.
Okay.
And the apartment was under the construction, and then in 2024, the construction was completed, and I received ownership. If you are asking me about the state program, then I received it earlier.
Mm-hmm. Where do you reside at present?
Проживаю в квартирі,
I live in one-room apartment that I acquired in the framework of the state program. We started to live there with my wife, started from 2021. And I'm currently sitting in this apartment right now.
So you're no longer registered in the dormitory of the Ministry of Internal Affairs?
В гуртожитку я зареєстрований. На даний час я в гуртожитку зареєстрований.
I'm registered in this dormitory. In order to change my place of registration, I need to get full ownership. As I've just received ownership last year because the apartment was recently completed. Then, respectively, in the nearest possible time, I will re-register my place of residence.
In the apartment.
А зареєструвати так, да. А
Yes, correct.
зареєструватися в іншому місці, в цій квартирі, поки ти не являєшся її власником,
Before you get ownership for the apartment according to the legislation, it is not possible.
Okay. Any questions on this point? No. Colleagues, do you want to ask questions about other elements? I think we're running out of time on the integrity module.
I would propose to move to the professional stage.
So the floor is yours, Mr. Butovej, to present your vision about the future of BES and to also explain to us why you think you are the best place to occupy this position.
Дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you, Laura, for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to say that given my experience and competencies that I acquired working as a manager, I have a certain strategy and vision how to reform and develop the Bureau of Economic Security. This is a body with high trust from society, high trust from business community, and structure with high level of international trust. It plays an important historical role in improving economic relations and stabilizing Ukrainian economy, especially after the recovery and after the war and future integration into European Union. I have paid a lot of time to this work, and I have prepared a respective presentation which includes the detailed plan and description of the process. I hope that the Commission had time to study my presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have time to see my presentation. That's why I will just give a brief description of the main steps. I have provided the strategic and operational plan, but I will talk about 5 steps. First of all, this body has to be relaunched. This relaunching has to include several steps: creating of competition commissions and creating of attestation commissions, conducting competition, and to select professional staff. Why I have put it in the first place? The professional qualities are quite important for those people who should work in BES, and I pay a lot of attention to that. That will be my challenge, my key task in order to hire respective professionals, in order to make BES professional and to hire professional experts, because namely these experts will be a part of BES mechanism that will in future provide effective outcomes, make reputation and other. Society expects a lot from this body, including our society and international partners. There are a lot of hopes for the work of this body. That's why these requirements, some requirements have to be set to the professional level of the experts. That's why I pay a lot of attention to relaunching of this body. The second step is to change the structure and creating new units and departments. I think there should be an expert unit within the BES that will allow to conduct different expertises and within the criminal proceedings as soon as possible. That will also accelerate the investigation of criminal proceedings, that will enhance the effectiveness and results, and also compensation of damages and losses, as well as recovery of assets. The third step will be, I'm sorry, coming back to the second one, introducing the AI department. As of now, I think it's a standard and even an obligation. There should be a policy on introducing AI mechanism. I think that this field is developing both in the private sector and in the state institutions. The AI technologies are widely used, and it is confirmed that they are improving and facilitate the analysis process. And briefly about the last three steps. Step number 3, digitalization and automatization of all processes of BES, starting from document flow to investigation process. Another step will be the interagency and international integration and cooperation. This cooperation took place on the national and international level. Here I'm talking about international partners. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Yes, Donatas?
Yeah, thank you so much. So, easy question, since you've referred a lot to your experience and expertise as a head, please give us some examples, what you consider as your biggest achievement as a manager so far.
Дякую, пане Донатасе, за
Thank you, Mr. Donatos, for your question.
Так як в Національному антикорупційному бюро я не перебуваю на керівній посаді,
I'm not on the high position of the managerial position in NABO. So let me give an example from my work in National Police. The first thing that I think about when I think about achievements, I was first appointed as the head of a sector investigating crimes against one individual. During my next year of work, I've been analyzing a lot of cases, and I have investigated all the cases that were pending from the last years, even the notorious cases, some murders. And my aim was to build a team. At that point of time, I didn't have any experience. I just felt that way. And I started to work this active work since my first managerial, year of managerial experience. The first results I received after 1 year of work in National Police. So my answer to your question will be that all criminal cases that were pending before I joined the unit, I have finalized them. They were investigated and closed. That was quite a long-term period, but we have investigated and closed all the cases. I think it's a very open information, and you can check it.
Yeah, Mr. Burtova, this is not exactly what I was looking for, because, well, actually, in your example, so you were acting more as like revisioning the cases, so basically doing the work of investigator, but something that you've done as a manager. This is more administrative stuff, what you have implemented. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Дунтас. Зрозумів запитання.
Thank you. I got the question.
Так, перший крок це було підбирання
The first step was to select proper employees who could assist me in investigating the cases. I studied the profiles and the psychological portrait of each employee.
Скажімо так, його сильними сторонами були це
One employee could have strong investigative skills. Another one had more operative skills. So if I would select wrong people, the investigation process would stuck. So my task was actually to study their profiles, to compare their qualities, and to find the proper employees for particular cases. That gave positive results during the work and investigation.
Okay, yeah, understood. Thanks.
Mr. Butovec, can you tell us what is your managerial experience? How many people do you supervise for how many years?
Дякую, пані Лаура, за запитання. Мій управлінський досвід,
for this
як
question.
зазначав на початку свого виступу, він складає близько 8 років.
As I said at the beginning, I have over 8 years of managerial experience. I had different years. I had from 15 up to 128 subordinates when I was the head of territorial police unit. My subordinates were different people. I mean, investigators, criminal intelligence gathering experts, preventative officers, and the administrative sector officers. So like working with the public, responding to calls, registration of their calls, and other organizational issues that emerged. These are the key numbers. And when I was active head of the directorate for quite a short period of time, so I had about 250 people under my subordination.
Thank you. Donatas?
Yes, thank you so much. So yes, I've heard this figure, but you've mentioned 128, 150 subordinates. So I believe that when you have such a big teams, you also have a luxury to do some systematic and administrative changes in the area of your responsibility. So this is what I'm trying to understand. What when you were the head of those 120 and 150 or whatever subordinates, so what actually have you changed apart what, okay, you hired a new people, but what actually have you changed as the head in administrative and systematic way? The reason I'm saying that, this organization best requires a lot of changes. Yeah, and I'm trying to understand whether you have yourself initiated any change and trying to understand what kind of change. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Дунте, за запитання.
Thank
Так,
you, Donatas, for the question. Yes, the changes did happen, but the changes in the national police with the minimum public funding, I mean, it's really hard to implement those changes with this limited funding. So, given the resources I had available, I did the following.
Скажімо так, свою покладення це на особовий склад.
I relied mostly on the personnel. I initiated transfers of the people whom I could see in my team. I mean, these were serious measures, long-term measures. I visited many supervisors. I talked to them and persuaded them to make to let those people join me, those who really wanted to work with me. So this was the team building. And I think this is the same for BES. We need a strong team of players. Without that, no authority can perform. So I focused on a team building back then, and about 35 people joined then me. I collected them from different agencies, from different institutions.
And why did they join you? Were you in position to offer a bigger salary, or why did they join you? Very briefly, please.
Дякую за питання. На жаль, зарплати іншої я їм
Thank you for the question. Well, no, unfortunately, I couldn't offer them a higher salary.
Я не можу відповідати за тих осіб,
And
але
I
вважаю,
can't, take responsibility for their actions. But I think it was the trust, maybe their personal persuasion, and maybe this connection between the supervisor and them. Maybe there were some other also qualities that attracted them.
Okay, thank you.
I have some questions, if I may.
It was Oleg and then Eugene.
Okay.
Дякую. Пане Михайло, у мене є маленьке коротеньке запитання.
I have a
Скажіть, будь ласка,
small short
прошу почути
question.
ваше бачення.
What is
Яким
the
чином Бюро економічної
what's your
безпеки
vision?
має
How can
комунікувати з бізнесом,
how should BES communicate with
уникати
businesses
тиску, зокрема,
to
на ті
avoid
компанії, які легально
pressure
працюють, які
on the companies that work lawfully and pay taxes
Скажіть,
and
будь
so on?
ласка,
So can you
ваше
please
бачення.
talk to us about your vision?
Дякую, пане Олег, за запитання.
Thank
Як я вже
you,
зазначав,
Oleg, for the question.
одним із відділів, який я планую створити,
As I already said, one of the first units that I plan to establish within BES is an open office that will combine a number of functions, in particular direct communication with the businesses to maintain communication with them, respond to the problem they may have, to keep communications with the general public, to provide consultations or general support. It can take different formats like chat, bots, or direct communication, different technologies that can be used. As to the cooperation with the businesses, it was part of the description that I provided to the Commission. That includes roundtables with businesses regarding the painful issues, painful concerns that the businesses have.
Бачите, якщо можна, завершу щодо створення відкритого офісу.
Let me finish this idea of the open office, please. One of the ideas is to establish a personnel pool, so a pool of strong experts, like a talent pool. They will select and look at personnel for further selection commission. So a kind of a pool of individuals who would provide recommendations to other staff to take part in different selection procedures. As to the businesses, I think I already responded. And so basically, this function will be the function of the open office. If the problem grows and becomes difficult, then we will escalate it to the senior management.
Thank you. Jim.
Yes, I note that most of your, or almost all of your experience is in the police or NABU over these many years. Very impressive, and that's very good. This position, of course, will require much more than that. So I'm going to pose you some hypotheticals. Let's assume you have these core constituencies that you must address one way or another, and I'll name them. You have the presidency, you have other government agencies, you have the staff of the organization, you have business, private sector, civil society, and the media. How do you have experience in managing these multiple constituencies? And how would you, given your experience or your vision, how can you convince us how you would manage these 5 constituencies, maybe more, maybe less, as from your past?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this
Відповім.
question.
Так, з минулого, враховуючи, що той вид злочинів, які я
Since
розслідував,
this type of crime that I already investigated belong to the high-profile cases, the highest profile cases in the country. There were felonies, murders, and they were supervised by the senior management of the country. Sometimes they were supervised by the senior leadership of the nation, by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So I was involved into these investigations, into communications with the senior leadership. Media were involved into those communications as well. And when you investigate that type of crime, you need to be really accurate in your words, because the because the media and journalists have huge demands for information in those high-profile cases. As a result, almost all the time I needed to comment on a particular situation, and these communications took different forms. Some media asked for interview, some didn't ask for it and would do it impromptu. So I've got some experience in this regard, and this is my answer to your question. As to the international media, well, I can say that I have not had that kind of experience, except for international business trips and communication, like most recently with the FBI of the USA when I went to Budapest, to Hungary. We talked for 10 days there, and I represented the Ukrainian delegation. So this is sort of experience I've got. Whether that's enough, well, I can't, I'm not prepared to answer that. We will need to sort it out there at the scene.
Yes, I mean, you're going to be, what you're suggesting is rather profound reform for an organization that desperately needs it. So you're going to have to convince each one of those constituencies of your worthiness, of the worthiness of your ideas. So that's sort of what I'm looking for in terms of how you would convince these 5 major constituencies. And I'll add the international community to that. So that's quite a complex set of approaches. It's not just one. So let me leave that on the side for now. I think we need to go on to another couple of questions on the multiplicity of departments that you would be managing. There are, well, not even departments, let's call them functions that you would be managing with the nearly or more than 800 employees of the organization. How from your past experience, and I'll just name the functions that I'm talking about. There's law enforcement, there's information analytical capacity, ability, preventing corruption, international cooperation, public engagement. Again, these are not departments, these are key functions. How do you, from your past experience, how do can you convince us how you can take this leap from being in a rather limited capacity in the police domain to managing this complexity of functions with 800 plus employees?
Дякую, пане Джим, за запитання.
Thank you, Jim, for this question.
Це є, звісно, викликом.
This is a challenge, of course, and you need to work on your capabilities as well. But I've got the experience of communication with subordinates. I've got experience of communication with subordinates of other units, and I can conclude, I believe that I can make it happen. I worked a lot with criminal intelligence gathering, and where I developed this function of establishing necessary communication. Certainly, there is always room for perfection. You need to improve yourself all the time. But if we talk about persuading other agencies to cooperate, as to, for example, one of the key points is to ask for increase of funding for BES. So we would need to communicate to the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine. We would need to prepare really strong, solid analytical notes and to defend this case. And the same is with international partners.
Органами, які відповідно є Європол, Інтерпол.
I mean, we need to establish proper communication with Europol, Interpol, Moneyval, and other institutions, and you need to develop proper communication. Certainly, there is always room for perfection, but I think I can make it at least on the first stage. I've got experience. As I said, I was delegated by Ukraine to represent Ukraine in Hungary. I was delegated to communicate with FBI at this platform in Budapest.
Thank you. I think we're out of time.
Natas?
Be very brief because I know we are running out of time. So you mentioned a couple of times on your visit to FBI Academy to the Hungary, any other things, but the question is, so what have you implemented at your work from what you have recently learned or discovered?
Well, if we talk about recent things, I implemented the changes for the in algorithm in the area of state procurement to detect the conspiracy between the players of state procurement. So those organizers, the documents that are provided by organizers, and in case of conspiracy, the documents can be submitted with similar mistakes. Sometimes even paragraphs can be the same. Only the upper or lower part of the text can be changed. Or notaries that notarize same documents, or bank institutions where the banking guarantees have been asked for to take part in the state procurement.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do we have more questions?
Do we have time?
No. If we have questions, we can make time. Do we have more questions?
I would have one,
Yes, please, Jim.
but I'll be very short. Can you give us an example of when you have resisted strong external pressure from higher ups, from other agencies, from senior political figures? How could you please describe the situation?
Для того, щоб його описати, потрібно
Well, to describe that,
10 хвилин згадати.
I mean, I would need to recall it, and it would take much more than 10 minutes. But it just came up to my mind right now. It was an investigation of a high-profile crime where the senior management followed the lead that was that had no future, no investigative future. It was a utopia, really. And my senior managers kind of agreed with it, but I made another point. I said, no, it could not have been done. If we would be just wasting our resources. That would never lead to any result. And it took me a lot of time to persuade all the members of that meeting, but eventually I managed to persuade them. It was the level of the deputy minister of the internal affairs of Ukraine. So this is the level I refer to. So I managed to persuade them. And all the follow-up meetings didn't happen without me. The senior managers would not go there without me. I was directly involved. So there wasn't such a kind of direct pressure on me, but there was a pressure to direct the investigation into a wrong way, in my view, because I knew all the circumstances on the ground, and I deeply believe that the decision that was offered was wrong. So whether it was a pressure, well, I mean, that could have amounted to subordination type of pressure. I don't know, because we had a kind of heated discussions back then, but still I managed to persuade the senior management.
But just to clarify, so you persuaded the senior management not to proceed with the case? Is that right?
No. During the investigation, there were several versions, like version number 1, version number 2, and version number 3. The senior management of the Ministry of Internal Affairs focused attention on version number 3. It was non-promising, it would be a waste of resources, and I convinced to work on version number 1, which after all resulted in obtaining evidence, and then we found criminals who were identified. That person was then returned.
This is not exactly what Jim was asking for. Okay.
Dear Mr. Burtovei, thank you very much for being with us today. I would like to pass the floor to you for a final 1 to 2 minutes last words. So please use them, and after that we will keep you posted with regard to the outcome of this selection process. As you see, everything is done very transparently, so you will for sure hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, the dear Commission, for the provided opportunity to take part in the competition. Thank you for the opportunity to explain my own vision of development of the BES. Separately, I would like to thank interpreters for the opportunity to communicate with the Commission. Without you, it would have been impossible. Participation in the competition of this level and participation in the final interview is already a small victory for me. I believe that my experience and competence may be valuable for reforming and functioning of the Bureau of Economic Security. And I would like to wish to the Commission strength, inspiration, and energy in this uneasy competition, because it's still ongoing. And I wish you to make the right choice for our country. And I can say for sure that the entire country counts on you. Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. Please feel free to disconnect.
Yes.
Dear colleagues, do you need a short break, or can we invite the next candidate?
I'm fine.
Okay. Good. So let's have the next candidate.
Пане Атіло, доброго дня. Чи чуєте ви нас?
Mr. Attila, good afternoon. Can you hear us? Yes, good afternoon, but 1 second, please. Yes, I can see and hear you. Great, we can also see and hear you. If you need interpretation, we suggest to switch it on. That's the white globe on the bar below. Yes, I can see it. And please choose the Ukrainian channel. Yes, I've chosen it.
Test the interpretation. Can you hear me, Mr. Attila?
Yes, I can hear you well. Great. Mr. Attila, from the technical perspective, we are ready. We would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation, so please speak a bit slower so that interpreters would have time to interpret everything. Okay, got it.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and congratulations for getting to this final stage of the competition. The interview will take between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes. It will start with a short presentation of yourself, after which we will discuss the module of integrity. Once we finish all issues that have to do with integrity, we will give you the floor again for a 5-minute presentation of your vision of the Bureau for Economic Security, and for you to stress what are your strong points in relation to this position for which you're running. I want to just remind you to speak slowly so that we have translation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dear members of the Commission, I'm Attila Kovchi. A few words about myself. I have higher legal, higher economic, and higher technical educations. Specialized education in the sphere of public procurement. I'm obtaining the PhD level in the sphere of law in the National Academy of Internal Affairs. For 15 years, I have been investigating crimes in the sphere of economy. I have passed the way from the investigator to the head of the regional investigative department. For 5 years, I was the head of the legal department of the state expert institution. At the professional level, I was forming public procurement, and I was the chair of the tender committee. At the same time, in order to fulfill requirements of the law on corruption prevention, I was determined as the authorized responsible specialist for the implementation of the anti-corruption program of the public legal entity. In 2020, pursuant to results of the first external competitive selection, I was appointed to the position of the prosecutor of the General Inspection of the Office of Prosecutor General, where I still work. I am responsible for procedural management of pre-trial investigations and support of public prosecution in those criminal proceedings in which employees of prosecutors' bodies are accused of committing crimes. For understanding, as of today, 60 criminal proceedings are considered in force with respect to 76 defendants, in which I take part either as the senior prosecutor of the group of prosecutors or as a member of the group of prosecutors. Unfortunately, the lion's share of these crimes are related to demand and receipt of unlawful benefit by prosecutors for adoption of specific decisions on the criminal proceedings. In 2021, I took part in the first competition for the position of the Director of the Bureau of Economic Security, recent result of which I was among 3 finalists recommended to the Cabinet of Ministers for appointment to this position. Now, dear Commission, I'm ready to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Okay, Yuri, I believe you would agree if I would go first and then you would join. Okay, so
Так, звісно.
Mr.
Yes, of course.
Attila Kovci, this part is related to the integrity, and therefore there might be some uncomfortable questions. Sorry in advance about that, but we need to ask them. So the first question which came to my mind looking at your biography is related to your personal bankruptcy. Yeah, and I was trying to understand going through this whole situation. So can you tell us a little bit about the situation that caused this bankruptcy? Why did you fail to keep the contract you signed? Because you signed the contract with the two firms, and you failed to keep the contract. So what happened? Why did you fail to keep the contract?
Так, зрозуміло.
Yes, I understand your question. In 2011, I finished my work in the law enforcement body, and after that, I decided to engage in entrepreneurial activities. And in 2012, I registered myself as individual entrepreneur. In parallel, I was the head of several enterprises of the private form of ownership, which were engaged in economic activities in the sphere of production and supply of heating energy with the use of alternative energy sources, as usual, wood, pellets, and wood products. The parallel type of economic activity was preparation and supply of wood for this activity, and that's why I registered myself as private individual entrepreneur. Having concluded contracts with respective private enterprises, I started engaging in my economic activities, preparing and supplying wood logs. And these wood logs were used for the production and supply of heating energy for needs of municipal and state-owned enterprises. Unfortunately, back then, we had a situation when funds from municipal and state-owned enterprises for the performed works were transferred with a huge delay. Accordingly, these enterprises could not pay for the supplied wood products. Because of that, there happened a situation when the cash deficit became so critical that the procedure of bankruptcy seemed to be the best way out of the situation for me.
Okay, but talking about now the contract with those two firms. So basically, as far as I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, you own them at that particular time, $93,000, something around that. So that would mean that they have transferred some money to you, but you just were not in a position to fulfill the contract.
Я зроблю два уточнення.
I will make two clarifications. Probably we are talking about 93,000 hryvnias, not dollars, because these huge amounts for sure were not there. Probably it was 93,000 hryvnias. That's first. And secondly, yes, I back then owned, no. I was one of the 4 co-owners of enterprises, which were LLCs. And I owned 1/8, so slightly more than 16% of the authorized capital. After that, I sold my share in these LLCs. Mr. Attila, while Mr. Donatas is checking the data, I have to confirm that he provided accurate information. According to our information, you received $63,500 from Teplovik LLC, and besides $30,000 from Teplovik 3 LLC. in which you were the co-owner, as you are saying, for some shares. Won't external observers have doubts as to the fact that you had some connection to the conclusion of contracts on both sides, that this contract was concluded on one side by you as the individual entrepreneur and on the other side as the owner of these LLCs?
Тут два питання, ніби я
There are two questions here. It seems I will answer separately. I want to assure the Commission that we are definitely talking not about dollars, but about hryvnias, because all settlements were made exclusively in the national currency. Secondly, yes, indeed, there were concluded agreements between me as private entrepreneur and LLCs where I had a share of ownership. In my opinion, I see no contradictions due to the following reasons. First of all, we are talking about two completely different types of economic activities, as I've explained. LLCs were supplying and producing heating energy, and the individual entrepreneur was responsible for the production and supply of wood and wood products for these needs. Since these were two completely different types of activities, and besides we are talking about economic relationships in the private sector, that's why I believe that there were no contradictions regarding this. Mr. Donatas, I was following up while you were looking for information.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Yuri. So, okay, so can you just clarify then now? So, what was the total debt you for your bankruptcy? Not only related to those two contracts, but in general, because you said that there were lots of things going on. Some companies were late to pay you. So what was the total debt you had?
I'm afraid that I cannot tell you specifically without documents. But I think that in response to the question asked by the working group, I provided this information. I think that the information I provided should include this total amount. It was about several hundred thousands of hryvnias. So these were goods that were supplied to these LLCs and for which they did not pay.
And how much in dollars at that time, more or less? Are we talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?
Probably it was up to $10,000, not more than that.
Okay.
I would like to additionally explain that the currency exchange rate between hryvnia and dollar was changing very frequently. So we need to clearly understand the period of time. I will provide clarity. You're asking for clarity. I will provide that. According to our information, in 2012, LLC Teplovik concluded the agreement for the amount of 508,640 hryvnias, which was equivalent to $63,500 back then. And Teplovik Free concluded the agreement for the amount that was equivalent to about $30,000 back then. And individual entrepreneur got preliminary payment for goods, but did not supply the goods. Is this information accurate or no? This information is accurate. Yes, indeed, these agreements for these amounts were concluded, but they were performed only partially. The amounts of advance payments were much lower, much lower. So the amounts that you've named, Mr. Yuri, these are the total amounts of agreements. The estimated price for the raw wood that was required by the Hyla house to successfully pass the heating season, but it was fulfilled only partially, and the amount of advance payments was much lower.
Yes, Laura.
How partial was the payment? Because our information is that the payment from the first company was to you was about $38,000, and that Teplovic 3 paid you the full amount. So my question is, how partial were the partial payments? Because if we look at the data, it seems like the first company gave you about half of what they got, and Teplovic 3, the second company, gave you all the money.
Пані Лауро, можливо, так
Madam
воно і
Laura,
є.
maybe it was like that. Maybe it was like that. But in order to provide a justified and motivated answer to your question, I need to analyze documents, in particular accounting and taxation documents for the activities of this individual entrepreneur for 2012, 2013, and 2014, which I do not have right now. So that's why, if this information is there, so probably it's accurate. These were huge data amounts, which became the main reason why I decided to use the bankruptcy procedure for the individual entrepreneur.
Okay, so am I right? You started your business as a private entrepreneur in 2012, and then you started your bankruptcy also in 2012. So that was pretty quick. Am I right? You just started and then you understood that you failed.
Ні. Пане Донатас, я хочу
No, Mr. Donatus, let me clarify it. The application on bankruptcy case I have applied to the court on the 2nd of September 2015. 3 years have passed since the beginning of my activity as a sole proprietor.
Okay, so then what was your yearly turnover?
Важко сказати, тому що в різні
It's difficult to say because at different years I had different turnover, but the active economic activity was during the heating period, so starting from September 2012 and till summer 2013.
Yeah, I understand, but just let's say average in dollars, if you can.
Ймовірно, в межах від
Well, approximately from $1.5 to $2,000 in average. It was for 2012.
This was a year. 1.5.
Ні, за місяць.
For a month. So
No,
a
it's
year.
for a month. It's for a month.
And what would be a year?
Важко сказати, але це, мабуть,
Again, it's difficult to say, but probably starting from $10,000 to $15,000, given into account that this activity did not take place for 12 months.
Okay, so that would mean that this agreement with those two companies was very extraordinary one, a very big one for you, because you never had that kind of big turnovers before.
Я до цього, до 2012 року,
Before 2012, I have never been a sole proprietor because I was in public service.
No. What I'm trying to say that your yearly turnover was between 10 and 15,000 usually, but only the contract with two of those firms were around $93,000. So it's like 9 times more than your yearly turnover. So that was a big deal for you.
Так, я просто не розумію питання.
Yes, I just can't understand the question, what the question is about.
Yeah, so there is not so far a question. I'm just asking whether this deal with those two companies was like very significant for you. It was not ordinary deal, not ordinary contract.
Ні, це Регулярними їх назвати не можна
Now, we
точно,
can't
оскільки
call
це
them
перший
ordinary
мій
because these were my first contracts in my capacity as a sole proprietor and for such huge amounts of money.
Okay. Okay. Next, my question is because really what I'm trying to find out here, was there any like honest intention to repay your debt? So what we are looking at your assets you had. So what we see that in 2015, just basically then you started this bankruptcy case, your 15 years old daughter started building a 130 square meters garage. Am I right?
Так, вірно.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So who provided money for daughter? Because she's 15 years old, so probably she's not yet independent to take a financial decision.
Так, я поясню.
Let me explain.
Цей гараж, він не
This carriage was not acquired by me when it was ready-made. I took part in its construction during the period starting from 2012 to 2015. We are talking about 6 garages united between each other, and they are located close to the house where I lived in Ternopil. We have concluded the respective agreements with the residents of this house and the association of the residential house, which is a legal entity. The land plot was allocated. The permit was also issued to develop technical documentation. This technical documentation is registered in the respective borders, and the garage was under construction for 3 years. From my side, I invested money into this construction on a monthly basis. The amount was not very big. And then in 2015, but I need to clarify that, we just registered the ownership of a ready-made garage. Later it was commissioned and the respective documents were registered. The right of ownership was registered under my daughter's name, and she owns this object.
Okay, but as far as I understood, these garages are meant for yourself, not for your daughter. You just registered on your daughter.
Так, ми його використовували.
Yes, we're using this carriage and have been using this carriage to keep our car. And we used this car as a family. That's correct.
Okay, so what was the reason to register on your daughter? Because the bankruptcy case was already ongoing.
Я хочу вас запевнити, що ці
No, let me assure you that these two questions are not interrelated. We have other property as well that was registered not on my name. We have registered this property to one of our kids. We did it to avoid a lot of potential contradictions in property issues between our children. We don't want them to argue on that.
Okay, but the finishing garage during the time when you were not in a position to fulfill the contract means that you had some resources, yeah? Financial resources. I mean, why did you need to go bankrupt if you still had some resources and you could repay the debt you had?
Ні, пане Донатас, я вас
No,
запевняю.
Mr. Donatus, let me assure you that I did not have financial capacity to pay off the debt. If I had this opportunity, I would definitely not initiated the bankruptcy case at that time. It was the last resort and the most unpleasant situation I could expect in that case.
In year 2016, after 3 months of the bankruptcy case finished, your 3 years daughter buys a residential building and the land. Yeah, so we all understand probably also the 3 years daughter didn't have such kind of money. This is probably so that there was no honest intention to repay your debt, and maybe bankruptcy was only the tool to avoid payment after all.
Я хочу пояснити, що у
Let me please explain you. In 2013, we took a decision about moving from Ternopil to Kyiv. In parallel, I have received a very attractive proposition of work in Kyiv, and this work is related with the economic activity that I performed in Ternopil, and that was producing and supplying energy with alternative resources. So we moved to Kyiv. We started to reside in Kyiv. I started to work and received respective income. And by the end of 2015, I accumulated certain money, which I used in 2016 to buy property and a land plot in Kyiv region. You correctly mentioned that the ownership was registered in my youngest daughter's name because we made a decision inside my family to resolve these family property issues in advance to avoid the disputes between my children.
Yeah, but I'm sorry for my persistence, but I still don't understand, when you have a bankruptcy case and you have a bankruptcy administrator who also probably looks for the resources to repay your debt, which I believe, which as far as we know, you hadn't paid a penny during this bankruptcy procedure. Yeah, you haven't repaid them any debt. So, and you said you collected some money during the bankruptcy procedure, and then you managed to buy the residential building and the land for your 3-year-old daughter. So I'm not sure how the bankruptcy procedure works in your country, but usually they look at firstly they look at the all possible finances that could be used to repay the debt.
Пане Донатас, у
Mr. Donatas,
цьому питанні я розділяв ті кошти,
in this question,
стосувалися моєї діяльності як підприємця.
I divided these funds into the funds which were related to my activity as a sole proprietor and those funds belonging to my family. Because everything we had included money of my wife as well. My wife used to work in the prosecution borders, and she's working still. Everything that we had by the end of 2015, all these funds, and those that were used for purchasing a house in 2016, I didn't have enough, and that's why I had to borrow some money from my mother. I'm not talking about a huge amount now, but still, I needed to borrow some money from my mother in order to have enough and to buy a house and a land plot in a Kyiv region in 2016. I would like to go back to the bankruptcy case. Within this procedure, we actually fulfilled all the requirements in order to check my accounts, my property, to analyze everything available. And the court has completed the bankruptcy case. It is as it is. Currently, the case is closed. It has been closed in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really remember exactly. I'm convinced, and I want to assure you that there were no intentions in order to avoid repaying my debt as a sole proprietor to the companies, to the LLCs. Moreover, I had relations with these companies. I was a co-owner of the company and I was a manager. That's why, well, I think I get an exhaustive answer. If you have more questions, I will be ready to answer them.
Colleagues, do you have any questions regarding to this bankruptcy case?
У мене в цій частині питань немає.
I don't have questions related to bankruptcy case. The only thing, Mr. Attila, please understand us correctly. The external viewer may think that this situation is suspicious. In the first place, you borrow money or you take money from the company you are working for, then you announce bankruptcy, and in 3 months, your small daughter buys a residential house. I think there are some doubts as to your integrity. Thank you for your explanations. We will consider them. If you have nothing more to add, then we will proceed with other questions. Donatas, do you want to continue or let me continue?
Yeah, you can continue.
I have a question regarding your car. You're using this car now, by the way. It is Ford Fusion. This car is owned not by you. Could you please tell us who owns this car? The close friend of my wife owns it. They have very good friendly relations lasting for 25 years. She is a godmother of our youngest daughter. And it happened so that in 2023, the car that our family used, Nissan Qashqai, was technically was not working properly, and the owner of this vehicle suggested I to buy it, but not at once, but in stages, so repaying money for this car. And we agreed that we will re-register the ownership on this car after we will fully pay off the total amount. And how do you use this car now? We are using this car at the permission of the owner. I'm not asking about the factual circumstances. Do you have any rent agreement or the right to use the property free of charge? No, we don't have an agreement. We have an oral agreement to buy this car in future when we pay the total amount. And currently we are trying to save the necessary amount in order to buy this car. So you're working in the General Prosecutor's Office. You're using a car free of charge, which is provided to you by a private individual, and you think it's fine, it's okay. I have an intention to buy it as soon as I will be able to do it. I'm paying for the maintenance of the car, for repair works if necessary, and I think that next year I will have enough money in order to buy it.
Оскільки ми не є пов'язаними особами у моїй якійсь службовій діяльності.
As I'm not related to this person in my work, so I don't work with this person, or my wife also is not working with this person, so I don't see a problem. Thank you very much. According to the information, this Miss Nadia has transferred this car in 6 months after she bought this car. Don't you think that an external viewer may think that she bought this car to transfer it directly to you.
Я відверто не відслідкував дату,
I did
коли
not track the date when she registered an ownership for this car. I don't know this date, but I know
фактичному користуванні чи у фактичному розпорядженні
that she
пані
used
Надії
and disposed this car for at least 6 months before she made a decision to transfer this vehicle to us.
Скажіть, будь ласка, а вона яким чином набула цей автомобіль, вам відомо?
And how did she acquire this vehicle? Do you know the value on the date of acquisition? No, I don't know. I never asked her about that.
Так, я знаю про те, що ми з нею переглядали.
I know that we looked at the market value of similar vehicles of the same condition, make, production year to determine the market value, according to which we may buy it in the future. Do you know if Nadia has any other vehicles in possession?
Я не
No.
запитував у неї.
I never asked her about it. Probably she does. Probably she does.
З приводу автомобіля в мене немає питань
I
більше.
have no more questions about the vehicle. The situation is more or less clear. Donatas, do you have any questions about the car?
Not about the car, but I would like to get to the other question, if I may. It is related to the payment of alimony to your daughter from the first marriage, I guess. And there was a debt in the time of 2014, 2018, which resulted in some significant amount. And what strikes me really a lot, but at the same time, when you failed to pay the alimency for your daughter in 2014, 2018, you were able to buy in 2016 a residential building and a land for your other kid. So can you just explain a little bit why you were not keeping up to your responsibilities? Thank you.
Тут насправді досить проста ситуація.
Oh, the situation is very simple here. Since February 2016, I had been working in the Ukrainian Institute of Examination of the plants, types of plants, and I received the salary there, and it was the only source of income. This institute, based on the instruction of the enforcement service, paid the alimony automatically from my salary, in favor of my daughter from the first marriage. The debt, as I learned much more later, on the alimony occurred because undue accounting in this enforcement service in Ternopil. When I approached this service in 2019, and when I provided necessary documents from this institute that automatically paid the alimony, the staff of this service recalculated the debt, and they realized that the debt was much smaller. And following the payment of this amount, the debt was fully repaid. So the debt that you are asking about happened only because wrong accounting of the actual money that was paid by this service, and that mistake was corrected in 2019, while the payments continued throughout this period, because it happened even without my involvement. It was done automatically.
Yeah, but I guess there was like a court decision on that. So why did all going to court if you could sort it out? And you said there is only problem was in accountancy. So why there was a need to go to the court?
Якраз звернення дружини до суду.
Actually, my wife's suit to court was the reason for me to go to this enforcement service, to understand what was going on and to put everything in order. When I realized that there was such a lawsuit, I approached the enforcement service. I took all the necessary documents from the institute where I worked in. I provided these documents to the enforcement service to corroborate that indeed the alimony was paid automatically from my salary. The recalculation was done, and the balance of the debt that was still outstanding, I paid immediately. That was the solution. Just I want to underline that throughout this time, I had been paying the alimony.
Okay, but I believe that situation between two like two people wouldn't arise if you probably would have some kind of communication between you and your former wife, probably with you and your daughter. No, you would understand that some alimony wasn't paid. Okay, so maybe this is a problem with my with yours at this particular time, with yours accountancy service. So as far as I understood, there is no normal relationship between you and your former wife. You do not talk?
З дружиною в першому шлюбі ні, з дочкою.
No, I don't talk to the wife from my first marriage, but I do talk to my daughter.
Okay, Mr. Yuri, do you have any additional questions regarding
Так,
the situation?
я теж, щоб завершити це питання про
To end the issue regarding the non-payment of the alimony, you say this alimony happened when you worked in this institute. But according to our information, the lawsuit was filed in April 2018. And the allegation was that the alimony had not been paid for 4 years. So it all started back in 2014, and you had been working in the institute since 2016. Can you comment on that? Well, the same answer. The payment of the alimony was effected, in fact, but it was improperly accounted for by this enforcement service. And they amended the mistake only in 2019. I understand. Okay, no more questions about this.
Also, I see that the information we have that to the selection panel, yeah, you were probably also participating in some selection panel. You stated you paid alimony directed to your ex-wife's account. So that's why, you know, it was outside the state executive service. Was it true? You never told that you paid alimony directly to your wife's account?
Ні, так, дійсно, був період.
Well, there was a period, I think that was 2014 and 2015, a little bit, when I paid the alimony not to the account of the enforcement service, but to the account of my wife that she had in Privat Bank. And this money in I had to confirm in 2019 to recalculate the balance and determine the actual outstanding amount. Yes, I did say it.
Yes.
I'm sorry to go back, but I'm still stuck with the story about the car. Because I really cannot understand. I mean, I understand that you're good friends. I mean, your wife and this person, but she basically bought you a car. I mean, this is what looks like. Yeah. So immediately when you didn't have a car anymore, she went out and bought a car and gave it to you. I also have friends. I think all of us, we have good friends around us. But this practice of buying someone a car is, to me at least, bizarre. And now you're saying that you're looking at the market prices and you're gonna eventually buy this car at some time in the future. I mean, this is a car depreciates from the moment it exits the enterprise where it's fabricated, right? So even if you're gonna pay at some point in the future, you're obviously gonna pay a much lower price than what she paid. So I wonder what makes people so generous. I mean, what kind of special relation do you have with this person? And I'm trying to understand. We've also discussed yesterday with another candidate about loans, yeah, in big numbers. I have a problem understanding how this generosity emerges in the Ukrainian society because, you know, we're neighbors. I don't see something like that happening in my own country.
Пані Лавра, я поясню.
Let me explain.
По-перше, ми поговоримо
First
не
of
про
all,
новий
we are
автомобіль, а
talking
про
not about a
автомобіль
brand new car, but a car that
2016
was made in 2016.
По-друге,
Secondly,
вартість цього автомобіля у
the
своїй
price
усній
of this
домовленості ми
vehicle
зафіксували станом на,
was
боюсь
determined in
помилитися,
our
травень
verbal conversation as
2023
of
року.
May 2023, if I remember correctly.
Домовленість з
So the
пані Надією
agreement with
була
Nadia
про те,
was
що
about
ми, наша
the
сім'я,
following.
будемо
We, our
намагатися
family,
збирати,
will try
і
to
мати можливість виплатити вартість цього
collect and
автомобіля
money and pay
до кінця
the amount of this vehicle until the end of 2024. That's when we planned to conclude an official sale agreement and re-register the ownership, right?
Жодні подарунки чи якусь особливу щедрість не йде.
No gifts or no particular generosity. That's not about here. If Nadia
Це обумовлюється не
did something in favor for us, it was not because of financial considerations, because she knew she would receive the money for the vehicle.
тим, що
But
в той момент моя сім'я
at the
опинилася
same time, my family was in a sort of a crisis situation because the vehicle that we had, Nissan Qashqai, made in 2008,
прийшов у абсолютно
became absolutely technically
оскільки автомобіль нам потрібен
unfit. Yeah, it was very bad condition. But we need the vehicle every day. That's why she agreed to take this step, you know, and
So
meet us halfway.
the plan was to repay her fully for the price that she paid when she bought a 2016 old car, right? Because I think I understood that you're looking at how the prices evolve and you're going to pay whatever the price is at the time of the payment. But your intention is to actually compensate her for the entire price that she paid.
Пані Лаура, я не знаю, яку ціну
Well, I
сплатила
don't know what price she paid. I had the intent to compensate her for the value that we determined with her as of the vehicle was transferred to wife in 2023.
Дозвольте маленьке уточнююче запитання.
Can I please ask
по цьому?
a clarifying question
Пане
about it?
Атіла, скажіть, будь ласка, в якій
Mr. Attila,
валюті ви визначили
what was the currency that you used
цього автомобіля?
to determine the future value of the vehicle? It was US dollar.
Ну, суму ви зазначили,
Did
це
you
усний договір, чи це письмовий договір?
indicate the price? Was it verbal agreement? Yes, we agreed in verbally on it. What was the price? 17,000. All right.
Пане Донатисе, ви продовжуєте чи?
Donatas, are you going to continue or shall I?
Yes, so basically, we see that other, you know, repeatedly incurred debts, you know, in regarding to, there was a court decision in Ternopil to recover from a candidate in the favor of Ukr-Telecom with depth of communication service of amount of course, it's a like small amount. But, yes.
Дозвольте, я поясню.
Let me please explain.
Перепрошую, якщо я перервав.
Sorry for interrupting. At one of the selection procedures, I was asked about the debt to Ukr-Telecom, but I can honestly say I have no idea what it was all about. I've never had any outstanding debt to Ukr-Telecom. So maybe there is a mistake.
Цей випадок точно не має до мене
This case is definitely not related to me in any way.
Okay, can we move to the other situation where you've been involved in the some kind of misappropriating case of material evidence in 2009, amount of almost $500,000 of Ukrainian hryvnias. Can you explain what was that the situation?
Перепрошую, я не зрозумів, що
Could you
мається
please
на увазі.
repeat what you mean? I don't understand.
Особливості перекладу. Панове
Yeah,
перекладачі, не
let
матеріали,
me.
а речові докази українською
Okay.
термінологією.
We're talking about, yeah, material, yeah.
Справа
Evidence.
про
Yeah, it's a
речові
case
докази, які
regarding this
відповідно
material evidence that
з відділення поліції
probably
введені в
got
Зрозумів.
lost from the police station. Yeah, you probably understand what.
Спробую стисло
Yeah, now I
доповісти
understand.
ситуації. 2000, якщо я не помиляюся, 9-му
If I
році,
remember correctly, in
на час,
2009,
коли я очолював слідчий підрозділ
when I was a head of investigation unit in Ternopil
була кримінальна
region, there
справа
was
на
a
той момент, у якій
case
було вилучено якусь кількість бочок
about
з спиртовмісною речовиною, яка
seizure of several barrels with illegal alcohol. It was seized, it was checked, it was subjected to forensic examination. And later, the forensic expert determined that the content of alcohol in that liquid did not amount to pure alcohol, like 99.6%, but it was much lower. I can't remember the actual percentage. I mean, it's been a while. And all these barrels with the liquid, they were sealed, they were guarded, and they were guarded, but the prosecutor's office decided to start a case regarding the alleged disappearance of the barrel, although all the barrels were in place. I was interviewed as a witness, and that was it. I don't know anything else about this case.
Якщо є додаткові питання, я готовий.
If you have any more questions, I'm prepared to answer them.
Так, скажіть, будь ласка.
Yes, please tell us.
За нашими даними, ви зверталися з клопотанням
According to our information, you filed the motion to cancel this resolution regarding the disappearance of these barrels. Yeah, did you file this motion? Yes, yes. I will give an answer. It was about 2 years after the case was initiated, maybe even more, maybe 2 or 3 years, I can't remember. I mean, it was a long time ago. And since I was confident that my subordinates, the investigators of the investigative unit, did not commit any procedural violations, I indeed filed a complaint against the initiation of the case, and the Criminal Procedure Code, active until 2012, allowed that to happen. The court considered it, but refused to cancel this resolution. That was the end of the story. So what happened to the case? What was the end of it? Mr. Yu, I have no idea. I don't know. What happened to those barrels with alcohol containing liquid? Did you find them? They didn't disappear. Where are they now? I don't know.
Останній раз мав до них відношення
Last time
в червні 2011
it was in June of 2011, or even earlier than that, when I resigned. So in June 2011, they existed. Yes, they were. Where were they located? They were stored in a warehouse of one of the enterprises in Ternopil. Why the criminal case was initiated if they were there, if they existed? Was it abuse of those who filed the case? The suit? Well, I don't know. They acted within their procedural authorities. the deputy prosecutor of the region who passed the resolution about the violation has the right to do that. So he initiated a case. And he instructed an investigator from the regional prosecutor's office to investigate it. They started the investigation, they didn't find any proof, and then there was the end. Well, we understand that he has the right to initiate a case only if there are reasons. So the reasons were there, weren't they? Well, since I don't know that anyone has been notified of suspicion, or whether the case was referred to court with indictment, or if there was any other decision, I don't know. Then maybe we can make the conclusion that there were no reasons to have initiated the case. I understand. Okay, then please tell me, you as a person who used to be a manager there, and it was a case regarding you or your subordinates. So could we say that you would be interested to have a proper investigation, and then the results brought to court, and then the court should acquit you, yeah, because there were no reasons. And so why would you complain against the decision if you were confident that the barrels were there, so you can go and see them and close the proceedings, maybe on the stage of pretrial investigation or in court, on the fact that there was no fact of crime? Maybe that would be more logical in your view, would it, or not? Well, Yuri, I did not stand on the way of the investigation in any way. Me personally, all subordinates or all the operatives of the unit who were connected with the seizure or forensic examination or storage, all of them were interviewed by the investigator of the regional prosecutor's office. I filed this because only after many years passed after the incident, and I thought that the existence of the proceedings kind of discredits me and my subordinate. That's why I took the step.
Take this person to take to the place where these barrels were and show them. It happened, and the proceeding was not closed after that. I've already answered that I do not know about the fate of this proceeding. For the last time I heard anything about it is only when I went to court and they denied in satisfying this motion. And which were grounds for the denial? I know that you got this denial from the local court and from the Court of Appeal. So what were the grounds for the court in denial? I'm afraid to make a mistake because many years have passed since then. But I think that they believe that the facts stated in the ruling on initiating of the criminal proceeding was sufficient to consider the grounds as sufficient for the registration of the criminal proceeding. So purely procedural moments. Okay, thank you. I have no more questions about this topic.
I would propose to move to the other part of our conversation still, because we're still short of time also.
Yes, Oleg.
I will be very brief. I understand, Mr. Donatas, that our time is limited, but now we are trying to study different aspects of integrity of our candidates. So, Mr. Attila, I have a very short question to you. How can you explain the fact that during 8 months, quite recently, in 2024, you were driving the car without the mandatory insurance policy? We have your explanations. In advance, I would like to say that in your explanations, you have answered that this violation was committed because you did not study the mandatory nature of this insurance policy of civil responsibility and the existence of administrative liability for its absence. How can you comment on that? Of course, given that, first of all, you have legal education, and we assume that you should have had awareness of this. Probably only because of the workload and being busy in my practical academic activities. Yes, really, I missed this moment. I fully admitted my guilt. I was punished in the form of a fine in the amount of 425 hryvnias, and I immediately corrected this oversight, this mistake. And I concluded this insurance agreement on the same date, which came into effect on the following calendar date. Did you identify this violation on your own, or were you brought to liability? There was prepared a report on administrative liability, and I agreed with it. I did not object against it. And yes, I agreed and I paid the fine and I concluded the agreement and now I have it. Okay, thank you, Claire.
Dear colleagues, I suggest that we move to the second part of our interview and we give our candidate the floor for 5 minutes to present his vision of BES and to explain what in his biography makes him the best candidate for this position.
Дякую. Шановна комісія.
Thank you. Dear Commission, the most important aspects of my vision of how to relaunch and further develop activities of the Bureau have been collected by me into the unified information material, which I have shared by email with the Commission and published on my social media. So all people can have a chance to look through it. My brief presentation will be based on this information material. But if you want to get more details, please, dear members of the Commission, if possible, look through my information document. I will try to be as concise and structured as possible. What is the current situation nowadays? Firstly, the economic security of Ukraine is suffering from systemic threats because of fragmented and diverse shadow economy, where organized crime has been playing the more prominent role. Secondly, the shadow economy is significantly impacting the revenues part of the state budget, destroying mechanisms of public control and contributes to the spread of corruption. According to recent estimates, the state budget is under receiving about 800 billion every year because of the shadow economy. Thirdly, the ongoing armed aggression only deepens all of these challenges. It creates a favorable environment for the existence of illegal schemes, for the increase in contraband, for money laundering. Fourthly, the global democratic community is providing quite significant financial and technical assistance to Ukraine. Because of that, it justifiably requires to ensure transparency and effectiveness in the use of borrowed and owned resources by Ukraine. Under these circumstances, activities of the BES is extremely important because this bureau has to ensure a systemic fight against economic crime, promote de-shadowing of the economy, and as a result of that, strengthening of trust of international partners in public institutions. Unfortunately, we have had a chance to see significant shortcomings in the organization of the Bureau's activities and sometimes even obvious negligence of the requirements of the law. Hence, according to my vision, the key principles for the launch of the Bureau should be the principles of legality, effectiveness, and trust. Legality is the fundamental basic principle. That is daily duty of every employee of the Bureau in every decision and in every action. Effectiveness. The orientation of Bureau on achievement of some formal statistical results should be transformed into orientation of its activities on achievement of real economic results. And finally, trust. Currently, the Bureau is in the epicenter of the crisis of trust. Successful reforming of the Bureau is impossible without the gradual restoration of trust as a result of systemic and efficient activity of this institution for the benefit of the Ukrainian society. At the same time, approaches to organization of the Bureau's activities categorically cannot be built on the traditional law enforcement model. The traditional reactive approach that is typical for the Ukrainian law enforcement system, in which law enforcers only respond to those criminal events which had already taken place and cannot impact them in any way, this approach, by its very essence, is not capable of ensuring adequate law enforcement impact on the economic security of the state, and accordingly on the decrease in the level of economic crime. That's why, in my opinion, it is necessary to move from reactive to proactive model. And indeed, the Bureau of Economic Security is, in some sense, the public startup. Back in 2021, the law delegated the duty to become a quality new body of law enforcement. Activity of this bureau should be based on a risk-oriented approach. It should develop the analytic component to such a degree that it would transform it into the tool of strategic management and justified operational decision-making. Dear Commission, I have a clear vision of how to relaunch and further develop the Bureau. I understand algorithm of actions required to bring this organization into order. I have relevant skills and knowledge, and I have zero tolerance to corruption. And now I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, colleagues?
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. So, okay, you need to, you presented that there's a lots of need to be done in this position and also a lot of changes. So, and from your professional career, what you consider as the biggest achievement as a manager? What had kind of biggest changes you implemented during your manager career?
Я мав управлінську кар'єру.
I had a managerial career at first in law enforcement bodies, which lasted until 2011. The best achievements, in my opinion, included organization of activities of the entire regional law enforcement body according to requirements of the criminal procedural legislation. Because as the deputy head of the department, I was responsible for proper criminal procedural activities of the investigation body and of the pre-trial investigation body in all procedural activities of this body.
Mr. Kovci, can I just, as you noted that those changes were initiated by the change of criminal procedure code. So I'm more interested what changes you have initiated, not that were, say, brought up to you, but on your own initiative.
Я зрозумів.
Okay, understood. Then I will provide another example, the example of my work, my activity in the Ukrainian Institute for Expertise of Plants. On August the 1st of 2016, the duty to use the system of public procurement ProZorro became mandatory for all public customers. Back then, the institute where I worked was in a completely crisis situation because no one was ready to the conduct of public procurements according to this new methodology through ProZorro. Once they had delegated to me this sphere of work during a very short period of time and with very systemic approach. I built from scratch the entire system of public procurements of the central office of this institute and of its 22 branches. For that, I had to complete training, to study in-depth regulations. Even I had to send a special software program so that I could communicate online with the remote branches of this institution on issues related to public procurement. I was appointed to the position of the chair of the tender committee of this institution. I personally conducted several thousands, of course, together with the tender committee, but we conducted several thousands of procurements for the needs of this institute, and I conducted monitoring of activities of several dozens, I think about 150 persons who were working in this system for procurements to cover needs of the entire institute and its 22 branches. I think this is a successful project in my career because now 5 years have passed since I resigned from the institute, but this system continues successfully working.
Yeah, so that was my question. How do you know that the system is successful? The notion that it's still working now, it doesn't really mean that it's successful. Unsuccessful systems also may be in place still. So how do you know that it was successful?
I know that those procedures, those principles, and the very software that I left in the institute in 2020 are used nowadays, and till nowadays they ensure conduct of public procurement procedures in a timely manner and according to requirements of the law. I know this based on my communication with the head and other employees of this institute.
Did you have any particular KPIs or data you have been monitoring? So what have improved during the procurement process? Maybe you saved more money, you got better deals, the processes were quicker. So what happened?
Yes, I had several KPIs like that. First of all, we measured the correlation between the need, that is, between the scope and nomenclature of everything that had to be procured. We are talking about goods and services, a very broad range, and between what had to be could be procured through ProZorro in a timely manner. From a year to year, that is in 2016, 2017, 2018, this indicator was increased. The number of conducted procurements was increasing, the amount of savings was improving, and the number of participants who came to our tenders and competed among themselves by means of lowering the price was also increasing all the time. Percent results of the year, I calculated the average statistical means and I compared them on a yearly basis, which showed me the effectiveness of this activity. Right now, of course, I cannot do that because I have not worked there since 2020.
So, very simple question. How did you calculate savings? What was the formula? How did you calculate savings?
I have to explain here, yes. Before announcing the tender procedure, I can tell you that in detail because that is the question that I studied in my dissertation thesis. So before conducting the procedure of public procurement, the budget customer, that is the legal entity, decides on the so-called expected price. That's the maximum price that the customer is ready to pay for some item that is to be procured. Having announced the bidding, bidders who come to the ProZorro system to take part in this electronic auction have the opportunity to submit their tender bids in the amount that would be not higher than this expected price. And then they use this amount as the threshold amount, and then they start competing with each other, gradually lowering their bid. And that's the essence of electronic procurement process. So the amount of savings was determined by us as the difference between the determined expected price, that was the starting point for the electronic auction, and the final price that was determined as a result of the auction.
Which is not actually very accurate because there is lots of room for manipulation when you set up the starting price. Okay, but I got it. Thank you.
May I say one more comment? I agree that this is not the perfect mechanism. Not perfect. But unfortunately, I do not know about another more accurate mechanism to determine the amount of savings in public procurement. Let me continue with a few questions about this block. First of all, Mr. Attila, what you've told us, Mr. Donatas asked about initiative approaches that you used during resolving some issues, but the system ProZorro is the national program. And as far as I understand, you just received the instruction to understand the algorithm of its functioning, to set it up according to these algorithms. And after all, in response to the last question about the so-called savings, how much it depended on you, this process of savings? As far as I understand, of course, I'm not a big specialist in public procurement, but here everything depends on offers from other participants and bidders. So how could you influence these processes of savings? I didn't influence them. I will explain why. The process of public procurement starts from the formation and placement of the so-called bidding documents in the ProZorro system. These bidding documents determine lots of specifications, including requirements to the bidders. So, the absence of discriminatory requirements to bidders which allowed to take part in this procedure for the maximum amount of bidders who could come to ProZorro system and take part in the procedure and know that they would not be disqualified based on these grounds. The absence of artificial barriers for admitting some particular bidder to the procurement, all of this was the mechanism that allowed us to influence the number of bidders that would come to the procurement procedure, to the auction, and how accordingly they would compete in lowering the price.
The absence of discriminatory requirements and barriers in tender documents is not an innovative approach. It is a requirement set out by legislation. I asked about the innovative approach. I understand your question, but let me explain. In the tender process, at that moment, the client has a lot of authorities, a lot of powers. He could set a number of requirements to the participants or to the subject of procurement. And these created limitations for potential participants. That's why, let me answer to your question. Due to the fact that I was closely monitoring the process and nobody from those who dealt with the procurement process did not include, and me did not include the discriminatory requirements, and my role was to ensure the maximum transparency and effectiveness of the process. During 5 years of my work on a such professional level in the sphere of public procurement, not a single decision from thousands of the decisions was not either cancelled or appealed in the MCU. I don't have any other questions.
Me neither. Anyone has more questions?
I'll have
Yes,
a
please.
question. I was intrigued by the candidate's mention of turning BES into some more proactive organization, and I would like you to tell me what that really means. What would you do to do that, and how would you measure the transformation from where it is now, which I guess is not proactive, to proactive?
Реактивність теперішньої моделі діяльності бюро полягає в
The
тому,
proactivity of the Bureau of Economic Security is that it only gives response to the activities which already happened. You can't do nothing to change it. I'm the supporter, and I'm deeply convinced that it is necessary to introduce the model that is called intelligence-led policy. This model allows to take correct managerial decisions. Within this model, all managerial decisions are preceded by serious analytical researches. This information is provided to the person who makes a decision, and before a decision is taken, the results of analytical research is considered. How it looks in practice. The whole analytical activity of the Bureau of Economic Security has to be reformed fully, completely. It has to be conducted on 3 levels: strategic, operational, and tactical. On each of these levels, different tasks are set. If we talk about the strategic level, I will try to explain briefly. Then the Bureau should fulfill the requirements of the law about BES and to prevent any economic risks. The task will be to develop a strategic document, the strategy of development, strategy of activities in economic security sphere. Such strategy will become a foundation to form annual plans of the Bureau. Among these plans will include the indicators of effectiveness and KPI. If you want me to continue, I will.
That's a very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No. Okay, so I would like to invite our candidate, who is the last candidate for today, for his closing remarks. You have 1 to 2 minutes to make these remarks. And after that, I would like to remind everybody that this is our last interview for the day, and we see each other again for the last 4 interviews tomorrow at 9 a.m. The floor is yours.
Шановна комісія,
Dear Commission, due to the lack of time, unfortunately, I failed to completely highlight all the principles and values and mechanisms and the future development of the Bureau of Economic Security that I see. But I need to complete my interview by saying the following. If the Commission has intention to select a person for the position of a director, this person has to have a strategic vision, understands the algorithm, how to make an order within the bureau, finds a person who has respectful skills, professional skills, and so on. Then you're looking at the right professional, and it's Attila Kovchi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovchi. Feel free to disconnect.
Дякую вам.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear viewers. With this, we conclude the meeting today. Please disconnect the broadcasting.